tuned for all the latest free agency and trade news across the NBA. WKRK-FM and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles. Plus, no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. Chris Haynes of Amazon Prime reported last night, the agent for LeBron James, Rich Paul, telling him LeBron's all got the information he needs. Now it's just up to LeBron to decide where he wants to play next season. The Cavaliers, among several teams supposedly in the mix. Meanwhile, James is expected to appear at Fanatics Fest in New York Thursday and Friday, and that includes a live recording of his podcast Thursday afternoon. Cavaliers off tonight, continue Summer League play in Las Vegas tomorrow afternoon when they take on the Pelicans. Cavs picked up their first win in Vegas last night, beating the Heat 90-73. Rookie guard Malik Thomas led the way, game-high 35 points. Thomas shooting 14 of 23 from the floor, including 5 of 9 from three-point land. Major League Baseball's All-Star Game. It's tonight in Philadelphia. The American League faces the National League. The Guardians could have 3 All-Stars. One of them, rookie second baseman Travis Bazzana. Travis, if he would believed when at the WBC earlier this year that he'd eventually be an All-Star in the month of July.
I would have said it's possible, but I got a lot of things to do before that can happen, like make it to the big leagues, at least start off in Columbus and have success. So it kind of seems far-fetched, but I would have internally believed that it was possible, I guess.
Also from the Guardians, Parker Messick and closer Cade Smith. The semifinals of the World Cup get going this afternoon in Arlington as France will take on Spain. The French losing the title game to Argentina in 2022 after winning the whole thing in 2018. Spain trying for his first trip to the championship game since winning the whole thing back in 2010. The other semifinal is tomorrow afternoon in Atlanta as Argentina takes on England. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Tick, 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 tick. We're just waiting. We're waiting. Oh, LeBron, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? When are you going to tell us?
Is that what we're doing?
I think we're waiting, Jeff. I think the whole world's waiting. But then again, you're in the pit of the sports stomach right now because there isn't a whole lot going on, and you're
more
waiting.
Concerned about Bazzana tonight.
Oh, you are. I can feel your excitement. I feel your all-star
Come on,
excitement.
Travis.
But yeah, you're sitting here in this 4-day window now of essentially like not real competitive sports stuff going on. You had home run derby last night. We're going to talk about that in a second.
So in other words, not competitive sports stuff going on.
Yeah. Although I will tell you this that I'm looking forward to after just reading some stuff to 2028 when the Olympics are going on. They're going to shut down for baseball. Looks like they'll shut down for 11 days and play in the Olympics and not have an all-star game. But that's down the road. But you look at this window of opportunity then for LeBron to make his announcement to figure out what he's going to do. Jeff Thomas, you've been listening to him all morning. I mean, honestly, folks, there really isn't a whole lot going on right now with LeBron. I mean, we just need to figure it out. You heard Jeff Thomas talk about it. Chris Haynes, who was a reporter here for a long time, talked to Rich Paul, and Rich said that LeBron has all the information he needs now, and I'm sure there have been enough voicemails that have gone back and forth. Is it voicemails or voice messages on this? Am I not hip on what I'm saying here? That he wanted messages.
It says voicemail on your phone.
Was it voice message? Whatever. He wanted the pitch, like someone to call and just leave the pitch in a little format there for him on his phone. So anyway, that was part of the news. But apparently he has all the information he needs now. This is according to Chris Haynes, that he is now consciously making a decision.
That's wonderful.
And as I said,
I would assume that he would before the season starts.
Well, I mean, he's got time. When does camp open? I mean, we got a while to camp. And by the way, as a veteran, do you really want to go to camp anyway? I mean, the season doesn't start until The season doesn't start until January 1st anyway. Let's be honest.
Oh, jeez.
I know you hate when I say that. Two things you hate more than anything. When I say the NBA season doesn't start until Christmas, I'll give you Christmas. I'll give you a couple extra days there. And you really only need to watch fourth quarter.
And there might be more things about things you do,
No,
Andy, that I hate.
Jeff, those are top two, aren't they? Aren't those not two things that you can't stand after 16 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, those are two. Just put them on the list.
Just two. So how many are on this list? I'm just curious. I don't know. Do you want to see mine? Mine folds out like a roll of toilet paper that just keeps going and going and going.
I don't want to see your
list. It's an endless roll of toilet paper. But just getting you up to speed on LeBron, because we're not going to spend the whole day talking about what could happen, and then you know what's going to happen. We're going to find out where he's going.
Because we have.
Well, I think everybody has. And again, a part of this is the dead period, right? We're in this dead period of sports during the year, and I think we're just being honest about it because we've lived this for too long. And, you know, I had said, originally I thought maybe a good night to do it would have been Sunday night. You thought yesterday was the day. I was going
yesterday, yeah.
Which is a fair day to do it because you would have the lead. I think we've learned a lot of this stuff from the NFL, too, about when to announce things and when to say things. There's a reason why the NFL has their...
The NFL learned from LeBron.
No. LeBron learned from the NFL. I mean, the NFL was doing Friday, news dumps at 5 o'clock long before LeBron was ever playing basketball. But, so to get you up to speed on what we know, no decision yet. We're talking about this dead period in media and that everyone's like... seriously, LeBron, the whole story is like an amusement park. Up and down, you're on a roller coaster, up and down, up and down. You're buying a ticket, and maybe it's an amusement park for the media, is what it is. Because now you just walk in and you're like, wow, let's look at this. Maybe I can win a prize on this by guessing what day LeBron is going to make his announcement, by guessing what team he's going to. I think this is all played out the kind of the way you want it. And then, as Jeff is saying, he's got that Game On podcast with Rich Paul live from New York on Thursday. So would that be a good time? Yes, because there is only one thing going on in sports on Thursday. Is there a World Cup game on Thursday?
First round of the Open.
Oh, well, all right, I'll give you that. There's the Open, so maybe there's a little bit more. But it's Mets-Philly on Thursday. That's it. Major League Baseball's off. So Thursday would be a really, really good day for him to make his announcement if he wants to, carry the news cycle for, I don't know, if you do it Thursday, Friday, he'll carry it for another week.
No.
If he does it there. Yes, he will.
Baseball's back on Friday. There you go, baby.
I still don't think a regular season baseball game, although you do have Yankees, Dodgers over the weekend, too.
The start of the final 41.1%.
We need T-shirts for that. I love baseball for the final 41.1%. Is that what you want to say? So, again, there really isn't anything new on LeBron, so we're not going to spend a ton of time talking about it. I'm sure we'll talk about it a little bit if anything breaks throughout the day. But if it does, we are here. We will tell you what LeBron is up to if we're getting some sort of news rather than someone's opinion on where LeBron's going, right? I mean, that's really what the story's been for the last 4 days.
Well, and talking about our team and how it would fit, how it might not fit, and what you'd have to do. I have found the conversation riveting and stimulating.
Oh, I feel your excitement.
Oh, I've enjoyed it. Anyway, talking basketball.
Yeah.
The game that doesn't matter until the fourth quarter, according to some.
All right, let's...
That's you. That was a shot.
That's what's the truth. Watch the fourth quarter.
Not.
You're good to go.
No, it's not.
What are you going to see a half point? Let me guess. We're going to see guys throw the ball around and take three-pointers endlessly.
Move along.
Is that not the NBA
Move
today?
Along.
Am I right or am I wrong? And then I'll move on. I'll move on after you give me validation.
Malik Thomas showed a mid-range game last night. I almost wept.
Was that when he was shooting from half court or not? Is that mid-range now?
Mid-court? Scored from all three levels, Andy.
Mid-court is now mid-range?
He got to the basket, he shot mid-range, and he shot threes.
So, let me go back to yesterday and what we did watch yesterday, and watching the Major League Baseball home run derby. I thought was good. Like, it was fun to watch. I enjoyed every minute of it. I think maybe part of it was just being in Philly and listening to the fans from Philly boo everybody who wasn't named Kyle Schwarber, right? or anybody who didn't wear a Phillies uniform last night. I thought it was fun. It was a fun event to watch. I like the new format, swings rather than a clock. I don't know. What was the mastermind behind that? I think it's the fatigue factor where you had to take it. I don't think you're allowed timeouts yet either. Were they let those guys have timeouts yesterday? I can't remember. But as I watched it last night, I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. Just give me your opinion of what you thought of the home run derby.
I will readily admit I did not watch. I caught up afterwards. At this moment, I am not a Netflix subscriber.
Well, I can complain about Netflix because I got to tell you.
You hit it behind the pay window.
Well,
however,
okay.
Watching some of the stuff and catching up on it, Jordan Walker, pretty dramatic. You have one swing, you got to hit it, and if you hit it, you get another swing. That's pretty dramatic.
Except for the magenta ball they were using, it looked like the guys were having trouble. I'm not trying to be negative on this. I actually enjoyed it.
You know what? I do like the idea that you get set and you can give it a real swing rather than trying to take these bad swings as a clock is running down and some poor guy is throwing BP and throws a ball in the wrong spot or something.
Like your dad who's brushing you back?
Knocking you down. So that's good. I am not a big fan of the home run derby. I'll readily admit I'm not a big fan of it. Most of the games I think that are put together around all-star games, I don't enjoy very much. My favorite, without question, is the NBA three-point shootout. And you still have to hit a shot. In the All-Star game, the home run derby is it's okay. I'm not a huge fan. How's that?
Yeah, I find myself sometimes rather wanting to watch the All-Star game. I'm going to be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I kind of like watching the celebrity softball game every once in a while. I just want to see who's playing. Like, I enjoy watching entertainers try to do what professionals do all the time. The team
it's
they
called
could
reality television, Andy.
Yeah, but the team they could have put together for Philadelphia would have been amazing.
If you combined Naked and Afraid, that show, with the celebrity softball game, you might have something.
Oh, you might watch that then.
Well, I'd
Naked and Afraid playing softball?
I'd love to see what they kind of try to do.
I would enjoy it. Could you imagine watching the cast from Sunny in Philadelphia playing softball? I would have enjoyed every second of that.
Who cares?
I would. I like Sunny in Philadelphia, and no one's forcing you to watch a celebrity softball game, which they didn't have this year. They did some kind of silly 3-on-3, which I have no idea.
That George Costanza, he has a hell of a swing.
Jeff, it's probably, to me, I'd rather do this than talk about your fantasy baseball team. I can tell you
Kramer.
that.
Well, we don't talk about my fantasy baseball team unless I drop in a nugget that I've learned because of it.
Yes, or guys that you're holding on to that are single-A baseball players because you think they're going to be great someday.
You mean like Bobby Witt?
Oh, look at you. Look, don't question Jeff Phelps when it comes to drafting single-A baseball players. And I'm sure the rest of your league is just thrilled with your.
I've only won it once.
Your advanced scouting and that.
I've only won it once.
The only thing worse than that would be your fantasy
year.
Football team. That would be worse.
I got trade offers today.
Oh, you did? Is it true that are you drafting JUCO players for next year?
I wish I could.
Nobody cares.
That's exactly right. Nobody cares.
And yet Andy wants to watch guys from Sunny in Philadelphia play softball.
I would watch that. I would. I mean, if I didn't think you were probably going to get cut the next year, I enjoy watching highlights from the celebrity softball game they play at Lake County.
It was crap for 200, Alex.
Jeff, 90% of what you watch is meaningless crap. Thank you. Let's be honest. What are we watching that isn't now? Guardians isn't.
Sports.
Not to me.
World Cup.
World Cup isn't. But, I mean, you're going to get these sidebar things with an All-Star weekend to make it a little bit more exciting.
Wonderful.
I thought the fans in Philly were amazing last night. I thought they were awesome.
They speak highly of you.
There's something about Philly fan that I can relate to. I don't know. Did you like the fact?
They're hardcore. I don't mind them at all.
Especially if you're playing for Philly, right?
I would think.
As I watched last night, I was like, I found myself torn with Caglione and Caminero, the two C's last night. I was watching those guys because the Caglione, they're both regrettable guys, right, for our organization. And so you're looking at it, you're like, oh, as I'm watching those. I don't know. What'd you think of it last night? I'll be honest. I want your opinion. I thought it was better last night. I thought the home run derby was more exciting to watch. I thought they made it better by taking away that clock and letting the guys have the swings. Talk about that. We'll talk about the Guardians 3 All-Stars coming up tonight. Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us at 11. Dan Wetzel at noon. We're going to talk all kinds of college stuff with him, especially college football. And then we're also going to get ready for some other big stuff coming up over the weekend, too. So 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's
Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Again, waiting game on LeBron. Keep listening to Jeff Thomas updates. He's got you covered on something. I forgot to ask you this as we continue talking about the All-Star game and what we saw last night. There was one question I forgot to ask you in the first segment. I just want to clear this up.
Oh, good.
If you were LeBron, would you announce on that podcast, the Rich Paul podcast tomorrow? Or Thursday. From a media standpoint, is that a good move, bad move?
Yeah, probably a good move.
I mean, it would
draw some attention to it.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
It would crush for them podcasts like as far as listening, I would think.
Yeah, I would think it would be a good way to pub the podcast.
Give New Heights a run for their money.
Yeah.
I don't.
Get after him.
Would you do it? That's the. if you were him, would you do it?
That whole Taylor Swift thing, that's over now. So much for the New Heights podcast.
You're joking, right? If Taylor
I'm joking.
Every Swiftie in the
joking.
world is a big sports fan now because of the New Heights podcast.
Yes, I'm joking.
Just to see if she's going to pop on there each and every week. All right, 3 All-Stars tonight, 2 rookies, second-year player. What does this tell you about the future of the Guardians?
It's kind of fun, isn't it?
It is. And by the way, I don't like as much as I love Travis. I don't think he's like I can think of better position players.
But he's on the All-Star team.
Yeah,
and that's okay. He's been real good. I don't think he's been All-Star caliber, but take a look at second base. So they needed to put somebody in there, and the players thought he deserved it. Good, that's awesome. I'm anxious. I hope Parker Messick gets an inning. He's fun, man. He just gets the ball, he throws, he attacks, pounds the strike zone. I love it. And I'm anxious to see what he can do. And then, will Cade Smith be the guy they bring in the 9th inning? Or will he just pitch an inning? Or will he not pitch at all?
Or do you pitch him earlier in the game?
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, I don't know. Would you?
You usually pitch guys 1 inning each, right?
Yeah.
Not the way it goes.
And you would think if you were the saves leader, you might use, I don't know, would you use him earlier or later? It's an interesting dilemma, I think, the way that managers kind of rotate through their lineup in the All-Star. This is why I truly believe that if every player, this is what I should have said yesterday too in the All-Star game, if every player has played and they decide they're staying throughout the entire game, and you need a replacement player, you should be able to put him back in. As long as every player has played. I think that's the key. But I don't know about, except for pitchers. I don't think you could put pitchers in there. You do need to hang on to one, right?
Well, yeah, in theory.
Unless Bud Selig comes back and says, tie. Who cares? End it.
Who cares?
It doesn't really matter. I find it interesting how few Guardians/Indians have made it to the All-Star game as a rookie. Sandy was the last one. And it's weird. Like
and there are 2 of them this year.
Yeah.
Go figure.
I wonder why that is. How we've gotten to this point.
Well, it's tough for rookies to make the All-Star team.
Yeah, that's why.
That's a rough way to go.
To me, that was, Herb Score was there, Sandy Alomar. So these guys are the 4th and 5th rookies in team history to be able to get there. I just, I'll be interested to watch it tonight. I don't know. Sometimes I get bored watching the All-Star game. I hate to say that. I just kind of, especially now, this time of year. But I'm hooked in.
Yeah, you'll watch the cast of Sunny in Philadelphia play softball.
I would. Yes, that's true. I think you're locked in because, there's a chance Cade Smith's going to come in a little bit later. I want to see our guys play. I want to see our guys fare in the All-Star game.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I'll be watching.
Dan, you locked in tonight or what? What's your scoop on this?
Without question, locked in.
It's the best All-Star
Were you
game.
locked in last night? I meant to ask you that in the first segment. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's just fun. That's the best part of the home run derby is it's just meant to be nothing more than an exhibition of guys seeing how far they can crush a ball. And it's just fun. And it puts a smile on your face, and they're having fun along the way as well. Watching Jordan Walker's family last night was really fun.
That was cool.
That was cool how they kept panning over to them. And what was it? The father had Jordan's dad on it. His mom had Jordan's mom on it on the back of their Cardinals jerseys. That was fun. Him getting booed every time he hit a home run was awesome. I mean, it was a pinnacle of a really fun night.
I love how he leaned into it at the end, too.
Absolutely. He was loving it.
Because this is great.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even Schwarber, as much as we all want to throw things at him for things that he had no control over, like, even him egging the crowd on to get behind him and that stuff was a blast. It was everything you could ask for. Seeing William Contreras rooting on Wilson Contreras was fantastic. Like, it was just a good night of baseball.
I could get over the melancholy stories about the 16 Cubs getting together. That to me got old real quick, but that's because I'm,
Says the man who loved talking about the 16 Cavaliers getting together.
I have no problem with that. But to have that reunion there last night, I was like, all right, I can listen to this for a little bit. I mean, I suppose if I was a Cubs fan, that would make me happy to see all those guys get back together last night. And by the way, and I've never really not liked Kyle Schwarber. It was just the whole.
Oh no!
That whole. I mean, can you believe I haven't let this go? It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years.
But I thought Netflix did a really nice job as well. Now, granted, I did not have the sound very high because we were all talking and that stuff. But I love the fact that they brought in the 4K cameras. They brought in all the angles, and they treated it like it was a big deal. And it was really cool to see someone treat this like it was a big deal and bring in all the tech to give you every awesome angle you could ask for.
But they used it the right way. Like when Fox was doing these, it was Fox that was doing these games before, right? I think
ESPN had it for a bit. I don't know if Fox ever.
They just went so over the top on the animation of the ball leaving the bat immediately, like instantly, right? And the thing I did miss was when the ball landed. ESPN, I think, would tell you immediately with a little circle where the ball landed and how far it was. Like I like that. It was you had to do a little work to see how far the ball went. Because it was on the bottom of the screen,
right?
To kind of get to it, but I didn't. When ESPN was doing it, the animation of the ball like leaving the bat and then going out was just like it was just too much. It was too much. And then the way they did it last night was they only did that in replay, which I thought was fantastic. I enjoyed the broadcast, but the signal sucked, man.
That's just Netflix.
Towards the end, I mean, it was pixelated and it was slow, and I was just like. This is ridiculous. Like they spent all this money to do this production, and they can't get the feed right. And they've had problems with the feed during football too. They've got to figure out a way to figure that out.
It's a matter of upgrading tech and all of that kind of good stuff, and we'll see if they want to do it. But I love the fact, I love the fact that they brought the 4K cameras in, and you had this thing gorgeous in front of you. 4K, one of the best things that's ever happened to hockey, baseball, golf, all of the different sports. Because you can really see everything because of how clear it is. But no, tonight's going to be awesome. Do we like the in-game interviews that Fox has started doing with the guys where they'll mic them up for an inning or they'll mic two guys up for an inning and have them talk to each other?
In the All-Star game?
Correct.
Yeah, sure.
I can tell you what I think about those interviews. They seem forced sometimes.
Yeah, I would agree
That's
with that.
the problem I have with those. They're kind of forced.
I don't mind them. When guys are having to play baseball while trying to listen to questions being thrown at them, it's a little challenging.
Here's who it works for. Players like Brian Anderson was. Mm-hmm. Like if you can find guys like BA that love to talk, they're a lot of times they're the annoying teammate. Let's be honest. If this guy's your teammate, you get
BA
tired
on
of
the
it.
phone. Tell him Andy just called him annoying.
I didn't call BA annoying. BA is excellent what he does. He's excellent.
He's really good.
Like I wish he did Guardians games. But he's the kind of guy that can just, tell you a story. You want to hear what he has to say. I always find him interesting, and it's hard to find players like that because it's a personality thing. Those are the guys that need to be wearing mics. It's the guys that I feel bad for the guys that just don't have the attention span to wear a mic, do an interview, and play the game at the same time. And as a fan, if your player makes a stupid mistake while they're wearing that mic and doing the interview, then, that could burn them for forever, right?
But the All-Star Game is the perfect place
No,
to do it
but-
because
and
if it
that's
burns
why.
them, who cares?
Yeah, no, you're right.
It's meaningless.
In the All-Star Game, it doesn't
Like Kershaw last year was awesome. That was so cool with Kershaw on the mound, talking pitching with John Smoltz and yelling at John Smoltz when he made bad suggestions. Like, that was awesome. Those are the fun. Like, I remember Aaron Judge being mic'd up as well. Like, that was so much fun to have those guys in such a good mood just in an exhibition game where it's an absolute blast.
So what about during regular season games?
I
Does it
don't love it for the regular season game because you run into like Jazz Chisholm situations where he makes errors and then nobody quite knows what to say to the guy after he made an error.
Yeah.
Instead of going, well, you really goofed that one up, didn't you?
Plus the guy's actually playing a game.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing his job, and we're totally distracting him.
Exactly.
So that's why I kind of don't. But could you imagine if there were like great moments in sports history where the guys were mic'd up at the same time? I keep thinking about what if Ray Fosse was wearing a mic and so was Pete Rose at the time that when he bowled him over the All-Star game.
What if Willie Mays is wearing a mic as he's tracking down Vic Wirt's fly ball at the Polo Grounds? Can you imagine?
Oh, that's over my head.
Exactly right. Holy beep.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot more cursing would
Here I
probably be
go.
what comes out of it.
Oh, my God.
I'm just trying to, I'm having all these moments in my head where you're like, these great, unbelievable plays where what if these guys were mic'd up when you were having that? I don't know. It's one of the reasons why I do like the All-Star game, and I think it's fun, but I also think as a homer, I'm in it for our guys. Like, I want to see what our guys do, and then probably guys that used to play for us before, too. I just don't want them to aggravate me. This is probably one of the few times where I embrace Philly fan because it's a good situation for them because we love the boos. Like last night, that was awesome. That might have been part of the best part of the game itself of the home run derby last night, which was fun. Your thoughts? We'll take them. 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. Mary Kay Cabot joins us at 11. Jeff has a different spin on the All-Stars. We'll talk about that when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for Choice Cab.
weeknights, 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us at 11 o'clock. We're about 20 minutes away from talking to Mary Kay. Dan Wetzel's going to join us at high noon from ESPN. We're going to kind of get a lay of the land of what's going on in college athletics, what's going on with football, with college football, the rules that are kind of out there, the 5 for 5, all these things that are just kind of shaking in college athletics that it changes each and every day, and Dan's going to help us break that down. Plus, Hughes Norton, super friend of the show, as we get set for some great golf over the weekend across the pond. So looking forward to talking to Hughes. I know, but I always want to say the British Open, but then I feel like it's wrong when I say the British Open.
We are in the United States. We're allowed to say the British Open, aren't we?
I don't know.
Yeah, most people in the know don't, but
what do they?
Whoever said we're in the know.
What sport do they play in that World Cup?
We have an Open here, U.S. Open.
Yeah, I know. That sport that's kind of taken over the country for the last couple of weeks here in our country.
That World Cup thingy?
Yeah. What game is that actually? Let me test him. Let me see what he says.
What game?
What is that? What is that sport called? Don't answer.
Oh. Well,
I just said let me test him. I don't care what you think. On
test who? Menigan?
Yes.
Like Dan doesn't know soccer's called football?
Oh my God, you are a brick wall. You are the anvil. I just wanted to hear what he would say when I asked him the question. The game they are playing. I
thought you were asking me, so that's why I said it.
I wasn't asking.
Well, I thought you were.
That's why I just said I'm going to test him. Thank you.
Dan, did you know that soccer is called football?
That's not the point. The point was to hear how he would answer the question. The game that they're playing for the World Cup is called, this is what I want to hear what you would say.
The world would call it football, another chunk would call it soccer, and everybody in between would go, call it both. Who cares?
What would you call it?
I use them interchangeably.
Okay. We look at you. We hold you to you are the bar.
Horse hockey.
You are the bar when it comes to this game that they kick the ball around.
Horse crap.
You are. Is he not the bar for us? Are you back on my team again?
With soccer?
Yes.
Sure. Dan's the man.
How about football? I'm done. I'm just being.
You're just being Baskin.
That way I
That's
was
what you're being.
too. All right. Jeff.
Andy.
It's very hard to get away from the LeBron story, but yet every time we turn around, I see something new. So,
well, go ahead.
No, something that you said. Why? I thought you had a pretty good theory on why he may not announce on Thursday on a podcast.
Well, there are several podcasts. CBS put together a thing, 6 areas or 6 ways he could announce it.
Uh-huh.
The 6th was just show up for a media day somewhere.
That would be funny.
But the number 1 was a podcast appearance, and it said his podcast is coming up on Friday, and it's his Mind the Game podcast with Steve Nash, and they're supposed to record a live episode, but it's with special guest host Tyrese Halliburton. Why would you announce it when an Indiana Pacer is sitting there?
If you're going to the Pacers.
Or maybe you announce it at the end of the show and tell Halliburton goodbye for the last segment. Or maybe you do it in the first segment and then bring Halliburton on later.
I don't know. That might be right. That might be right.
All right. Hang on. I do want to get back to baseball here, but a second. I'm still trying to figure out the best way from a media standpoint. If I were him, I would do it on Thursday. There's nothing else going on. There really isn't. I mean, yes, we could talk about the Open, British Open. No, I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about how do you dominate the news cycle? Because that's part of the game. And maybe we care too much about that, but I think we're trying to look to see what happens or how to try to figure out what he's doing. I do look at history on LeBron and think about the very first decision and that remember everyone, I've said this before, but everybody expected him to be the first piece to fall. There are a lot of players kind of out there waiting to see. Well, Kuminga is the one I keep thinking about, but to see when LeBron goes. Right? He seems like, is he choice B? I guess for a lot of people that would need that position.
I still keep going back to this. There's way too, and again, I appreciate LeBron, one of the greatest players of all time, and I think he'd be a real nice addition to the Cavaliers or any other team. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of stink going on here about a guy who's going to be 42 in December. I know he's still good. You know he's still good.
I know,
and I think he'd be a nice addition. But I'm sorry, you're not. It's not like you're getting LeBron of 10 years ago. You're not getting LeBron of 5 years ago. And it's credit to LeBron and Rich Paul for milking this thing for all it's worth. And he will make a difference for whatever team he goes to, but so will Jonathan Kuminga. So will other guys. There are plenty of guys out there who will make a difference. Credit to them, but it's stunning to me that there's this much stink about a guy who's in his 40s as a basketball player. John Ireland was with us on Friday, and the Laker play-by-play guy. And John said he's still one of the top, I think John said 20 players in the league. That might be. But at some point, 41, 42 kicks in. Might not have too much yet, but defense is still part of the game. That's got to be worked on. But I don't know that you can work on it anymore.
Would you say he's a legacy guy, that he cares about his legacy?
It's already established, Andy. He could do nothing on a basketball court to tarnish his legacy at this point. Way too good for way too long.
I agree. That's why this move to me is just, if he doesn't, when it's all said and done and you think his legacy is set, people are either going to...
And if he wins another championship, great. He's already won 4.
But people will say, oh, remember he did that at the end of his career.
Yeah, but
depending on where...
So what? He's won 4 championships as well.
But when you go back and say to yourself, when you think about LeBron James, and we'll all think about him as Cab, I'm 100% sure of that. But his legacy, he'll be remembered as... he spent 8 straight years in L.A., and I don't think when you go back and close your eyes 10 years from now or 10 years after he retires, anyone's going to think, LeBron did play in L.A., but I don't really think of him that way. I think of him as either a guy that won 2 championships with the Heat or won with the Cavs but took them to the finals, 5 times of his 10 times going to the finals. Whatever happens this year, let's say he goes to Philly, okay? I don't think his legacy is ever going to...
He won't be tied to Philly at all.
Never, yeah. No. It's Jordan and the Wizards.
And that team's ready to win now anyway. If they get LeBron, it'll help. If they don't get LeBron, they're still got a great chance to go to the NBA Finals out of the East.
Yeah. But it's not the end-all, be-all.
It's not for anybody right now. Even our team.
Yeah, he can't be the end-all, be-all for any team. That's not.
Well, if he is, then that team I think is. I think they're making a strategical mistake, and I don't think anybody's.
So how does that play into what he's thinking right now? That trying to figure out what team.
What he's thinking.
If you decide you're going to go, if you come back to Cleveland, I just think it's a very easy in the box thing to do for him. It's a team that's ready to.
Well, there are several of those.
No, I just think us in Miami.
Us, Miami, Golden State, Philly. All 4 of those teams would benefit by having LeBron. And all 4 of those teams, Andy, I think have a really good chance to win next year.
Let's say he goes to Philly and they don't win because of him next year.
Not on him.
But people will say, why did remember LeBron went to Philly last year?
Well,
LeBron went to Golden State. I was reading another story about how there are there's some West Coast front office people that think he's going to stay in the Western Conference and he's going to Golden State. Okay. At the end of the day, I think he'll be remembered as a Cav. He'll be remembered as his championships in Miami, and the impact in LA just wasn't there, despite the fact of the consecutive years. I actually think it'll be, if they win a championship in Philly, they don't really need him, right? Isn't that what we're saying? That
Well, no, I think he would help.
he would help, but like you just said, they can win a championship without him. It's not.
Well, and so could the Cavs, and maybe so could Miami. I don't think Golden State could.
I remember when he came back last time, I got tipped a couple weeks before, and I was like, you're kidding. He's not coming back.
Ding!
And I was told, no, think about it. What would be one of the biggest sports stories ever in sports history? And it was, the return of LeBron here after, an ugly divorce with Dan Gilbert, where they were able to figure it out. By the way, no one talks about that anymore. Not even us. In the beginning of this whole process this time, I think we both kind of said, does Dan really want to? I think the organization would like to win a championship without LeBron on the roster.
I still think that.
I do too, but everyone seems to. Well, I heard their head coach. He'd be willing to bring it back and forget about that theory.
Well, I also think that the organization would be giddy to get him back.
They were saying this morning there's a hold on season tickets. I heard that on our morning show this morning.
You know what that would mean?
That they're waiting?
LeBron's back. Can you say twice the price?
What a great motto.
I'm just saying
all
that.
in.
I don't know that.
What do you want to do? Should we all in or get on board or twice the price?
Those would be good T-shirts.
It's your new Cavaliers. Twice the price. Come on down. Ryan's in Vegas. What's up, Rhino?
Gentlemen, hey man, I'm in Three Park today. Hey, I love conversations behind the scenes stuff. Again, like the Ron Harper stuff back in the '80s, or obviously LeBron, obviously the ownership, etc. No, don't get me wrong. I don't like things that'll mess with our capability of winning fan base. That is, but just you guys in particular, hearing it through the grapevine, what's going on behind closed doors, etc. Man, we always fans, we never get to know that stuff. But you guys have. You're insiders. I digress on that, man. LeBron, obviously, again, it's such a conundrum because the odds are still out there, ladies and gentlemen, listening out there. Last time I checked, it was plus 127. This isn't like minus 300. LeBron is coming back. Everyone's else plus 700, et cetera, to Miami or Golden State. The odds makers, the ones who have real ear to the ground, the insider, obviously LeBron is the main objective. But again, there's still some scenarios out there that this isn't inevitable. And again, even Dan Gilbert, obviously our coach yesterday, on the air, et cetera, talking about how he'd love to have LeBron
Kenny
back.
Atkinson.
It's Atkinson, I'm sorry. Yeah, again, there's a lot of intangibles still, man. There's a lot of stuff going on. And again, Jeff, I know what you're talking about. He's 40, et cetera. He's not the LeBron of yesteryears. There's more that involves than just his competition level, which is going to be outstanding. And yes, I'm in agreement. He's probably number 15 to 22, et cetera. I know that sounds like 7 players-ish. That's what he is. He's not top 5 anymore, not top 10. I think 15 to 22.
No, but he's still a heck of a player.
Oh, phenomenal, Jeff. And that's the other thing, man. His just excitement, the capability of him being on the court, the fan base is just going to be glued to the TV. Me as just a spectator of athleticism, seeing a guy in his 40s dominate, probably going to dunk over some mid-20-year-olds, and I can't wait for that as well. Again, there's a lot of stuff going on, man. But LeBron, dude, you're listening out there. We're going to rejoice when you come back, man. Hey, great show as always, guys.
Thanks, Ryan.
All
right.
Thanks, Ryan.
Let me leave you with this final thought here before we go to Mary Kay Cabot coming up at 11. Every time it sounds like LeBron has kind of committed to his city over the last couple of weeks, and we haven't heard LeBron say anything. But every time the story starts to go to one city, whether it's Cleveland, then you heard Golden State, then I heard Cleveland, then I heard Philly over the weekend. Now I'm seeing Golden State back, and then Cleveland. It's almost like we're all getting played. I'm sorry. That LeBron, that they know where they're going, and yet a story gets
Andy, they're so good at staying relevant, man.
Gets planted to put somebody else back. It's not a lie. It's just it plants another team back in it, and we've watched this story, much like a roller coaster, much like an amusement park, go up and down. You got to ask yourself, who is hitting the button to make the ride work? And I think that's kind of where we all are. And we're wondering when the ride's going to stop, when they say, Have a nice day here at Cedar Point. Thanks for playing. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call. When we come back, Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.com. We'll talk some Browns there next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Let's get the latest on what's going on with the Browns as we get set for training camp coming up here. Preseason games are going to be here before you know it. I mean, boom, season's going to start. I can't wait. Can't wait. So let's bring in Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer Cleveland.com. Also the Orange and Brown Talk podcast. And, of course, she's on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Mary Kay. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Mary Kay.
Good. I hope you're resting up, getting ready for a big season up here. I mean, it feels like it's going to be here before you know it. Like when we talk about this kind of dead period for the team, like how many guys are actually? Do they go out to Berea? Do they, are hitting the weight room in there? That they just, they're going through stuff in the offseason. The stories that like kind of we don't really talk about because sometimes people will tell you championships are won now when no one's talking about you.
Well, I don't think many guys are there right now. This is really the dead period for them, and they are scattered all over the place, training in different spots and things like that. I know that Deshaun has popped in for a couple of weeks. I know Shedeur has been there. Harold Fannin threw with Deshaun a little bit. But for the most part, this is their break, and they actually need to get away and take this time and recharge their batteries and whatnot. But I do believe that Deshaun is hosting a passing camp in South Florida sometime soon. It's either going on this week or it will be next week. But they are working and they're getting ready for the season, but not necessarily in Berea.
Nothing like a little passing camp in South Florida in July to get you ready for training camp, Mary Kay. But at least you get all on the same page, right?
Well, they do have their first two games in Florida. So they may as well get used to the heat, and It's probably going to be really hot here as well. So I think that will serve them well when they play in Jacksonville and Tampa.
I mentioned yesterday on the show, Mary Kay, and you and I have talked about wide receiver forever. As much as I like what they did with the drafting of Concepcion in Boston, I'm still, my fingers are still crossed that those guys end up being as good as we all hope they're going to be. But would you add any more leadership to that room? Would you go bring in a veteran? Because right now it's really full of Jerry Jeudy and a bunch of young guys.
Well, the Browns will always keep their eyes open for talent. They'll always try to upgrade the roster. I don't think that they necessarily have receiver targeted as a position where they're trying to add a veteran right now. I really think they want to get these young guys on the field. This is a team in transition, as we know. And this is a receiving core, a pass-catching core that they really want to develop and they're excited about seeing. And even though they're young, Isaiah Bond, I think he seems poised to take his game to the next level this season. So I would watch out for him. I think same thing with Harold Fannin, even though he had a great rookie year. And then the young guys will come in and do what they can do. And they're all hoping, of course, that Jerry Jeudy can rebound. So I don't really think that they necessarily want to add to the room. On the contrary, I think they're going to have a little bit of a surplus and that they might have to have an opportunity to perhaps move a Cedric Tillman or someone like that if they can't squeeze all of these guys onto the roster.
Is there a position group where you think that they might need to add something before camp starts, or are they good to go?
For the most part, I think they're good to go. I think the one area that I see when I look out there is probably edge rusher. We know they tried to add A.J. Epineza from the Bills. It didn't work out. And so that's one place where I think they can add a little bit of talent. And sometimes you can find those veteran edge rushers later in camp. Sometimes some of them shake free in those final roster moves. So that's one area I would be keeping an eye on.
Mary Kay, I just want to ask you, there's a report out there that was on, I'm assuming it was a podcast called The Office in Cleveland. And in the story, Gary Barnidge, former Pro Bowl tight end, came out and said that we talked about Johnny Manziel. I'm just kind of digging back a little bit on an old story. But said that, and I'll give you the quote, the problem was that he just wasn't ready. He probably shouldn't have played his rookie year. At the locker room, though, as a player, he was great. I'm just wondering, I can think of one person that probably was a little outspoken about it that probably wouldn't agree with that. When you look back at Manziel and what Barnidge said about him, do you think that was true? That he was he well liked in the locker room when he was here? Do you think?
I'm sure he was well liked by some of his teammates.
Sure.
But we now know, obviously, for a fact that plenty of his teammates did not like the lack of professionalism, did not like the fact that he sometimes showed up for team functions seemingly impaired, and we now know that to be true because he has admitted it.
Mm-hmm.
We know that he wasn't in his playbook, and teammates did not like that. I'm sure there were guys that just liked the guy's guy aspect of it, and he's got a very dynamic and engaging personality. But from a professionalism standpoint, you had guys like Joe Thomas and Joel Bitonio and Brian Hoyer who could see what was going on there, and it just didn't speak NFL football.
And then he also went on to say that Kyle Shanahan probably would have been the head coach of the Browns if that Manziel stuff didn't go on. I found that just fascinating because, one, I like Gary, and I just thought it was interesting that he said some of this stuff. And then the thought of Kyle Shanahan perhaps being the head coach here long after, would have been cool too. I don't know that I want to live in the world of regret. And then I guess maybe even the bigger question on that is, do you think the Haslam's have learned from this stuff?
I think so. I really do think so. Look at how long they kept Kevin Stefanski, even when the team wasn't necessarily winning on a consistent basis. So they stuck with him for quite a while. And I do think that continuity is important to them. What they can't get right and haven't been able to get right is the quarterback situation. And if you can't do that, then you're not going to be successful. So that's their one area of extreme weakness, and they must solve that problem.
If you were a betting woman, is the quarterback of the future of this team playing college football this next year?
Probably. I would say so. I would think that's probably a pretty good bet. But what you have before you right now are two quarterbacks with an opportunity to put themselves on the NFL map as bona fide NFL starting quarterbacks. Todd Monken thinks both of them are that. So we'll see if either one of them is or both of them are. And if one of them can establish themselves this season, then they might have a future here as the Browns quarterback of the future. So we'll just have to see how it plays out. You never really know until the lights come on.
What did we learn last year about what we can tell about the quarterback room this year as far as the way they're going to handle the numbers in the quarterback room? Again, you look back at last year and you say, man, why did they draft two quarterbacks? And then the other was, why did they get rid of both veterans last year? And so I wonder, as far as trading Shedeur, trading Dillon, if there's a market, what they possibly could do with Deshaun. I think the contract is kind of goofy, but maybe if they wanted to release him, I don't know what that would do to the cap. I'm just brainstorming there. What do you think this quarterback, if they all stay healthy, what's this quarterback room going to look like when the season starts? Because perhaps there could be a trade in the works, or you could be thinking about trading one of these guys.
Well, they will keep three on the roster. That will be the plan for this season. Deshaun's not going anywhere. I don't think Shedeur is going anywhere. I think there's a world in which Dillon Gabriel can be the third quarterback on this roster. Kalen Green, if he's not able to demonstrate in training camp that he can handle some of those responsibilities that they would like him to do in his rookie season, if he needs more time and seasoning, I guess there's a world in which he could possibly end up on the practice squad. And so they still have to mess around with that a little bit. And if they do end up trading Dillon Gabriel, which that's always a possibility, then perhaps they can add another quarterback to the mix. So we might not have the exact four guys that will be here throughout the season, but I do think that in some way, shape, or form that there probably will be four, three on the roster, one on the practice squad.
Do you think there'd be a market for Shedeur?
Yeah, I think there would be a market for Shedeur. I don't really think the Browns want to trade him, but I think that there would be a market for him. So, we'll have to see how that goes. I also think that it would be challenging to have him as a backup if Deshaun wins the job, but he will also have an opportunity to start games in that scenario because the Browns rarely have one quarterback that starts and finishes the season.
You mentioned the name Dillon Gabriel. Hey, somebody mentioned the name Dillon Gabriel. Is he on their radar at all, Mary Kay? I mean, does that kid have any chance at all this year?
Yes, he does have a chance to make the roster as the third quarterback. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen like that, but he does have a chance to do that. What people don't understand about Dillon Gabriel is that he was put in some really, really tough spots last season in terms of starting in London on the road his very first game, then going and playing in Pittsburgh, not having much of a supporting cast. And it just was a recipe for disaster for all of the quarterbacks, really. So I don't think he really was able to show what he's capable of, but I think he's a much better quarterback than people give him any kind of credit for. And I think he's had a nice spring. Again, it's hard to tell because he's working with the third and fourth teamers right now. But I do think that he does possibly have a future here.
Do you think the evaluation that he's not in that competition was from the front office by Todd Monken or groupthink?
Well, I think they just had to narrow it down and try to make a decision between their top two guys. And so Dillon really never got a chance to show maybe how far he had come or what he could possibly do. And he might have a chance to start games this year. Look what happened last year. Nobody thought Shedeur Sanders was going to be starting last year. So once again, if he does make the team, and there's no guarantee of that, he's probably somebody that if someone makes them an offer around August 30th, they would probably consider that. But if he does make the roster and if he does make the team, there is a world in which he can start some more games this year.
Mary Kay, when you start to break down, and I'm sure we'll be reading more about this and hearing on your podcast, about the battles that we're going to see in camp. I mean, obviously the offensive line one I think is going to be really interesting. But on defense, basically when you're returning 9 starters on defense, what's the battle you see on defense that's most intriguing to you?
Well, I think they have some defensive tackle positions that will be interesting to see, especially if Malik Collins comes back. So then you have Malik and you have Mason Graham and, you have Mike Hall there and Sam Kamara. So I think it'll be interesting to see how that rotation goes. And then at the other defensive end spot, you're going to want to see how Alex Wright, Isaiah McGuire fare over there. And then again, I do think they'll try to see if they can bring somebody else in. So I think you'll see some movement and some good competition on the D-line, and I think that'll be good because those guys will bring out the best in each other. And I don't think that there are other positions that are really up for grabs all that much. They're pretty well set for the most part at some of the spots, except for, there are nuances like nickel and things like that. But for the most part, you have your starters at most positions.
Last question for you, just real quick. Mike Hall, is this a chance for him to break out? I mean, if he gets the opportunity to play.
Well, it's his chance to step it up and show what he can do. He was a high pick for these guys. He has had injuries that he's had to try to overcome, and this would be a year for him to really show what he can do.
Mary Kay, as always, we are watching you now, of course, on the Orange and Brown podcast and listening to what's going on with that too. And, of course, we're reading you every day in the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary Kay.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Mary Kay Cabot on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Couple things to talk about. One, the quarterback thing that you said in there too, and then I also want to talk to you about what Gary Barnidge said because I'm interested to get your take on that. 216-474-0092. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
8-5 with a 2.73 ERA. Kate Smith, who leads the league in 28 saves, and Travis Pizzana, who was selected first overall by the Guardians in the 2024 draft. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Mary Kay Cabot was with us, and if you missed a minute of that interview or any part of it or any moment of our show, you can always use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Of course, our friends at Integrated Restoration. Couple things Mary Kay said that I thought were noteworthy and definitely worth talking about. One right out of the gate, because I was reading about Aaron Rodgers getting the boys together from the Steelers and just doing a little reunion, and then she talked about Deshaun Watson's going to do a little passing camp down in Florida with the boys, and so I do think that sometimes there's.
I wonder if Shedeur will be there.
Well, he's probably going to need someone else to throw the ball, don't you think?
I think Shedeur was asked that back when they were all in camp.
Yeah, what did he say?
It was vague.
I don't know.
I would think they'd all be there together, but you never know.
If you're Deshaun, are you asking another one? Are you asking your competition?
Your competitor?
Yeah, I don't know. Or is he your teammate?
Is he your teammate or is he your competitor?
That's a great question.
I would think you'd want to have him down there myself.
If I was Deshaun, I would want to be confident enough in my skills to bring another guy down. That's
okay.
If you're going to be like, if you believe you're the champion and you want to and be the champion, then you better act like the champion. And so I would think that would be a way to prove that you will put your skills up against anybody else, and you're thinking about the team first, and so you would probably have him with you.
I hope that's the case.
I do too. That's sports utopia, but I don't believe that's the case. But there's a part of me that says, if I'm Deshaun, man, I want to play quarterback again. I've got to show not only the Browns that they didn't completely waste all of their money on me, and by the way, if it's not going to work out in Cleveland, I better let other teams know that I can play.
Sure, yeah. I'll bet Dylan and Talon will have a good time there too.
I think so too. I heard they were serving drinks. Hey boys, we need some more waters over here. Oh, no problem, guys. Just happy to be here. Speaking of serving drinks,
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
That was brutal.
Mary Kay had probably the best line I've ever heard from someone that showed up wasted for anything. What did she say?
It wasn't Mary Kay.
No, just now
Easy.
No, Mary Kay just said a line.
I know.
Mary Kay wasn't the one that was. No, Mary Kay had
clarifying.
One of the best explanations I've ever heard of somebody showing up what'd you say? She said, I'll get to this in a second, but when she said
impaired?
that Johnny Manziel was showing up impaired to events. I'm like, man, talk about saying that politically correct. She knocked it out of the park. Oh. All right, so go back to, is there any meaning, do you find hearing stories about guys getting together on their own time meaningful? Because I think when they write the book, well, here's the problem. Yeah, Jeff, how many times have you heard this after a team wins a championship? We put a lot of hard work in, and I got to tell you, this didn't just come together over the playoffs.
No, it was the Greenbrier.
It didn't just come back in during the championship. It was even before the Greenbrier. When Deshaun said to us...
Those indoor practices at the Greenbrier in the bunker, those were great. Could really work on the running game. Couldn't throw very well.
What was the Greenbrier record?
Punting was bad.
By the way, are the Falcons there this year? Do we know if the Falcons are going to the Greenbrier?
Oh, golly.
We don't know? All right, I
don't believe we know.
Someone is going to the Greenbrier this year, and I don't remember who. Hang on.
Really? There's a team actually going to the Greenbrier? Because I got to tell you, the luck didn't seem to work for the Browns on this. Greenbrier. They're better off going to Greenview Elementary in South Euclid or middle school, whatever that is.
The New York Giants are going to the Greenbrier.
The Giants are going to the Greenbrier.
Way to go, Harbaugh.
For them. Must have been jealous of watching the Browns go there every year. Huh? Maybe that's what it was. So Mary Kay talked about that. Again, at the end of the season, I think that's when you hear about, we got together in the off season, and it wasn't even the OTAs. It was the bonding we had when we all went to Florida and bonded and threw passes.
Sure.
It's great when there's no defensive back on us to try to knock the ball away. I got to tell you, I caught every pass at the Watson passing clinic. Felt good about that. What else did Mary Kay have to say, Jeff? Would you appreciate her conversation about the quarterbacks?
Well, I sure did, Andy.
And what did you appreciate?
I am not a Dylan Gabriel backer. I'm not going nuts about that or anything.
Okay.
I agree with what she said. Once that guy got knocked out and the concussion, he was done. Shedeur came in. I think the eye test was better for Shedeur than it was with Dylan. The stats were better with Dylan. But
right.
I think the eye test was better with Shedeur. But they've obviously made a decision that he's not going to be in this competition. Now, Mary Kay's right. If things go south or somebody gets hurt or whatever.
He's Shedeur of last year.
I think Taylon Green is Shedeur of last year. Fourth guy in.
Yeah. Joe Flacco was here. You're right.
And Pickett.
But I'll never understand that.
Yeah, I know. Me neither. But that's what they did. And I'd be surprised if Dylan. I'd be surprised if he actually played in a game this year. In other words, I'm thinking that the two guys ahead of him will have decent enough health that you're not going to play a third quarterback.
I'm trying to equate Kenny Pickett to anything in life, like going to the store, seeing some clothes that you liked, you bought them, and then you put them in the closet for a while, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh,
you know what? I'm giving these to Goodwill.
Did I? No. I'm taking it back to the store. I got the receipt. He's not giving them Goodwill. He's getting it back. I mean, they were new clothes.
You can write them off.
Yeah, no one ever wore them. It's not like, but you can take the tax write-off or get your cash back and go get some new clothes. Get some other new clothes. That's Kenny Pickett. He's the clothes guy.
Oh, my gosh.
Come on down, Kenny Pickett's. I'll come on in. I'll look good. You'll put me away, and then you'll trade me. We got specials going all the time now. Anything else from the quarterbacks that we learned from Mary Kay?
No. And she summed it up very nicely. But we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I did think it was interesting that she doesn't believe that she kind of agrees with me, where I said, is the quarterback of the future on this team playing college football this coming year? She said yes. I think yes.
Do you think they could trade Sanders?
Oh,
I do.
After trading both Flacco and Pickett last year, Andy, I'll go with anything.
And that's why.
So yeah.
If you don't learn from your own history,
hey, how about this? If they think, let's just say, and you know my guy, Taylon Green intrigues the you-know-what out of me. If they get into camp and they think...
Taylon just called and said, please don't do this to me. You've done this to too many quarterbacks, and they all end up leaving.
If they get into camp and in whatever way they're used, Deshaun completely outshines Shedeur, just looks so much better, and Dylan and or Taylon Green look comparable to Shedeur, well, why wouldn't you trade him if you could get anything for him?
I asked Mary Kay, do you think there's a market for him? And she said, sure, but she didn't think the Browns want to trade him.
I would think they don't, unless they get into camp and the scenario I laid out actually happens.
Someone's got to jump out in camp and take that job, right?
No.
No, I'm just saying.
See, you're being wishful again, and I understand that because I feel the same way. Somebody, please kick everybody else's butt and be real clear who the starting quarterback is. And I don't care which one of the four it is. Ideally, I've said this before. People cracked up. I'd love it to be Taylon Green. 6'6", big arm, can run like crazy. Sign me up.
All right, let me bring up one other point that we brought up.
But he was a 6th-round pick for a reason.
Correct. But, I mean, Your 5th round pick was starting last year, so
Yep.
So anything's possible.
Correct.
All right, here's another part of that conversation we had with Mary Kay that was spawned from a podcast The Office Cleveland did with Gary Barnidge, former tight end, Pro Bowler. And he was asked about Johnny Manziel, and he said that Manziel wasn't the team's main problem, and that he said the quarterback was rushed into action before he was ready and should have spent more time developing. If you ask me,
I can't argue with that, right?
Well, but why would you invest any time into a guy that wouldn't open his playbook? 0 minutes logged on his iPad. 0. As he said, showing up to stuff impaired. As he said.
Well, he wasn't obviously then on the field. If you knew all that was going on, you shouldn't have put him on the field.
And they
you can be sure Mike Pettin didn't make that call.
The quote from Barnidge, I think, is interesting. He said, Johnny wasn't the problem. I know people are going to look back at his off-the-field stuff. At the locker room as a player, he was great. The problem is he just wasn't ready. He shouldn't have not played at all his rookie year because he wasn't ready to be a pro. I think the coaching staff knew that. I think everyone internally knew that. He knew that, probably. Although he's like, give me the football, let's go. That's probably what he said. And then going back to the quote, he'll tell you himself he was dealing with other things outside of football. He should have sat, but it wasn't his. But that was not the call of the coaches either. I don't know how you coach in an environment where you can't coach, where they won't let you coach. Back to the quote: if that was the call of the coaches, Kyle Shanahan would probably be the head coach of the Cleveland Browns right now. But he's not, and he left that year because it was not his call. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. Shanahan's, I mean, you see what he's been able to do. So talk about being relevant because of football decisions. Shanahan's proved that. It's frustrating because you look back at that and then you wonder, and you say, why are you talking about this now? Because it impacted where we are right now. It impacted why would you draft anyone in the future? Why did you have to go out and get Baker Mayfield? Why did you have to do, any of the things that they've done? Jacoby Brissett, any of the quarterback, and then Deshaun. Ultimately, it's a gigantic chain reaction that just gets us back to the point where we look at the roster now and say, how come they're not winning? Well, it's pretty obvious. They don't have a starting quarterback, and nobody feels like that guy has settled in. Sanders fans will probably tell you that if you would just settle into Sanders, you probably have your man. I don't know. I need to see more from Sanders, but I'm definitely willing to watch him do that. So when you ask yourself, why would we even talk about this Manziel story from Barnidge? Because I tell you, it's interesting, and the ripple effect has affected us to where we are today. But the other question, and we're going to bring this up when we come back, was something else I asked Mary Kay, that what do you think the Haslams have learned from the Johnny decision and everything else moving forward? Have they learned, and does that impact what we are seeing today or will see on the field in the near future? 216-474-0092. That plus Dan Wetzel coming up at noon. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
saves, and Travis Bazzana, who was selected first overall by the Guardians in the 2024 draft. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app and by telling your smart speaker to play us, 92.3 The Fan. And now, of course, by golly, YouTube. Morning, guys. Ken and Anthony.
Is there a
6 to
reason
10.
that you are like pounding the table for YouTube?
YouTube.
Wow.
Andy and me, 10 to 2. Nick, Jonathan, afternoon guys, 2 to 7. Each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Should I go behind the curtain
Why not?
on the YouTube thing?
You yell at me for it.
Yeah, I might as well.
Go ahead.
If you're writing comments on the YouTube channel, forget about it. We don't look at it during the show. I'm just telling you. Just being honest.
Or ever. Well, me.
I did.
You do.
I in the beginning, I started looking at them. And I was
Yeah,
just like,
we know.
I can't live life this way.
We've been telling you that for
Can't
about
live life
15
this way.
years.
So I'm just telling you, if you are and you think you're getting through this, you're not. So just to give you a heads up on that, I'm just trying to be a nice guy. And I've learned, and I think that's what this is all about, learning your lesson.
So you don't do that anymore.
That's right. So let me ask you the same question I asked Mary Kay Cabot about.
I see what
the
you're
Browns.
doing here.
Okay, thanks.
See what you're doing. This is good.
Not only are you going behind the curtain, you just ripped them out. And I feel like I'm not wearing any clothes, and it's the good sir. Sounds like I might need therapy after this. What do you think the Haslam's have learned over the years here, especially when we talked about, the thought of bringing up Johnny Manziel doesn't do a whole lot for me right now, but you have to ask yourself, what did the Haslam's learn over the years over some of these things?
I do think they've learned the value of patience. Now, have they had results from that patience? They were patient with Kevin.
They were very patient with you, Jackson.
They were very patient with Hugh. They were very patient with Andrew Barry. And I think that's good. I think it's something they needed. And I understand the coaching change. Okay, you were patient, but it was time in your estimation to make a move. Could have said the same thing about the front office, but they chose not to do that. But patience seems to be a virtue in pro sports oftentimes. I'm surprised they didn't have a better feel for that after being part owners of the Steelers.
I hear people say that, and I'm not you in particular.
Well, I just said it, so
I just
you heard me say it.
Okay, well then, I just feel like
you know what I mean. That's
okay.
the team they were watching and being a part of, and they saw how patience actually benefited the Steelers to some extent.
Yeah, I equate the Haslam's ownership, and this is not. I'm not ripping the Haslam's on this. I equate the Haslam's ownership in the Steelers to Usher's ownership in the Cavaliers.
Well, no, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Okay.
But that's the team they were following and looking at. My thought would be maybe you picked up something about the value of patience. That was my only point. They're not making any calls when they're in Pittsburgh, other than, hey, what section are we in? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or
you watch the Rooneys, and they're the most patient owners in sports.
True.
And
to a fault now,
well,
is what it feels like.
Can be.
Yeah.
But they certainly benefited by some of their patience. They've had very good teams, for the most part, for decades.
I kind of feel like you'd have a better feel for their thoughts on patience more with Tennessee football than you would with the Steelers.
Well, their money was invested with the Steelers, Andy. They're going to Steeler games.
Well, I'm sure that there's plenty of money that they had invested in the University of Tennessee. Field's named after them. Their practice field.
Yeah, I know, but they didn't own a portion of the Tennessee Volunteers.
Jeff, back
in theory.
Jack, back in my day, Jeff, you just gave donations to put your name on the scoreboard. Now I just give them cash straight. for the players in college. You're not with me on this? All right, we'll talk to Dan Wetzel about that.
NIL. Just give me some money.
Yeah, I think they have learned. I do think the value of patience has come into play for them, especially with the head coaching position.
Yeah, but it still hasn't clicked because the most important thing hasn't been figured out.
There just seems to be things that are kind of like trigger. Like when they traded Joe Flacco last year, I just felt like season was over for Stefanski, and I just didn't. And I don't know if that was as much on Kevin as it was on ownership or front office, and that maybe that they just kind of ripped Kevin's heart out on that. Even though, Joe was a backup at that point, I think he was kind of like, here we go.
Yeah, but
much like we just said about Manziel, that can we stop throwing quarterbacks out on the field that aren't ready? And you did that to Shedeur last year too. He wasn't ready. When they put him in, he wasn't ready, and it partially his fault, partially the team's fault. I'll go 50-50 on that. I think that probably for the first time in his life, he wasn't handed the quarterback job and say, go out and do what you do and try to be good, and maybe we'll have success, maybe we won't have success. It's just it was a mistake to try to throw him out there without 0 reps. Like, you shouldn't be introducing yourself to guys when you're the quarterback. I get it when you're an offensive lineman and you're in a real bind, but the quarterback shouldn't really be like, oh man, it was amazing to be able to throw a pass to somebody who I never get to practice with. That was insane. It was insane. And again, I'm not mad at the Browns for not letting him have reps early. It's the fact that when they made him the number 2 quarterback, he needed to get some reps. They needed to give him some sort of continuity with the offensive line. Now, I think that we're in a position now where that's all changed. He's going to get whatever time he needs in practice to try to get adjusted to the first team offense, as long as they give him the opportunity. I mean, you never know. Todd may be looking at Deshaun going, it's Deshaun's job to lose. He can say whatever he wants here, but the proof is in the practice. Who is having the opportunity to work with the first team, right? We'll know quickly who truly is in the lead, and it feels like I walked out of OTAs and stuff thinking that it's Deshaun. Are you on the same page as me or no?
I didn't get a good enough feel for it. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, you could go 2 days into practice and it could be.
Whichever guy's the best, just play him and keep your fingers crossed that it works.
What else do you think the Hasms have learned here over the years?
Football's expensive.
I've never heard him complain about it.
No, I know, but it's expensive.
I mean, those trips to the Greenbrier were expensive, yeah, as we bring up Greenbrier for the second time.
Well, they just the NFL does 2 things: continually makes money and continually spends money. So I do think they've learned the value of patience when it comes maybe to just trying to develop your roster, and that's a good thing. My hope is that their patience with Andrew Berry pays off. Everybody liked last year's draft. I thought it had some questions, but overall it was an improvement. And this year's draft on paper, I think, looks better than last year's draft.
I wonder how they're approaching Todd Monken moving into this. Because remember when he first got hired, we were all like, wow, I can't believe they hired Monken.
But there's not a lot of patience with Todd Monken.
You don't think so?
No.
Why not? You might give him the opportunity because of his age?
Yes.
So define patience. How many years is that?
Oh, he's going to have to show something within 2 years anyway.
I would give him 2 to 3. I don't think.
If it doesn't go well for 2 years, I bet Todd doesn't see a third year.
I don't know. Going back and looking at and
I hope he does.
Well, what they did with Stefanski and what they did with Hugh Jackson makes me think that if you can give Monken 3 years for sure, you should do it. Because this year probably is going to be a transition year.
What about what they did with Freddie? Oops.
Well, but I don't. Look, I mean, I hate to say it. We've had one coach with an over 500 record since Marty. Jeff, one. and it was just for 8 games. It was Greg Williams.
Big Greg.
5-3. Freddie got 6.
And he didn't get the gig.
And he didn't get it. Was that a mistake? I don't know. I don't think so. I love Greg, but hopefully they've learned. So here's why I think they got to give him at least 3 years. Right? This year, obviously, it's first year, and as long as the defense doesn't fall apart, I can feel okay with trying to give him another year, especially if you don't know who your quarterback is. Now you're going to go into next year with a brand new quarterback, and what does it mean? Give him time. I'm just saying that you're probably looking at next year with a new quarter. I don't know. I don't even ask a rookie quarterback if you're going to bring him in to win 7, 8, 9, 10 games. I don't know that I can do that. Can you? So then you give him 1 season under his belt with a rookie quarterback, and then the next, and then if it doesn't work there, then I think you move on.
You mean next year's rookie quarterback?
Next year's rookie quarterback, if they're the starter.
If they think he's not the right guy to develop that quarterback, they'll learn a lot. The Haslams and the front office will learn a lot about Todd Monken very quickly. I mean, I like what I've seen so far. I think you've liked what you've seen so far.
From Todd?
I like what I hear.
Yeah.
Other than the cussing.
I could live with the cussing. I don't have a
I say that just because the FCC doesn't really care for it very much, and we work in a business that the FCC cares about.
They care about when people care to tell them. That's the key to that whole thing, just so you know.
Well, glad you enlightened everybody so that they can call and tell them.
Oh, good.
Hey, this guy's cussing all the time.
I heard that Phelps guy is dropping all kinds of weird words. I don't think it's
It wasn't
cussing.
me. It was Todd.
Oh, it was? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Todd.
I think you got to give Monken 3 years. Just looking at it.
That's cute, Andy. Let me go Mennigan on you. That's adorable.
They gave Hugh Jackson. Even Hugh Jackson got that.
Yeah. Let me go Mennigan on you. That's adorable.
And they also made, did they make that hire thinking that they're going to fire him?
Andy.
The guy hasn't even coached the game yet.
Andy.
Jeff.
Scenario. Team loses 15 games this year. They go 2-15.
Goodbye.
They bring in Arch in the draft.
They're going to want.
You think they're going to keep Todd Monken?
Maybe. Maybe. Jeff, think about how long they hung on to Hugh Jackson.
Yeah, well, how'd that work? Yes.
3-36-1, Jeff.
Hugh got fired when he actually started winning.
3.
Go figure.
36-1.
Yeah. They stuck through the bad stuff and fired him when he started winning. Oops.
All right. Who's winning? The athletes or the universities? It's definitely not the NCAA. Let's get some answers to where we are in college sports and what's going on with every question you might possibly have. Dan Wetzel, ESPN, joins us next right here at Baskin and Phelps.
Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
All kinds of stuff going on in college athletics. It is a soap opera each and every day, 5 for 5. You got Michigan stuff going on. You got all kinds of stuff going on. Who's getting paid, who's not. You got Congress getting involved in stuff. So we bring on a man in the know, a guy we trust and respect, and we're respected for a very, very long time. He is a New York Times bestselling author, screenwriter, and, of course, senior writer for ESPN. He is Dan Wetzel, and he's on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline. Hi, Dan. How are you? I almost called you Kyle Wright there for a second.
I am good. How are you?
Hello, Dan.
We are doing great. Okay, busy time of year as we get set for college football and trying to wade through like what's going on off the field and stuff. So let me just start here. 5 for 5. 5 years to play in 5 years after you turn 19, correct? And so I just kind of explain it to everybody that maybe they don't understand it and what it means for the future of college athletics, I guess, at the Division I level.
Well, I think maybe the best part of it is it's actually fairly straightforward, and you can understand it, which I think college athletics could use. Look, I think people always got the idea of the redshirt season, and you kind of had 5 years to play college sports. You had 4 years, 4 seasons, and you could redshirt. What happened was college sports the NCAA started just granting waivers for various things that popped up. And, all of a sudden it was, well, he was only injured, he only played one game, or there was an illness in the family, or there was this or that. And really I blame the schools for pushing this narrative, and the NCAA is cruel and mean, and they had to do all these waivers. But the waivers just got out of control to where just about anything was granted to give an extra year, a sixth year, a seventh year. And we went away from the idea of basically the high school system where you're a freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, and if unfortunately you get injured the day before your senior season, it stinks. It's a sad story. Everyone's heard it, but that's how it works. We can't have 19, 20, 21-year-olds playing high school sports. I mean, it just doesn't work, and it's not fair to anybody. So, but colleges went that other route, and now eventually you ended up with, a 27-year-old guy from the Albanian basketball league getting signed in the middle of February to play the final two months. So this brings back some just obvious bit. You graduate from high school, whatever age that is, or you're in Europe or wherever you're coming from. You got 5 years. Yeah, there's no waivers. There's no red shirt. You can play an extra season, and after 5 years, you're done. If you do all 5 of those years, so you're either 23 or 24, and that's basically it. And take it or leave it. And I think that controlling that and getting away from teams that are too old or where there's all this unpredictability would be something I think fans would mostly like.
Dan, do you think the actual universities themselves and or the NCAA, are they surprised where NIL has taken them and where NIL stands now? Or do you think this is what they had in mind all along, that this is what they would end up dealing with?
I think there was a naive faction out there that, look, they had to grant NIL. That was going through courts and things like that. I mean, it's the Sherman Antitrust Act is just a pesky situation, but it never made any sense that you could say, "Hey, Caitlin Clark, you can't be in a State Farm commercial. You don't deserve that." And when you're limiting someone's ability to earn a living, it just doesn't, just because you say you don't want to, and you say, well, if we allow Caitlin Clark to be in a commercial, it will hurt the popularity of our sports. It won't. Okay, the Olympics tried that years and years ago, and it turned out, no, it actually just made Michael Phelps and Simone Biles even more popular and all these things. So they had to do it. I think there were a lot of people in college athletics who were like, okay, everyone's going to go along with this, and if you're famous like Caitlin Clark, you can be in the commercial. But there were other schools that immediately were like, no, we'll create our own companies, we will pool our money, we're going to use this as an advantage. So I think there was some understood where this was headed, some did not, and I think part of that was why they weren't prepared for it. There's a lot of people who don't want this, still didn't want it, and they walked in blindly. And obviously when there's a lot of, wiggle room, people are going to take advantage of it.
Hey, Dan, I just want to go back to that 5 for 5 for a second. So I still try to figure out because 19th birthday or when you enroll for college. So it's the same. It's the way it used to be where your clock started the minute you I think it was like the minute you walked on campus and took your first class. I think that's what it was a long time ago. And
right.
But they also for your 19th birthday. So I mean, there's a little wiggle room in there for kids that graduate at 17 or 18, isn't there?
Graduate at 17 or 18, yes, there is. But for the most part, you actually see kids they're redshirting their 8th grade season so they can enter high school a year late.
Yeah.
There's hockey players. There's a lot. There's a lot of kids that just, even if it's just academically, are held back so that they can help themselves academically. So 19 is your cap. I don't know. I guess at 17 you could try to go pro. I'm not sure exactly how that would work, but for the most part, most of the kids are going to be enrolled by the time they turn 19. And what you can't do is go and say, I'm going to play this for the next 3 years, and now, the G League didn't work out. I'm 21, but I've never used my college eligibility, and I've never played in the actual NBA. Or I'm a European, and then you end up with 25, 26-year-olds eventually playing college sports. So it's a better – now, look, there are a couple waivers, religious thing, military. I mean, you can join the military, and then, but those are going to be much – they're clear, and they're much less likely. You're not gaming the system by saying, hey, I'm going to go on a Mormon mission for 2 years because that'll somehow help me get to the NFL or the NBA. I mean, so they're reasonable things. So it's a good step that will cut down on these things. Again, it's a little bit more of a high school system where it's like, look, if you're 5 years, you're injured for 3 of them, or something happens, that's really unfortunate. But we don't need to destroy the whole system because of the misfortune of a few people who had a tough situation.
I also think it's interesting. D2 and D3 are just they're not having it. They don't want to walk down this road. Do they not want to be a part of it, or it just makes sense for D1? It's
just, I mean, who's abusing it?
They're not. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So it's just like, why bother? This is really about. I think the breaking point just came last year with particularly in basketball, where it's just. I mean, Vediaco at Alabama played one Saturday night in the G League and the next Saturday night in the SEC.
Is that good, Dan?
I mean, it's a system. I don't think that's the system anybody wants. Like he literally played a G League game in Birmingham, Alabama, and then said, maybe this was like, man, Alabama is nice. I think I'm going to – I mean, he had already played at Alabama and left.
Coming back.
And got drafted in the first round and then didn't make it and went to the – so what we're looking at, what's nerve-wracking right now is how many guys that turn pro, get cut in the NFL camps this fall and say, I still got a year of eligibility left. I'm going to sue and go back to college. And you know how there's always guys in the NFL where you're trying to pick guys up off the street, right? Because of injuries and things like that. And usually they the team and they don't make a practice squad, so they go back home. They're working out. They're ready. Well, what if you say, hey, I'll go play at Ohio State, and after 3 weeks you go, oh, well, the Browns just called, I'm going to leave, or Akron or wherever the heck you're playing. Like, we don't, like, there's just got to be some rules. Like, NIL and pay for play and all that are very complicated, but college sports has to be able to determine who can and can't play. If you, you know, other than Danny Amante, if you're 11, you can't play in the U9, you know, Little League. Like, and you go down to your record, you want to play in the over 40 league, you're not playing against a 28-year-old because it wouldn't be any fun or fair. So you just, like, some of this stuff is just basic stuff that they just lost. So this is, to me, the 5-5 is at least a really good step in the basic thing that most fans, most administrators, most coaches just want to be like, okay, this is my team. I don't have to worry about a G League pickup. And like the guy at Alabama, Bediako, you know, he was on the team for 3 weeks, but like they beat teams. And then, you know, like Auburn lost to Alabama, and then it's like, well, we lost because of this guy. And then we're out of the NCAA basketball tournament. Well, what if we had won? It's just a mess. So it's like just some kind of. And I think if you went to Congress, they always talk about going to Congress with these huge sweeping bills. I think you go to Congress and say, hey, this should be the law that we could get antitrust and avoid the courts. That's not a bipartisan issue. It's just a nonpartisan issue. Like, yeah, of course. Sure. You know, like who's against this? So that's why I like the 5-5. At least something. It's at least something practical.
Dan Wetzel joining us from ESPN. I'm curious as to what this could lead to. Baseball owners in their negotiations have thrown out we don't want to be able to draft high school players anymore. We want to change that draft and even put like an age limit of 20 on it. What would college baseball coaches think of that, and what do you think that would do to college baseball?
Well, it would send a lot of talent to college baseball, right?
Sure would.
I mean, so it would college football loves that rule, and even college basketball getting the 1 year. No better example than what if LeBron had to play a year?
Yeah.
What would he have done? You know, there's still a big debate amongst all those guys. Would he have played at Akron? Would he have gone to Ohio State? What was he going to do? So you think about the talent that comes in. So yeah, it would be helpful for college baseball.
What's the scoop at Michigan? Because I was thinking about applying for athletic director. I just wasn't sure. Are we looking at a new athletic director in Michigan or not?
Upload your resume. Probably. When that will be, I don't know. I mean, there's certainly some expectations that they will, Ward Manuel, the AD there, will retire or take a buyout. But is that buyout at the end of the year? Is it they have an interim president? Is it when the interim president is done? Some of the reporting was like, he's out. Well, he's working today. So yeah. I don't know what to say. They don't have, clearly there's no, we found this smoking gun that shows, Ward Manuel knew everything, all this stuff. It's more like we've had a lot of scandals. Maybe we go in a different direction with our leadership at this point. But it's not like Michigan's got something that's just going to fire them. So whether that is this week or not, it's hard to say. But there'll probably be new leadership at Michigan's athletic director at some point in the near future. But who knows?
Dan, as always, thank you for sorting things out for us, and especially making the 5-for-5 a lot easier to understand a little bit. Not like it was brain surgery or not, but at least you made a couple nice incisions and helped us figure it out. And I didn't need a complete
point. Well, see, they'll probably like 5-for-5, except in this case,
yes.
If his mother gets sick, then he gets a 6. It's just that's where you got crossway. So anyway, appreciate you guys having me.
Hey, we appreciate you. Thank you, Dan. All right, make sure, Dan Wetzel, you're checking him out in ESPN all the time on TV, especially online as well, too. And, of course, he was on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Of course, as I look at this 5-for-5 thing with college athletics, I'm trying to figure out where the loopholes are going to land. I do want to talk a little bit more about that in college sports and just your overall general feeling, especially after talking to Dan. We'll do that when we come back here. Plus, coming up at 1 o'clock, Hughes Norton, super agent for so many golfers out there as we get set for the British Open, and we'll talk about that with him. And if anything breaks with LeBron and we find out where he's going, what he's doing, or when an announcement might be coming, you'll be able to hear it right here on 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092.
It's already been a scorcher of a summer, but just because it's hot outside doesn't mean you have to be hot inside. The smartest thing you
Guardians in the 2024 draft. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As always, you can listen to this show, all of your local shows here on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen.
Baskin and Phelps.
There you go.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. You can always hit us up on social media, too, at CLE Talking Heads. We just talked to Dan Wetzel, ESPN.
Smart guy.
He does know
I
his
always
stuff.
enjoy talking to Dan.
He is, I mean, I can go back and think early on, even when I first got to Columbus, about how he just was in on every story. Like, especially when it came to the Big Ten, like he knew everything that was going on. He is a trusted source for sure, and that's why he's at ESPN, and he's writing about some of these things. Jeff, just overall, and Dan, I want your opinion too. I think the 5 for 5 for D1 is great. I think it's a good idea. It means you're done. And I know you guys appreciate this, but it means that your athletic competition in college has to be over by age 24. You know, philosophically, I think differently about that, but I can understand it, and it's more of a traditional thought that you're done by the time you're 24. I do see a couple pitfalls in this. One, I think it's better than what we're doing right now, but I do see one pitfall that kind of makes my stomach turn a little bit, and I'll tell you that in a second. What are your thoughts?
I'm fine with 5 for 5. That's fine. You know, it takes many people. I shouldn't say most. It takes many people more than 4 years to get through college. That doesn't even include people who have a full-time job as a college athlete,
right,
while they're in school. So I don't have any issues with
it. It takes some of the pressure off again. 5 for 5 is just D1. It's not D2. It's not D3. They would stay under the normal under the format that we're used to. And by the way, I think it makes sense.
D2 had that vote on the table, and they pushed it down the road like 4 or 5 years. They tabled it for years. So that's coming down the road.
I read a story last week, maybe it was earlier this week in the News Herald, from Brian Polian, who's at John Carroll, his football coach there now, and is athletic director. And there was a quote that he had in there that, because I was just kind of thinking about, this 5 for 5 for D1 and then for everybody else. But and I pulled a quote from the News Herald. It was just, and again, we're talking about Brian Polian, whose dad was Bill Polian, like legend, right? Bills and Colts. And they said, about coaching at D3 and why he wanted to go back to, where he played at. And he said, I love the fact that education and development still matter here. And that's why I got into college sports. My time at the FBS level ended when it was supposed to. The things that I love about what I did was the recruiting and the teaching and the relationships, and that he appreciated all that. But he said that just basically, and I'm just paraphrasing here, going back to D3 for him was about the education and the student athlete, and it's just not. It's basically not what D1. I was like, wow, it's why you would appreciate Division II and Division III athletics, because it's partially about the education, but it's also partially about the athletics, and it doesn't drive the entire university.
Wherever you're working, at whatever level you're working, you can certainly find pluses.
Mm-hmm.
So, good for Chris.
Brian Polian.
Brian, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. All right, so Dan, your thoughts on the 5 for 5?
Love it. Makes sense. He gets rid of red shirts, gets rid of all the nonsense that we've been in the middle of. Makes it very black and white what the rules are. If that's all I ask of this, just make it as black and white as humanly possible so that we're not in court. The less time in court, the better. That should be the rule of the NCAA.
So I agree with you on that.
Should be, Dan.
So let me give you the pitfall that kind of makes my stomach a little bit churn on this stuff. Ready for this?
Queasy.
Queasy.
Eating bad lettuce.
It's the whole notion of reclassification in high school. Because now, if you go to the 19 system,
but that's been going on a long time, Andy.
I know, but now I think it becomes. I think 5 for 5 makes it even more pressure packed. I mean, I just
you can make enough in NIL if you play it right to set yourself up for life. So that
for high school NIL or for college NIL?
College. That feeds
the notion of taking a kid, projecting maybe perhaps their size and their athletic ability, and saying, you know what, we're doing 8th grade over again. And in some ways, like, I think it's not. It depends on the athlete and the student, because sometimes I think kids need another year of academics to kind of ramp up and be ready for what's happening in high school. And I think we find that also with kids that are past 9th grade. And so now you're in your eligibility window for high school, which changes. You don't have 5 years to play for in high school. But the thought and mind can catch up for athletic ability. It doesn't happen overnight, right? And we see kids that sometimes are bigger when they're younger.
Let's say you're not going to be good enough to play in the NFL, but you might not find that out for a while. But if you can make $1 million, $2 million a year as a college football quarterback, and you enhance that opportunity by playing, as your freshman year at 19.
And we are the 98% that are going to benefit from this. And if that's the case, then the 98% should win. And I just see that as, okay, fine. If you want to try to play this reclassification game and hold your child back and do all that kind of stuff for whatever reason, do it. And when it becomes a big enough issue, we'll address it then. But right now, it feels like we're really focusing in on 2% when 98% benefit.
Maybe. The other question here, it's somebody else, a buddy of mine, I'll call him Coach M, said, so what happens if you're a 17-year-old athlete and you go to a D2 school or D3 school and you're 17? Now, does that count against you in your clock? Like, do those D2 years start at 17? Does that
and if you then transfer to a D1 school, say in 2 years?
Yeah. So now
I would think you would have 3 years of eligibility at D1, but I don't know for sure.
You're saying that so it's 17 and 18 that you played in college, right?
Yeah, those would be college years.
That's what I would think so too. So that you would only have 2 years left. Oh no, 3 years left. You're right, 3 years. If you're going for 5, that would make sense. Mm-hmm. There could be a loophole there for a second. I don't know. Sometimes I look at this and then I wonder how it's actually truly going to play out. I do think this 5 for 5 thing does make a lot of sense. And the other thing is they do have, exceptions to the rule, which we talked about, military service. But I do still have to be done by the time you're 24, even if you do the military. I don't know how you could do that, right? You're in for at least 3 on a military service. So religious missions, probably looking at a 1-year deal there, and then pregnancy. Who knows? Probably 9 months at least, and then who knows after that? You play in the beginning if you're a good enough athlete, and I don't know. It's my world, and it's not my world. Sorry. So that's it. Yeah, I kind of feel like we're going in the right direction. Like this takes it back in the right direction. The other big picture part of it though is I just feel like D1 just needs to break away and break away to the point where they can kind of run their own thing, and that the NCAA doesn't need to be there. They need their own governing body. And you may just do it for basketball and football, and then let the other sports just kind of go on their own and run with different leagues. I just don't. Like 10 years from now, do you think the NCAA exists? I think they're trying. They're. You can't be all things to all teams, to all conferences, to all divisions. I kind of feel like they need to break. They need to break off into different groups. We all know that the NCAA can survive at the highest level for D1 financially. The question then becomes, how do you trickle that back to the other? And then, I think the NCAA is great for D2 and D3. You look at it for D1 and basically just for football and basketball. But we're watching baseball grow. We watch softball grow. We watch all this stuff grow.
Baseball could be a huge growth sport at the college level if that high school thing goes through.
Well, I'm watching hockey explode right now, and it's because there's a lot of talent coming back because you can get paid, and if you've made like $300 playing junior somewhere else, they're not holding that against you anymore. That doesn't make you ineligible. So that's coming in. We're watching. The other thing that's weird is I'm watching all these southern schools start to build ice rinks, because they know they can get fans in there, and they're not necessarily playing NCAA. They're playing in a big club league, which sometimes you can see the athletes out there are just as good, if not better, than some of the D3, D2 players that are currently. There's no D2, D3 for college hockey. It's all very interesting. Do we like where the NCAA is going? Just final word on this.
Where is it going? Tell me.
Where do I think?
Where is the NCAA going?
Where do I think it should go, or where is it going?
No, because you said, do I like where it's going? I just think it's like the wild, wild west to me still.
I think that we're heading towards structure with 5-for-5.
Maybe.
At the D1 level.
Maybe, but it's still, kids transferring every year, which they're allowed to do. NIL money, which they're allowed to do. I mean, you're selling yourself to the highest bidder every year if you have the opportunity to, and I don't particularly care for that whole format and style.
Is the workforce mostly independent contractors? Why shouldn't that reflect what the rest of life is?
Well, you take it to a different point. You just asked me what I thought.
Yeah. No,
I just told you what I thought. I don't really care for it.
Okay. I mean, I'm with you, too. I thought it was easier when we were younger. It just seems simpler. But I do think that, at the heart of the whole thing is getting paid, the players getting paid. And if you're going to use them to, profit for your school and use them for name, image, and likeness, that they should get paid for it. I'll never argue with that. I just think it's only fair. 216-474-0092. That's the number to call in. Coming up at the top of the hour, we are going to talk to Hughes Norton, and we'll get set for the British Open and what a big week it is. And also, we've got our eyes on what's going on with LeBron. We'll talk about that, too, when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. We are keeping our eyes on everything that's going on with LeBron James and the wonderment of where he will land next season, and will Cleveland be that place? A couple little things going on. We'll get you up to speed on everything that's going on with LeBron here in just a moment, but now is the time in the show we like to sit back, relax, and dive in to all of those things that are going on in sports. Again, it's headlines. From the citywide leader in sports, here's Dan Mennigan.
At least the leader inside the panic room.
That's true.
It's about where we need to leave that.
I didn't want to say worldwide. That's overused.
Somebody else.
On the interplanetary leader for sports. There you go.
So, gentlemen, Baker Mayfield revealed in the Netflix series Quarterback that he played with a sprained MCL and PCL after week 2 of last season with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Jeff, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. Guys have to play through injury. Did it affect his play? I don't know how it couldn't, right?
I don't know.
What might have affected his play more was injuries to his wide receivers last year in Tampa. But that's part of playing football. Then again, he might be throwing that out because he's in heated contract negotiations with Tampa Bay, and he's trying to gain a little steam.
That's the reason why that sounds familiar.
So
there you go.
He had MCL, PCL, bone bruise. That was early. Then an AC joint sprain in his non-throwing shoulder.
In other words, he played football.
Yeah. And then severe right bicep contusion and tendon injury. Oh, okay. Sounds
Itchy,
right.
watery eyes, nausea, heartburn, indigestion. For some reason, his left ear hurt. Couldn't figure out why.
Bad breath. Hangnail.
Hangnails, yeah.
Bunion.
Absolutely. Bunion, corns, couple corns. They've lost a toenail.
You know,
Ooh, toenail.
We all know Baker's he's a tough guy, but he's also a smaller guy. And sorry, that can't help but come into play when you're talking about injuries to a quarterback. I mean, you would think he's going to get hurt more than guys, more than Lamar Jackson, more than Josh Allen. You would think. And he has certainly dealt with more than his fair share of injuries.
Way this all goes. All right, so
Sorry, just when you brought that up, I thought you were going to talk about, as I saw yesterday, there's a thing where Baker's on that. There's a Netflix TV show called, I think it's Quarterback, or it's going to be called Quarterback.
That's how I started it, yes.
Yeah, no, that's...
Giving credit to where this came from. Yes, yes.
You did say that. Okay.
That is correct.
I saw a clip from it yesterday. It was all about how he and his wife love each other, and that the first time they met, they said they were going to marry each other to their roommates.
I mean, Headlines has always been a source for love stories more than anything else. That's where we pride ourselves.
Baker and the Beauty.
The Panic Room does its best when it comes to page 6.
Ah, good. Way to go, page 6.
Yes, yes.
Baker and
Actually,
the
we'd
Beauty.
be page 20.
Anybody gonna watch this? Oh, it was already out there. 2020. I don't remember this. Who knows? Baker and the Beauty. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Can I have it back now?
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay, good. Malik Thomas, 35 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists yesterday for the Cleveland Cavaliers in the Summer League. Remember, to quote the great Drew Carey, the show where everything's made up and the points don't matter.
Yes.
Do we take anything from Summer League, or is this just kind of happening in the corner, and every so often you flip it out and go, oh, look, basketball.
You
This is
take a little something from Summer League. You take this. Yesterday, he looked like Steph Curry from behind the three-point line. Threw up some deep threes, kind of off balance, kind of a little funky shot. He also got to the basket a few times and also had a little mid-range game. That's what I take out of it. Okay, kid looked good. And kid showed he can score it at all three levels, as they say, Andy. So good. Let's hope he comes on sooner rather than later, because Cavs could use him. Can't get enough 6'2" guards.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we have enough?
Not yet.
I just want to make sure. I don't know what to make
Ronnie's
out of.
on the way.
I don't know what to make out of summer league.
Well, it's a helpful tool.
Yeah, for guys that didn't get a lot of playing time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a helpful tool.
It kind of happens off in Vegas and off in Utah, and we sit back and go, "Oh, that's nice. Oh, good. No one got hurt today. Good."
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I need to apologize. Baker and the Beauty was another thing on Netflix from 2020.
Oh,
it had
what
nothing
the
to do with
hell?
Baker Mayfield.
We
I'm
are
sorry.
doing so well with
I'm
our
sorry.
credibility inside of this segment.
I know.
Got to take Google away from him.
I know.
We'll get it fixed.
It is on Netflix. There was a thing called Baker and the Beauty. It's probably like one of those Lifetime kind of movies.
Okay.
And it is only available out of this country. It's not available in our country.
All right, can we close the door on it? Are we good? We got
Yeah,
it.
no, I just felt bad. I gave
All right.
out bad info, and that
No,
bothers
you
me.
did fine.
We'll get it fixed.
And now we can officially say
We got that fixed.
that's right.
All right,
So
we-
there you close the chapter.
Thank you. Okay, it's fixed.
All right, we got that fixed.
Hmm?
So we have the Open Championship going over across the pond. Of course, all of our finest golfers have found their way over there from a litany of different countries. And it's starting to feel a little bit like the general, how do I put this? Englishness is starting to find its way onto our athletes. Because there's a few things that you could say about the English. One of them is, of course, their affinity for tea, calling cookies biscuits. And their views on death are also openly known, and that it's coming for all of us. And they do not hide from it in any way. And so Scotty Scheffler was asked, well, what's your legacy, bud?
I mean, to be completely honest, not really. I don't really play like for a place in history. I'm not playing for anything like that because it's going to sound a little morbid, but at the end of the day, I'm going to live my life and then it's going to end. And when it ends, I'm going somewhere else and I'm not going to be here anymore. And so
that was profound.
Wow.
Well, if you thought to yourself, well, that's kind of odd, why would Scotty bring something like that up? Well, today, Rory McIlroy was in a similar position.
How concerned are you with your legacy past when you'll be on this earth? How concerned are you with how you'll be viewed in 100 years? Do you think about that kind of thing? Does it matter to you since you won't be here? I mean, how does that go?
No, I don't really care. I would like to think that the people that love and care about me think a certain way of me, but I'll be long gone. I'll be dead. I don't think I'll be seeing what people say about me. I'll be 6 feet under. I don't think I'll be a ghost.
They just kept rolling there.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep, I'll be dead.
That's what we're doing in England. It's about as British as you're going to get.
Pretty soon we'll all be food for the worms.
Uh-huh. It's so English.
What are we doing?
It is. It just was one of those things that was coming down the line, and I'm just thinking to myself the entire time, like, wow, really are all slowly
dare
but
I say
surely
this?
becoming one culture.
If they had those media sessions timed at 20 minutes each, I think it's fair to say they could cut it back to 10. Scotty, what are you going to think about when you're dead? What people think about you? Okay.
I'm going to ask that question to every person that joins our show moving forward now.
That'll be great, Andy.
It's going to be one of those that now becomes
Enjoy
a part
never
of-
having another guest.
Yeah, well.
Why don't I start right now? Jeff, how do you think your reputation will linger in 100 years?
It won't.
Okay.
There you go.
Ta-da! All right, here we go.
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
All right, we only have about 3 more of these ahead of us, so we have to enjoy them to the best of our ability. We got a biggie today, gentlemen. 3 o'clock, France takes on Spain. You could arguably say that these are the 2 best teams in the tournament. They will be in Dallas today. Schedule a meeting for that time. Bail out of work early. Do what you want to do because this is going to be an awesome, awesome game. A lot of people are also saying that this could be the pseudo final, of these are the 2 best teams that are going against each other. Do you guys believe that when sports do that, where you don't get truly the best game in the final, but you get these semifinal games that are close to the final? Do you see games like that, or do you just go, wow, this is a great matchup and let's go?
I think you do get games like that, but you can't say, well, that's really the final, because it's not. You got to keep going. So whoever it is you have to play them. Like was the NBA championship. Everybody thought it might be San Antonio against Oklahoma City.
I did.
And guess what?
It wasn't.
It wasn't. Yeah. So
it's not something you can say today. It's something you can say in retrospect. You can come back and say, man, France, Spain, that really was the final. But I don't think you can say it before. Or people say, well, this game looks like it's going to be better. But again, I don't think you can go back and say that was the championship. You see it I'm not going back to youth again, but you see it in high school all the time. All the time.
Well, this might be one of them. If you can find yourself to a TV at about 3 o'clock today, you're going to owe that to yourself just as a fan of sports.
Who are we rooting for? I don't.
Rooting? I'm rooting for just a damn good soccer game. And that's pretty much what I'm going to get, and I'm going to be thrilled. It's going to be awesome.
Andy, you don't have to just root for a certain
yes, you do.
one side or the other.
The best forwards in the world, two of the best midfields in the world.
Dan just enjoys the sport.
Oh, my God, it's going to be great.
He's rooting for a good competition.
Heck yeah. I want to see if Mbappe has any more in him. I want to see if the midfielder, whose name I can never pronounce for France, can continue to arguably the best player in this tournament. Like, I'm going to watch Yamin Lamal, who yesterday
I could not
was
live
his
life
19th
like this.
birthday. The kid just turned 19.
I get it, but
I need
someone to root
rooting
for.
interest. Can't you just enjoy a game?
Well, sometimes it happens throughout the game. Maybe I might start watching, and somebody from France gets a red card when they didn't deserve it, and then I start rooting for France because they're playing a man down. So then I start rooting for France.
Well, we talked about death. Now we'll talk about life. Living
life that way for you guys is like picking vanilla every time. I can't do that. I need to root for somebody. Thank you. I got to finish my answer. Go ahead. Pick your head up there. Go.
He's done.
No, he's got one more quick. Just go.
Yeah, it was going to be really fun and put a cap on this.
Go ahead. Just do it.
Now we're over on time.
No, do it. Do it. Just do it.
So, something positive. Over 500 babies in Peru have been named Erling Haaland. That is right. According to Peru's National Registry, 468 newborns were registered with the first name of Haaland, while 91 were given the full name of Erling Haaland. 559 babies have been born with the name of Haaland.
That's fabulous.
There you go. See? This thing matters.
Nothing more fun than trendy names.
That's right. How many LeBrons do you think are out there now?
Talk about death.
I actually saw a guy named LeBron. But oddly enough, he was about the same age as LeBron when I saw him. It was actually at a drive-through. And he was like the same age. I thought, I actually said something to him.
Hold that thought.
How many other guys named LeBron do you know?
Yeah, the drive-through part of it's the part that's I'm curious about.
The guy had a job.
We gotta go. Hughes Norton next. Basket and Phelps.
on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, yes. Rainmaker. That's who we're talking to next. Super agent Hughes Norton. He's got his books out there, The Money Grab Explosion of Golf, From Tiger to Live and Beyond. Lives right here in Northeast Ohio. We love having him on, especially when we talk about something like the Open Championship, the British Open, whatever you want to call it. Hughes Norton is on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Hi, Hughes. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing, Andy?
We are doing great. Life is good.
Hello, Hughes.
Yes.
Hi, Jeff. How are you?
We're very well, thank you.
Hey, let me fire off a local question before we get into the Open. Your thoughts on, will we see the PGA back in Northeast Ohio anytime soon, where, they've been a fixture since 1962 with the NEC World Series of Golf, plus they also had CBS did their big Champions show there for a long time, and now with the College Companies Championship playing their last year before they're moving out to California. They're moving out to Newport Beach next year, and then we had the Bridgestone Invitational for years there. Will we see the PGA back in Northeast Ohio anytime?
My guess is no, but I think what you might see, which would be fun, is a major LPGA tournament with the women.
Would they play at Firestone, or would they? I mean, they played at Canterbury before. I remember that.
Yeah, they would play. I mean, I think Firestone would be the place that they'd be looking to go because it's such a prestigious layout. The Canterburys of the world, guys, no longer have enough space. It's anytime you have a major event, it doesn't even have to be a major championship. There's so much hospitality and so many entertainment pieces and grandstands that you've got nowhere. In Canterbury's case, in addition, the practice range is, you guys have seen it, there's a big fence at the end, and these guys today would hit 5-irons over the fence. So
they would be breaking windows in that neighborhood. It's like being in somebody's backyard. It's a great course, though, and they're great people.
Sure
what a great place. They do a fantastic job out there.
Royal
Golf
Birkdale.
moved on. It's kind of sad.
Yeah.
Hughes, Royal Birkdale, the site of this year's Open, and Jordan Spieth won there in 2017. Everything I've seen, when Spieth won there, it was soggy, and so it wasn't maybe typical of Open conditions. This year, the guys are saying it's firm, it's fast, they haven't had much rain. We're going to see a traditional style links attacking golf course, are we not?
Yeah, for sure, Jeff. And for any listeners that aren't aware, we bandy the term around a lot, links golf. What is that? The British Open, or the Open Championship, is always contested at a links course. And that is a course that typically has a coastal location. The soil is very sandy. It's natural terrain, which has been shaped by the elements. There's virtually no trees on the entire golf course, wide open spaces, firm turf, and as a result, unique challenges from the wind, from the weather, from the rain. It's very un-American, and it's, for my money, the most fun event to be at or watch on TV because it's so different than what we're used to.
What's interesting, though, is this year they're looking at unseasonably warm weather, dry weather, and not a whole lot of rain with gentle winds. That's the forecast for that. Are you sure I'm watching the Open if that's the case? Because I think that's one of the reasons it's great to watch.
Yeah, and, the forecasts over there are good for about, 5 hours in advance because they can change so fast. But if you're trying to predict the winning score, I mean, go figure. 9 years ago, when Jordan Spieth won, 12 under won at Royal Birkdale. The Royal Birkdale Open before that was 2008 with Patty Harrington. He won at 3 over par. I mean, it can be anything in between. Interestingly, Jordan Spieth, the year he won, you guys may remember this, he played the last 5 holes Sunday in 5 under par. Pretty amazing.
It is amazing. I read an interesting comment from Nick Faldo about what's ahead here this weekend. And it was Bryson DeChambeau saying, I'm going to go attack that course. And Faldo said, you never attack a links course. And he said, you kind of feed it down the fairway, don't you? And
exactly right.
I'm wondering about the strategy, Hughes. And is that why sometimes you see really good players have no luck in this style of golf?
Correct, and especially Americans. Watson was an exception. He won the first British Open he ever played in 1975. But typically American pros, no matter how good they are, it's a process of getting used to hitting a bunch of irons off tees, because to bash the driver, like Nick was saying Bryson likes to do, just does nothing but get you in trouble. So there's a way to play links golf. You'll see guys hit shots purposely downwind 20, 30 yards short of a green, because if you hit it any closer to the green, it blows over by 20 yards. And there's all kinds of interesting dynamics that come into play here. You know, they always say to win an Open, you have to have all the shots in your bag. You got to be able to hit it super low. If it's windy, you'll see some amazing shots 10 feet off the ground, go 200 yards. Or rain. These courses typically go out and back. You know, they were built long ago, and so 9 holes out, and then you start back toward the clubhouse. Birkdale's different. It changes direction 3 times, and the winds can be very tricky because you're always kind of going in a different direction. Many people feel this is the finest links in England, and there's 4 other English courses where they play the British Opens, but this is a great one. I mean, the sand hills there are the largest and most extensive in England.
There's changes, though, from the last time they played here, right?
Correct. They completely redesigned 3 holes. That's very unusual because you think of the Muirfields and the Troons and the St. Andrews, nothing has changed in, hundreds of years. But here, they completely changed the 5th, the 14th, and the 15th. And so people who are watching, they might remember that the 14th was a par 3. That's gone. They remodeled the par 5 15th into the new 14th hole, and then they made a completely new par 3 15th. So kind of unusual for an Open Championship venue.
I read a comment from John Rahm who said the way this course plays and with that wind that you were just talking about, Hughes, he said you might see guys hitting 6 irons from 280 yards. Hughes, that's just wrong. Is that wrong?
Well, it's wrong enough now when I watch an American event and you see a par 3 and they flash up in the right-hand corner of the yardage 192 and they say, these 3 guys are all hitting 8 irons.
It drives me nuts. And just as a little side note, is the uniform golf ball going to happen? You think that's going to fly and it's going to change the game a little bit?
I think we're heading guys toward what's known as bifurcation, meaning it's the simplest solution, first of all. And that means that the pros will play 1 golf ball, and we, the amateur world, which is 99% of golf, will play the one that we're used to. Nothing will change for us, and the pros will somehow have an adjustment in the driver, perhaps, or an adjustment in the golf ball, or both, to limit their distance. It makes no sense to give all of us a ball that goes shorter. I mean,
Correct.
We hit it short enough as it is.
Right,
So,
that's true.
Correct.
It does make
And that's been some of the talk, though, hasn't it? That they're going to change all the golf balls? That sounds silly to me.
all the golf balls, the ones that they've tested, reduce the pros' driving distance anywhere from 10 to 15 yards. And for us, we'd see a 2 to 5%, reduction in the distance that we hit the ball, which will not be popular at all with anybody. But it will also be meaningless because, that smaller percentage. And for the pros, the average driving distance now is just about 300 yards on the Pro Tour. So knock them down to 290. So what does that accomplish? In my mind, nothing.
Let me go back to the Open Championship for a second. Why do you think it's difficult for English-born golfers to win? It's been forever. Nick Faldo, was that right? The last guy? 92. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to win on your home turf.
Yeah, it may be coincidence. It also may be just the fact that there haven't been a ton of great English players. You get down the list, Tony Jacklin, and then Faldo. You have an unbelievable number of talented ones, including kind of my favorite this week because he's from Southport, England, which is where Royal Birkdale is, Tommy Fleetwood. Can you imagine, guys, the Sunday of the British Open, this coming Sunday, England is in the World Cup final, let's say, and Tommy Fleetwood, an Englishman, wins at Royal Birkdale. I mean, the country will go mad.
It'd be out of alcohol.
That is the truth. I hate to say it. Hughes Norton is joining us, super agent. His book, you definitely need to read it. Rainmaker, Super Agent Hughes Norton, and the money grab explosion of golf from Tiger to Live and beyond. Final major of the season already. We've talked about that before. But Rory McIlroy wins the Masters, Aaron Rai wins PGA, and Wyndham Clark wins the U.S. Open. And nothing against Aaron Rai and Wyndham Clark, but those are not the names that you're thinking when you come to a major championship. You see one of the big namers maybe stepping up in this tournament, or do you think it could be another guy, obviously great quality player, who sneaks through and wins this thing?
I would like Jon Rahm for the simple reason that he grew up playing in Europe, played English courses all his life until he came to America. He finished second in a major earlier this year. I always pull for DeChambeau, but he's missed all three major cuts this year, which is kind of hard to believe.
Isn't that something? That's weird.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And so, and I'm partial, obviously, to Tommy Fleetwood because he's a very likable guy. But, if you guys had Rai and Clark and Rory, that's three in your trifecta, somebody made a lot of money betting those three.
Isn't that true? Yeah.
That's golf. It's impossible to, it's some quirky things about the British Open, guys. The last tee time on Thursday, 4:21 p.m. It's light there till 10:30 at night.
That's awesome.
So they're out there playing it at 9 o'clock at night, bright as day.
That's awesome.
Another quirk. This is the first major season since 1989 that neither Phil Mickelson nor Tiger Woods has played a single event.
Wow.
They've been such a part of our lives for so many decades. Together, they've won 21 majors and finished runner-up 18 times. They're not there anymore.
I think the game is looking for guys like them to step up.
Well,
Scheffler's won, DeChambeau's won. I love Jon Rahm. I'm with you, Hughes. But the game loves its stars. It always has.
Well, the money's gone from Live now. So where are we going with this thing?
I think it's going into the ground. I can't imagine that anyone is going to step up and put up the $300 or $400 million they need to keep going, next year. I think the players who are there all seem resigned to it ending. DeChambeau is still drumming it up and making some noise about continuing the tour. But the best thing for golf, let's face it, we want DeChambeau and Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton and the other 2 or 3 Live guys, Cameron Smith, playing with our Scotty Schefflers and Rory McIlroys and, the rest of the stars on a regular basis. That's the whole point. That's what makes sport great. And they've been split for too long. So I won't shed any tears if it goes away.
I think that makes 3 of us, or 4. Even Dan.
Sure does.
Dan's in on that too. So, Hughes, thank you very much. The book again, Rainmaker, Super Agent Hughes Norton, and the money grab explosion of golf from Tiger to Live and beyond. You're a good friend of the show, and we do appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Hughes.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Andy.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. And, of course, he was on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. You want to be
guests appear on the 92.3 The Fan hotline, powered by Wise Hard Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
This basketball talk coverage on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Talk to Hughes Norton, Rainmaker, Super Agent. That's his book that's out there. Interesting stuff about the Open.
I love talking to Hughes.
I do too, but I also think that I'm a little bummed out if they have good weather there. I love watching the greatest players in the world struggle with weather and then hitting the ball inside a bunker and then hitting it against the wall and then taking it
is kind of fun.
Taking 12s on a hole.
You know what I like though?
6s, 7s on a hole.
I like when, and we'll see this according to all reports right now, Royal Birkdale is really dry.
Yeah.
Right now, it's really fast. It's a really hard track. And that means you'll be seeing a lot of the low shots where guys will keep it on the ground and run the ball like crazy. That's always fun to watch. It's also fun to watch where the heck the ball ends up when a course like that plays that hard and fast.
Well, I also like the tidbit about how late it gets dark there now. I mean, we keep talking. There's all this talk about changing daylight savings time.
That's our country.
Yeah, no, I know, but look at there, and they'll be playing till 10 o'clock at night. I think that's awesome. With a 4 o'clock tee off time, I think that's great. I don't know, and it also makes, if you're watching it and you're hooked on it, it feeds into your addiction. I think at home, watching what you're seeing, you'll be there. You'll be locked in. I know you will.
Yes, if I am home and in front of the television,
I'll be watching.
I enjoy it very much.
Want to give you updates on LeBron James, what's going on.
What's going on, Andy?
Well, Bleacher Report about a half hour ago put out a story about Bronny and the trade rumors that are kind of out there. Front Office Sports, Alex Schiffer reported on Tuesday. Multiple front office sources from teams in the mix for James said they have discussed acquiring Bronny should his father pick their team. I think a lot of us knew this. He said one NBA executive told him, we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't discuss it. I agree with that, right?
Okay.
Bronny's signed.
Getting Bronny first?
No, just
getting him second.
Yeah, if they sign LeBron, that would the Lakers be interested in trading him? And go back.
Do you have to do that?
I don't know.
I mean, let's be honest. I'm all for Northeast Ohio kids coming back and playing here. Cavs need another 6'2" guard.
He was embraced here.
Well, one game.
Twice. The last 2 times they've been here. I just...
we've heard he's improved a lot and that he's, become a better basketball player, and that's good. He got shoved into the league before he was ready, really. And good for any young guy who can improve. I just wonder, is the best thing for him to be, on Dad's team again? Best thing for him from a professional standpoint might be not to be on Dad's team.
To stay there. I thought our conversation with John Ireland the other day was eye-opening, saying that at times
Lakers love him.
He's the third most popular guy on the team. How does that play with LeBron not being there? I don't know if that's still the same. And he said they love they like his development, the way he's he's kind of, which I think is all kind of a pleasant surprise, because there's a lot of people who didn't think he was ready for the NBA when they brought him on board.
Why?
Because he wasn't.
That's correct.
Yeah, when you put him in the G League, that's what you're saying. So I don't know. The Bronny part of this is interesting. The Bleacher Report story also said, Mark Stein and Jake Fisher reporting the conspiracy whisper was making the rounds about the Cavaliers keeping a roster spot open in the potential trade for Bronny. Shams also said, or Shams Charania also reported on NBA Today yesterday, LeBron's inching closer and closer to a decision. I think we're all kind of there. There was a story yesterday about LeBron has all the information he needs. Now it's up to him to pick whatever team he wanted. The other one is Flo, the soccer player that got the red card for Team USA, signed on with Clutch Sports. That's another thing, another kind of little story about LeBron that's out there. Signed on with LeBron's and Rich Paul's Clutch Sports Group. So whether he's looking for another team, Dan had all the tea on that about him trying to leave his current team and trying to get to the next place. So does that matter that he signed on with LeBron's group?
I don't know if he totally wants to. I want him to. I want him to get out of Monaco. He's just not getting the training that he needs there, and he needs to find himself to either a high-up team in the German Bundesliga or to find his way into Spain and La Liga, one of the higher clubs where he'll play a whole bunch and get better training than what he's getting at Monaco. So I don't know if that coincides with it or if it was one of those of, hey, I did the LeBron dance, and now they're interested in me, so I'll take him as an agent, sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know who else they have in the realm of soccer either, so I can't help you in that regard if this is new charted territory for Rich Paul and the gang.
I don't know what they have either, as far as I don't know that I've ever even talked about the Bundesliga or whatever that is.
It's the German professional league.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I don't know that that's ever hit our air. Maybe we've talked about it once or twice. One of the other stories. You do. I love your passion for it, though. I'm not going to lie. I feel smart. I mean, we do. Why am I smarter? You make me smarter about professional soccer.
Way to go, Dan.
Thank you. Good
Got
job.
that going for me, which is nice.
Front Office Sports, one of their headlines today, NBA executives split on where LeBron James will end up. While many believe James will sign with the hometown Cavaliers, multiple team executives told Front Office Sports the Warriors were a real option. There was also the story that GMs are talking to each other. I think this was Wendy had this. GMs are talking to each other, and they're all asking you, what do you have? What do you have? Who knows what's going on? And they're saying that LeBron is reaching out to other players about possibly playing for their team.
Well, that's swell.
Yeah. That's the latest on LeBron. We've been chasing the story for a while now.
No, we're not. The story will come to us when they're good and ready to give it to us.
Oh, okay, Jeff. Thank you.
Andy, right?
Yeah, they're going to tell us.
We can talk about it all day long, but we're not chasing anything. We're all sitting here like do.
Again, this is the best week of the year to do it, but it also falls in line with NBA free agency and that there isn't a whole lot going on other than the World Cup and British Open, and baseball comes back with one game on Thursday, and then over the weekend they've got a full slate of games. It's a very opportune time for LeBron to have his name in the headlines in everywhere, every radio station, anybody that talks sports or has anything to do with sports is talking about LeBron James right now, and all that does is up the value. Every time you say his name, it's worth something.
Ups the value of what? Of what the team's going to have to pay him?
Talking about LeBron. The first time LeBron hit me as a worldwide sensation, and again, remember LeBron was just getting drafted in 2003, right? So, and I remember,
correct.
And then that was the same year we got married, and I remember being in Aruba.
You and LeBron got married?
No, I didn't marry him. For some reason, I like him as a basketball player.
Okay.
And as a friend. How's that sound? He's not a friend. But,
nice fella.
Yeah. I just remember somebody like from another country. We were sitting and we were just chatting with someone. They're like, "Where are you from?" And I was like, "Cleveland." They were like, "LeBron James," and I'm like, "That was in 2003."
Well, he had been on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
But still, that's kind of. That's how long he has been. And if you don't continually say someone's brand, they fall off the radar.
Well, they continually say their brand. Good for them. They're great at it.
You think people are going to be disappointed if he doesn't come here?
Yes.
Are they going to be mad?
No.
Is it going to be awkward when he comes back?
No.
I don't think so.
They'll get applause. The hatred is gone. And it should be gone.
Yeah. It was gone. Only if you like the parade. Jeff, you ask people that question all the time. Did you like the parade? What if they say, no, I didn't like the parade. They didn't have enough barricades up. And it was too hot for me.
Blame the Republicans.
It was too hot. Oh, you're going to get political on this?
No, they took them all. They took all the barricades.
They had to move them out. I don't feel like not everyone's in the pool on this. And I think it goes back to something you said earlier in the show that we really haven't discussed a whole lot about. He's going to be 42.
There's a lot of stink and a lot of hype around. I don't mean stink in a bad way. There's just a lot of hype and talk and everything else around a guy who is still a really good basketball player, but is no longer. He's not going to put a team on his back and win a championship.
No. Oh, he could though. In the end of a game, he could.
Maybe it didn't happen in Los Angeles. You know, they had a lot of early playoff exits out there during his 8 years, and he probably needed some help. And he'd have help here, and in Philadelphia, and in Miami, and at Golden State. So I think if those are the four teams that I think are the most likely, I think he'll end up in a good spot. And he'll help that team, Andy. Yep. He'd help this team.
All right, if anything happens to LeBron here in the next 25 minutes, or he makes a decision, or we find out when he's going to make a decision, you'll hear it right here on 92.3 The Fan. I got one more story I want to kick around for you when we come back. 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody.
Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. All-Star game tonight on Fox. Looking forward to trying to find a place to watch it because I can't get Fox 8 on my antenna. I was complaining about that to you this morning.
That's stunning to me.
What do I do? Take my antenna and put it on the roof? I don't even know
what you can do with your antenna.
What am I supposed to do with my antenna? Where am I supposed to stick it? First floor, second floor?
Dano.
I can't be the only one that has trouble picking them up.
Dan?
You are like a champ.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
There are streaming options that you could probably sign up for a free trial if you would like to. And
just for tonight?
Yeah, just so that you can get it for tonight.
I don't know. Normally when there's stuff on, I'm lucky enough to be at a place where I can watch games when they're on Fox during the NFL season for the most part, so I don't really think about it. I do leave my family high and dry on game day during the NFL season because of it. And
they love game days.
It's my fault. They have to go. I know Tropical Storm goes over to other places to watch the game. But, yeah, I have trouble getting them in. I can't be the only one that has trouble picking them up. I was trying to read this morning about why, and I didn't realize this, but there's still UHF and VHF digital signals out there.
Nice.
And that, I know that I need to point that antenna towards Parma. In case you guys didn't know, that's where most of the TV antennas are. They're in Parma. That's why when you drive by there,
high ground.
Yeah. But I've tried it. It doesn't work. I don't know. Maybe I'll do something crazy and maybe I'll put an antenna on a TV that's upstairs and I might have a better shot at getting it. And then I'll point that antenna towards Parma. It's like the good old days, Jeff.
Or just call and get cable.
Yeah, maybe. 216-474-0092. You're definitely watching tonight, right? You're in on the All-Star game?
Yeah, I'll watch. I won't be sitting there from beginning to end, maybe. I don't know, but I'll be watching.
Other than our guys, what are you watching for?
I'm not. I just want to see a baseball game, and I want to see our guys.
And you just want to chill?
Yeah, I want to see our guys play. I want to see Cade Smith close out the game. If he doesn't, I want to see him pitch an inning somewhere. And I truly want to see Travis Bazzana.
I could see Bazzana as one of the guys that doesn't play.
If there's a guy who wouldn't play, I would think it's Travis Bazzana.
Yeah, I hate that feeling going in there. I mean, you knew of a bunch of...
Parker Messick might not go either.
Yeah, that's possible too.
You never know.
That's a good point.
Maybe they keep him back.
I don't know. I think back to all these All-Star games and, the fact that every team has a player. I kind of like that. I think it's a great idea that every team has a player for the All-Star. It's for the fans. And I don't know. I like the fact that teams, everybody gets a player.
It's a good idea.
Yeah. Dan, what are you watching for tonight?
Everything. I'll watch every single pitch of it and love every bit of it. It's as good as it gets. The All-Star game is so much fun, and it'll put a smile on my face through the whole thing.
It's the best game. It's actually a game.
My favorite part of it is probably going to be watching the entire country realize how good the Miami Marlins are and how many Miami Marlins that there are in this game. That's always the fun part, is you get a bunch of people going, wow, this guy from this team that I haven't watched all season is pretty darn good. It's like, yeah, there's more to these guys besides the Coasts and New York and your team. There are other teams too with good players.
There are other teams too.
I think we kind of found that out.
It's also very fun.
You could kind of find that out last night too from Home Run Derby, right?
I think a lot of people learned who Jordan Walker was.
Yeah,
and it's really fun to see a lot of people learn who Jordan Walker was.
Boy, is he having a great season.
He is.
Ooh, he's on fire. Forget the Home Run Derby. He's having a great season.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. And then last night it was great how on Netflix they ended up getting him afterwards and then dragging his dad in, audio courtesy of Netflix.
They're still booing you. What's it like to have 40,000 people boo you?
I was once told you don't boo nobody, so it feels pretty good. Yeah.
That's right. How about your dad, Derek? Get over here.
Yeah.
Get over here. How about your boy?
Oh, he was awesome today. I just loved everything about it. Just his attitude, his approach, the smoothness, his swing. Looked like his dad.
Drop a basket line on the end. You know, he looked like his dad.
Looked like his dad. Chip off the block.
I got news. I don't want my kid to look like me. I can tell you that.
Neither does your wife.
Curse of the stomach. That's what I say. Gifted to me by my father. Thank you. Rest in peace.
Drops line is after another kid drives one into the gap. Yeah, looks like his coach. Looks like his dad.
Things I used to worry about when I was younger that I really kind of don't care about right now, but the fact the National League has won 2 out of the last 3 games after the American League has dominated them. Anybody
Riot.
care?
We have to riot.
Anybody care? Anybody care? I know
I'm
Jeff.
really steamed
Jeff
about it.
could care less. The other thing I was going to bring up too is that now we're looking at a National League park for the 2nd year in a row, and next year the Cubs will get it.
Oh my God,
that'll be fun. They're going to need to put netting up though for the sake of those windows all around Wrigley.
There is no.
Going to go nuts. Though. They might run out
that's
of beer.
probably true.
We don't know
Home
where
run
they're going to be
derby
in
at Wrigley.
28.
That's going to be fun.
Oh well, 28 is going to be year off, so
Not
it's
if you're
going to be
standing out on the street.
Wrigley's going to be fun. As if they're going to have to put nets up.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to go from 2024 to 2029 before, and who knows if they'll go to an American League park after that, because you're not going to play. Remember, we were talking about this before the show.
Yeah.
I love the thought of taking 11 days off in the middle of the season to play the Olympics. It's great. It's great for hockey. Why wouldn't it be great for baseball?
So let me throw this at you partially too.
Yeah.
CC Sabathia was doing an interview. It had a really interesting point that he said that one of the things he changed about baseball is the fact that the All-Star break is such a short break that you never truly feel like you get to rest.
If you're an All-Star.
And to him, the All-Star break should be the entire week. It should be like a full 7-day, and then we all come back. I think it's a really interesting idea.
Well, the Olympics is going to
You almost
put
get
more
a
pressure. You'll have more players. And by the way, they have 4 days off now. It used to be 3.
Right. And so he was saying you should turn it into 7. And in that way, the guys who play in the All-Star game also get time off as well to help recover.
Yeah, that's not happening. Unless you want to play in November, in the middle of November.
Yeah, I would think that's unlikely.
Just one of those things that was starting. I went, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't see it. I can't see them getting. I think 4 days feels long. And by the way, a day off when you're running a Major League Baseball season for 162, a day off feels like a week sometimes when they're doing it every day. And I lived that life for 5 years, and yeah, I longed for an early rain out or a day off. And if you had an early rain out before a day off and got 2 days off, man, that feels like a month when you're in the middle of baseball season. And the hard part is I think there's a psychological letdown when the season ends because it's go for 6 straight months. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, we're done.
I got nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cold. We'll stop it cold. Meredith Kane, do we have a moment of the show?
We sure do. It comes from Dan Wetzel, and he was talking about some of the different aspects of the 5-for-5 eligibility rule.
But for the most part, most of the kids are going to be enrolled by the time they turn 19. And what you can't do is go and say, I'm going to play this for the next 3 years. And now, the G League didn't work out. I'm 21, but I've never used my college eligibility and I've never played in the actual NBA. Or I'm a European, and then you end up with 25, 26-year-olds eventually playing college sports. So it's a better – now, look, there are a couple waivers, religious thing, military. I mean, you can join the military and then, but those are going to be much – they're clear and they're much less likely. You're not gaming the system by saying, hey, I'm going to go on a Mormon mission for 2 years because that'll somehow help me get to the NFL or the NBA. I mean, so they're reasonable things. So it's a good step that will cut down on these things. Again, it's a little bit more of a high school system where it's like, look, if you're 5 years, you're injured for 3 of them, or something happens, that's really unfortunate. But we don't need to destroy the whole system because of the misfortune of a few people who had a tough situation.
Dan Wetzel, ESPN. You can go back and listen to that. Mary Kay Cabot at 11. Hughes Norton. They're all available on the Odyssey app, 923thefan.com. We now ask you, why are you smarter for listening to Baskin and Phelps? Brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Menningen.
Social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers. Smarter Today, courtesy of Hughes Norton. Always good to hear from Hughes and talk golf, and the litany of knowledge that guy has when it comes to the game is fantastic. 923thefan.com, wherever you get your podcasts.
Meredith Kane.
I'm smarter because of Dan Wetzel. I thought his information on NIL and the 5-for-5 rule were really informative.
Jeff Phelps.
I enjoyed all of our conversations today with our guests and our own conversations. But when I asked Mary Kay Cabot, do you think the quarterback of the future of the Browns is playing college football next season? She said yes. And I thought, okay, I'm on the same page. And I hope somebody changes my mind. That would mean somebody on this team right now does a great job next year and we have our quarterback.
I concur. I want to thank all those folks that have been telling me on social media and texting me how to make sure that my antenna works to try to get Fox, which is a struggle for me. I don't know. I've heard other people say it's a struggle for them too, but that's through the antenna on my television. Hey, we appreciate you listening today. Again, if anything happens with a LeBron James story, you know to be locked in right here on 92.3 The Fan. We'll see. He's going to be on a podcast on Thursday. Maybe that's when we'll find out. ESPYs are tomorrow night. Marcelo Hernandez, former John Carroll soccer.
Maybe Marcelo will announce where LeBron is going.
That would be good. Marcelo Hernandez, who's on Saturday Night Live, who played soccer with John Carroll.
And maybe he says,
hosting
maybe Marcelo
tomorrow
just says, LeBron is going to take his talents to the Blue Streak soccer team.
Be a big day in University Heights if that was the case.
Would be huge.
They'd have to rebuild the gym.
Sure.
They just put in a beautiful, brand new indoor track and field facility.
Lovely.
It's very nice. Yes. All right, so we'll keep you continuing coverage on LeBron James. You know, Afternoon Drive is coming up next too, so they'll have you covered on all that stuff. And don't forget, all of our interviews again available with the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. That'll do it for today. We are back again tomorrow at 10. Until then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
I cried wolf twice.
Yeah, that was the second time when nothing then happens. You're the boy who cried
those
wolf.
cancel out. It's the two negatives made a positive or two positives make a negative. It's that same principle.
That couldn't be further from what the boy who cried wolf is.
No, he didn't cry wolf twice. If he had cried wolf twice and only twice, he would have been fine. He cried wolf 12. I'm talking on my ass.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. That open, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we salute the Supreme Leader, because if we did not, there would be consequences. We've got Jake Murren, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You guys can watch all 5 hours live in real time. Don't forget to subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free after all. Ring that bell. Not you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito. And, of course, like our videos, we desperately need to be liked. And we got Matt Corrali, baby doll, on the 2020s. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How's it going today?
Another lovely day. Just another between the LeBron stuff. I kind of miss watching Gardo's baseball at night because the rest of baseball content does nothing for me, at least the national stuff. But no, I mean, life is really good. We're marching towards football season. I feel like we're in our element here.
I think it's 2 weeks from today, and every team across the NFL will be participating in training camp in some capacity.
The only thing I'm not ready for is sitting outside at camp after everybody goes home. There's like 2 hours, and it's just,
everyone's gone, the whole field's gone, and it's just me and you talking.
I want to say this is first world problem.
Yeah.
I love the first 3 hours so much that the last 2 hours pales in comparison. It really does. But man, when you got sweat in unmentionable places and the sun's, that's the one thing that I've thought about. Of like, that'll be the one part that every day I walk in, I'm like, I'm thankful that last hour really flew.
Yeah, when even like the groundskeepers have had a day.
Yeah.
They're gone. Everyone just disappeared. And then even like trying to leave, sometimes they lock the gates. You're like, do I got to jump this thing? I'm not jumping this thing.
I can't jump. Yeah, can't.
Although we do some walking every now and then after those shows.
Yeah.
We've never just gone out there and just thrown a football and just kind of made it our own little playground, mainly in fear of somebody coming and yelling at us. But I don't think anyone's really around enough to even yell at us.
I think that's also the fear of anyone seeing me do anything that approaches athleticism at my current weight.
Oh, yeah. Is that what it is?
I don't look athletic right now. Even if I got to like my fighting weight in college, which was like 290, I don't look athletic. You get me to 250, I might look athletic.
So the hard part about how you grew up athletically is that you were a lineman.
Yeah.
There was no way to showcase that as an adult.
Yes.
Like what are you going to do? Get in some stances at the bar at 11 o'clock at night? Like You're a crazy person if you do that. You do some 3-step drops. You're not doing it.
Ironically, if I just, while everybody's still there, if I just do a nice kick step.
Yeah.
That might, but then everyone's gonna be like, "Who's that d-bag doing?"
Why are you doing kick steps? What exactly? What's happening there? And so there's just no way to showcase that athleticism. So that sucks for you.
So LeBron watch continues.
Yes,
a hard pivot. LeBron watch continues, and we've gotten to the point where everyone's weighing in. Byron Scott and Olden Polynice. I saw sound in our folder, and I don't know we'll play either. We might not. But I was like, that this story has gone through and trickled down to an Olden Polynice, who, in fairness to Olden, the reason he was in the NBA was that he was 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
That's like, hey, you're professionally tall. That was his like NBA career in a nutshell when he's out here being like, LeBron doesn't have leverage. This is a joke. It's like, all right. Maybe the story, I'm still enjoying the story.
Yeah.
But when Olden Polynice is firing off takes about LeBron and not being as relevant, I'm like, kettle, whatever, the pot kettle, whatever.
Yeah.
But also like, okay, maybe parts of the story have jumped the shark.
Parts of it have, but here's the come around in this story. And this is, I think, what Rich Paul and company have wanted, and they've accomplished it with someone like myself. I've now boomeranged to the idea that I'm more worried than I once was. Worry has now crept back in. All this chatter about the Warriors and it being basically the Warriors and the Cavs now. And again, this is I don't know that LeBron even has made up his decision. I have no inside information on any of this.
I'm hearing a lot of things.
It's just
the streets are telling me lots.
Yeah, the streets have been talking for a long time in this entire stretch. By the way,
streets in Miami, streets in
Cleveland,
streets
everywhere. And so I don't know. I can't explain the feeling I have in my stomach regarding this decision, but what I do know is that I am more worried than I ever have been that it will not be the Cavs. There's no basis for this. There's nothing has come out. It's just connecting all the dots that we've had for 2.5 weeks now. Rich Paul talking about happiness, going on the thing about not caring necessarily about titles. The golf part of this where he wants indoor and outdoor is still staying in my brain, and it's just been enough breadcrumbs where I just wonder if it's always been Golden State and we should have been paying attention more in the beginning instead of just dismissing it.
I think that again happens in the vacuum that is nothing really insightful from anybody in LeBron's camp. Even like Rich Paul's podcast, like that's out there for a reason, and he's doing a lot of great content. Good for him. Great globe for the podcast. I take none of this at face value. The funniest part is, if anybody missed our new segment, 32 teams in 16 days, which happens at 6:20, so we're splitting up each day with 2 different football teams. And we asked Dan Day of WQAM in Miami, who is the most positive guy in Miami sports I've ever heard.
He's got a lot to be positive about.
He's got a lot to be positive.
Lives in Miami.
Lives in Miami. We don't need to relitigate that at 6 o'clock. But I'd do it if I had to. But we're like, how confident are you? He's choosing the Heat, and he's like 65% because the streets are telling me things. And
I don't buy the streets. It's not the streets. It's just there's 2 things working at play here.
The same 70 people texting each other, by the way.
It's 2 things working. One, the idea of where people really go crazy in the loony bin is just living with their own thoughts for too long. We've had no inside information. I've just lived with my thoughts for too long. But the other part of this is that I just have a hard time thinking that the Cavs were the front runner this entire time, and it was so obvious, and it's sitting right there, and then we actually see it come to fruition. That's the part I can't get over. We've led this race for too long for it to then result in it being the Cavs. That's the worry I have deep down in my stomach about whether or not this can actually be reality. And we've had enough time now with this that I've been able to convince myself maybe, just maybe, we should have given the Warriors more thought in this.
I have got Jeff Phelps' level of contentment with this.
Maybe that's the problem.
I am as zen. And by the way, that doesn't mean that I'm 100% sure LeBron is coming home. But if LeBron comes home, I will be thrilled. I will be so happy. The next 8 months, if that's all we get, because again, going through the next playoffs, if that's all we get, is more than enough. Being able to say goodbye to LeBron in his NBA career, as a Cavs fan, I didn't think we'd ever get the chance to. So just that idea makes me so overwhelmingly zen that I also understand that if it doesn't happen, well, I already have questions about the Cavaliers. If LeBron has those same questions, I can't really be mad at him.
I know, but the goodbye that you're talking about then gets ripped away from you. This closure that apparently you needed, or at least you're going to enjoy, it just gets ripped away from you.
But I don't feel entitled to it. I do think there are people in town who feel entitled to it. I don't. I will sign up for it every single day that we possibly can. I hope that it's not just 1 year, but it's 2 years. And I think it would be a joyous experience for 2 full years if LeBron came home for the last time.
Of course it would be. And you would have been able to have all sorts of different roster changes, and it would look different, which is what we need.
But whereas in 2010 and 2014, I felt entitled to LeBron, I don't. Some of that's the title. Some of it is he doesn't just belong to Cleveland. He does belong to the NBA. So even if it's going to be weird to see him in a Sixers uniform, or it's blasphemous to see him in a Warriors uniform, at some point I'm going to have to be like, I root for LeBron. I stand for LeBron. Yes. I want him to have the biggest platform as he goes out.
And I get that. And listen, we'll both have to accept it. I'll have to see the Cavs do some changes instantly and try to figure out what this roster is going to look like. I just have this uneasy feeling. And if I'm being truthful about it, I've had this uneasy feeling the entire time. I had it in the very, very beginning of this when you were off. I kept talking about Golden State for a few different reasons. And I just, as we're getting closer and closer, seems like, I don't know, what are we, 24 hours away potentially from the actual decision being made? I just have this uneasy feeling that it's not going to be us. It's not inside sourced, obviously. It's just me telling you how I feel going through this process.
If people were checked out on the Cavs after they got swept in the Eastern Conference Finals, and people are still mad about that, more mad than I am. I was really upset at the time, and I think I've just come to grips with who this team is as constructed if Donovan's your best player. And I can live with that. I can live with being in the Eastern Conference every year, and they're going to have to talk championships because that's what you're supposed to do in the NBA. Act like that matters more than saving from the second apron to the first apron or keeping Donovan happy, all the stuff that goes into just trying to stay as a functional team. But, like, make no bones about it. If at this point LeBron picks anywhere but Cleveland, people are going to check so hard. They're already checked out on this Cavs team to some
checked
degree.
out with you just talking about the idea of LeBron not being
They're
here.
going to be so checked out. Like, you know, we always try and make sure that we start talking about them early in the season so that it's a logical transition when NFL goes away.
Yeah.
Good luck talking about the Cavs in October, November, December, January, or February at all if LeBron doesn't come home.
I know.
Like,
that's why this is a massive decision.
But it's going to hurt the Cavs, and it's going to hurt the interest in the Cavs. It's not going to hurt my interest in the Cavs, but it is going to hurt the general interest.
I know, and LeBron doesn't have to care about that, by the way. LeBron doesn't have to care about whether or not the Cavs are set up, and LeBron doesn't have to care about whether or not Donovan Mitchell gets a championship or anything. LeBron just has to take care of LeBron. And I really feel like he's gonna go towards what makes LeBron happiest. And I think a 50-minute private jet flight home to Los Angeles, being on the West Coast, playing with friends, golf courses everywhere. You get the all the different money that's involved in San Francisco and the areas to grow his portfolios. Like, can
I get you some Ativan?
It's always worried me. It's always been a concern, and now that we're actually like 24 hours away, we're knocking on the doorstep of it.
We're spiraling.
It's just the reality. I need to make this clear to you guys. And this is not to make anyone feel bad or worse about it. Listen, I hope beyond hope that it ends up being the Cavs. I've just always had this deep, dark thought in the back of my brain. And as we're getting closer and closer, it's like when you're knocking on death's door. You're like, I just need to let you all know my real thoughts on everything in life. This is how I feel. Like I'm worried about it.
You've got a furtive imagination, and you've got a propensity for anxiety, and I think that's at play here. And listen,
maybe
I'm not here to tell you that I know anything definitively about LeBron.
Things I laid out, and then also mixed with Rich Paul's comments, which has been directly in lockstep with him going to Golden State. Is it like, do we just get too much trickles to go ahead and make it all of a sudden be reality?
None of it matters. They're not. There's no breadcrumbs here. There's none of this. It's silence. And so, like, if we just strip everything away, what is the best ending to LeBron's story? Knowing that is guided so much of his decision-making until he went to L.A. and when it was about the lifestyle stuff, which maybe that's now taking precedence. But, like, it's always been about what's the best way to further the story.
But he hasn't cared about that in 7 years in Los Angeles.
I would imagine if he doesn't care about how the end of it is. Because the thing that he could have in acing the end of the story is that's not something Michael Jordan has. Michael Jordan had it, then unretired, went to Washington, and that thing was a fiasco compared to his Chicago.
Sure, but maybe his version of acing the end of the story is him going to play with a bunch of people he wildly respects, has appreciation for, while also living a good life. 50 minutes away from his house in Los Angeles.
I feel like we're on the verge of a Goodwill Hunting situation
having access to all these golf courses.
Jonathan, it's not your fault.
Being with all the money and the influence that is there in San Francisco.
Jonathan, it's not your fault.
All those tech bros. I know it's not my fault,
Jonathan.
But it'd be disingenuous of me if I didn't voice this and didn't let people know that with like potentially 24 hours to go, a lot of doubt has crept in, and it's not founded. It's not come from anything. They've just given me too much time to sit with my own thoughts is the problem here. But it's something that I initially said day one of this whole entire thing, and you've given me enough time to go all the way back, Nick. And I don't love that I'm here. I don't. But people think it's a slam dunk. We've led this race for too long. We've led the race for too long.
Do you hear yourself? I just wanted, like,
all of
Mac,
this.
do you hear it? I just nod your head yes or no.
In what world
Mac
do we lead this race for this long, and then it actually comes through?
The world in where he's from Northeast Ohio, and this is the best ending to his story. That's the world.
I think we're playing a lot into an ending of a story that I don't know that he necessarily cares the same way about.
I just want you to know you're in a safe place. If you want to, we'll get you a special white jacket where you can. We'll remove your belt. We'll make sure that the scissors and the sharp objects get out of here. This is a safe place, the trust tree with the nest, and you're okay, Jonathan.
I'm just telling you where my gut is telling me, okay?
You always say the loins. Here?
You always talk about the loins and where you feel it and where it is. With 24 hours left to play here, and I think I'm on a 24-hour clock down. I don't know. I've made up a timeline.
Down.
I've made a timeline for this whole entire thing, and I think we got about 24 hours.
My loins, it's a different kind of down.
Easy now.
Rhymes with clock.
And so here we are. So that's what it is.
216-474-0092. Jonathan is spinning his wheels. There's a lot of anxiety here. I am at Zen. I am Jeff Phelps level contentment. Where are you guys? 216-474-0092 at Nick Wilson says at Jay Peterlin. On social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got John Fanta coming up at 4:20. Cleveland's own. We'll see if his anxiety, it's a birthday boy, by the way. We'll say happy birthday to John as well, but we'll get his anxiety about LeBron. Albert Breer coming up at 5:20. We'll talk about the franchise values and the latest in the NFL. And then at 6:20, 32 teams in 16 days continues. Matt Perino, Bills reporter for Syracuse.com, and Tiki Barber, host of Evan and Tiki weekdays on WFAN in New York. We'll preview the Bills and the Giants and get their take on your Cleveland Browns as well. 216-474-0092. Are we feeling the anxiety? And Chris Haynes had a big update on LeBron and the information he needs in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Guys, there's so much to love about winter, right?
ChumbaCasino.com.
The Cavs have locked up Donovan Mitchell this offseason. Could this be leading to a return for LeBron James?
Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Get all the latest Cavs breaking news right here on your number one source for Cavs talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. John Fanta, Cleveland's own, weighs in on Le Watch. Another day, another set of audio, another set of rumors and innuendos. A lot of eyes out there. The streets are talking, and sometimes they're talking nonsense. Mostly they're talking nonsense. But here is Chris Haynes on NBA on Prime Summer League action talking about the status of Le Watch 7.0.
I talked to LeBron James' agent, Rich Paul, and he said LeBron James has all the information needed. So now it's all up to LeBron James to make his decision. So as of right now, he is in deliberation phase. And so we can expect, well, we hope to expect, I should say, that he will make a decision at some point soon. But definitely the Miami Heat, Cleveland Cavaliers, they're in the mix along with the Golden State Warriors, Denver Nuggets, Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Philadelphia 76ers.
Everyone took this to be a different level of announcement. I took this in stride. The people that wanted to put out like the alarm things on like quote tweets of this thought it was like, oh, we're in a completely different mode now. It's like, yeah, if that's true, we'll see.
It was most of a vague thing I think I've ever heard.
Yeah.
So he's deliberating as opposed to last week when he was just golfing. Is that the idea?
No, he was not deliberating.
No,
right?
he was just golfing,
no,
right?
He was contemplating.
Oh, contemplating.
Yeah,
so
now he's deliberating.
deliberating.
And eventually we're going to get to maybe doing some of this. It's not even a word. He's just like, I got to think about this.
I like that it's also like he's got all the information now.
Yeah.
As if Rich Paul, and he legitimately might, put together like packets and be like, so this is
PowerPoints?
This maybe could be. Whatever gets through to LeBron. We'll have to ask LeBron what gets through to him. And like lays it all out and like, these are all the scenarios, as if LeBron hasn't considered the scenarios at hand.
Yeah, it's funny to me. Like, I know you've made a couple career moves. I clearly have made a couple career moves. And, the tougher thing was to lay it out to other people. Like I'm sure that there are people relaying things through Rich Paul that LeBron is curious about. But like the idea that LeBron, as much as he pays attention, is as much as honed in on as he is at any point in the NBA, the idea that he didn't have a general idea of where he might go in his options like 3 weeks ago, and now he's told now it's a totally different ball game. It's like, what could anyone possibly tell him?
No idea.
Yeah.
Zero. I mean, there is a part of LeBron that wants people to beg, so maybe he did want to see some of that.
Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to see how serious other teams were and everything that comes with it. I'm not really sure. By the way, we keep getting now reports the Pacers are emerging as a surprise team. Don't buy that for a second.
Yeah. Who's reporting that?
Alex Golden. And so there's a couple different and
he's
people,
a radio
people are
guy.
going
Don't
this.
want to take a shot at him.
He writes for the Pacers on SI thing, whatever that is. He's calling it like the Halliburton connection is too much basically, and now LeBron is emerging for that. And I just don't. That's not. Honestly, I'm surprised. Every writer, every local writer for an NBA team should have done basically what I think the Timberwolves writers all did, which is just speak about it and talk about it and say that they're interested and then just make that the content.
Might as well.
Why not? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen for Minnesota either, but why not just put the articles and get the clicks?
I'm kind of certain that's what happened with Denver. Like Denver's in, Denver's out.
No, Denver is worse than that. Denver's just Bill Simmons thinking it was a good idea.
Yeah.
And then everyone else being like, oh, Bill Simmons thought it up. Let's go with this. Like you can point to the genesis of the Denver conversation with Bill Simmons putting the Nuggets out there in the world.
So I think with your anxiety, all right? Your anxiety about it, I think I might have clued in.
Okay.
I think it's easy to feel confident when the Cavs are competing with 5 other teams for LeBron because you can start once you dispel one, you can dispel all, right? Whereas if it's very specific, Warriors versus Cavs, then it feels real, and then it's like, well, crap, look what they have.
Well, when we first started this thing 12 days ago, that's kind of what the conversation was. It really was. We hadn't done the Heat thing. We hadn't done the Sixers or the Timberwolves or the Nuggets or all these other teams. It had been, the Warriors are the front runners, and they're it. And then, you compile your list of reasons why, and you think about it. And this is the hard part of this conversation. We don't know what LeBron is thinking, and we don't know what he's prioritizing. We haven't the entire time. And so you going back to it's a good story, which I think 99% of people listening right now love that thought. It's like, yes, it's the best story he can have is going back to Cleveland. What if LeBron just doesn't care about the story?
Yeah, well, okay, what if the whole Golden State thing, what if Bill Simmons actually is right about something for once, and Golden State's always been leveraged to make sure that the Cavs are honest in their discussions, because even though that relationship is so much better than it was in 2011, I mean, why did it break up in 2018? Because Dan Gilbert decided he needed insurance in case LeBron left again and traded Kyrie Irving.
Could be. The interesting part about this for myself is that there's a scenario that exists where he goes to Golden State, and the reaction is universally, of course, it was always Golden State. Short flight over from Los Angeles. They play a lot of games on the West Coast, so he's really close to his home. He's got golf. He's got Draymond. He loves Steph, and he loves Steve Kerr and all these guys, and it was always Golden State. The same way, we also exist where if it's the Cavs, those same exact people can sit there, oh, it was always going to be the Cavs. The story, he's a story guy. Of course, it was always going to be the Cavs. He needed to make this ending the right one. And I just find it interesting that we live in this world now where, because we've been doing this now for so many days, both stories and both conclusions, Warriors and Cavs, both have that, of course, it was always going to be narrative.
Sounds like we need to lock it in because we can't control what a bunch of, let's say, disingenuous NBA media members do, where because they've talked about all 6 scenarios, they'll then go, hey, remember, I talked about this, and this is why I'm right. We're not going to do that because I'm going to say, right, I'm locking it in. He's coming to the Cavs. He is. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm not going to then be like, well, I knew it was the Warriors the whole time.
Yeah.
So I've solidified my spot, and this is a time.
This is not the time. Nope. I feel uneasy right now.
Nope. This is exactly the time.
Why hit me when I feel my queasiest about this whole entire discussion?
That's life.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Yeah. Well,
I don't love that. No.
Which is exactly what you should.
I refuse to lock it in.
Why do you have to be in a good cushy spot?
I refuse to lock. You're in the zen spot. You're in the cushiest spot of all.
Oh my God. Yes, I am.
I'm in the anxiety-induced, oh my gosh, what is happening right now?
Pop an Ativan and join me on the other side. Weed is legal.
I don't pop Ativan.
Yet. Right?
Yeah.
You might get bored after the kids grow up. I don't know what you're going to do. You start to get really lonely. Like, my kids kind of pay attention to me now.
Is that the road that I'm going down?
Oh, I think it's every dad. Like, you're like, that downside of being a really involved dad is once your kids are like, it's not that you're no longer cool, because my kids we're still pretty close, but it's like, yeah, Dad, I'm going to go play on my tablet, or yeah, Dad, I'm going to go outside. And it's like, oh, okay. You want to sit here and cuddle with Dad and watch a movie?
Yeah.
So yeah,
we went to Buffalo.
Weed, those things are legal.
We went to Buffalo over the weekend, and one of Elise's family members, because like my oldest kid even follows me to the bathroom, right? That's just kind of how it is. And so she followed me to the bathroom, and then I came back down, and then Elise's uncle was like, "Boy, you get no chance to breathe with that one, do you?" Yeah. And I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's just life, and that's fine." But you make a good point. I don't know what will happen 5 years from now when she can, do things on her own.
So you might as well start the Ativan now.
I'm not going to start the Ativan.
By the way, the Ativan's a placeholder. Whatever's going to dial you back in. I do want to point out, and this is, I hope LeBron's listening right now.
Me too. Me too, LeBron. Let's put that on the record.
And why don't you go ahead and tweet about it? At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin, again, don't do like I'm listening to 92.3 The Fan. I need specifics. I want the Pete Schrager treatment out of this.
Okay.
But the reason why I want LeBron to listen to this is, for a while I've said, no one's going to love you, LeBron, the way Cleveland's going to love you.
Mm-hmm.
I have now mountains of proof. We're going to play one piece of audio, but I've heard similar sentiments in Miami. I've heard similar sentiments in Philly, Minnesota. I haven't listened to Minnesota. That would be a lie.
What base does Philadelphia have for loving LeBron in a high way?
Well, no, but my point is, he's not just not going to be loved there. He's going to be treated like Spike Eskin, who's our counterpart at WIP in Philadelphia, sets it up if LeBron should join the 76ers.
I'm hoping, LeBron, if you're listening, if you're thinking about Philadelphia at all, you're thinking you're going to get some hero's welcome, I want you to know that there is one person who has a very loud voice that is not giving you a hero's welcome. That is, you don't think, you're like, I'm LeBron. Nobody holds me accountable. Everybody in the media kisses my ass. I'm LeBron. No, not here, bro. Not here, pal. Not here. You try to trade our young guys to get one of your old friends. You want the team to draft Shabazz Napier and then you leave. You want Russell Westbrook, whatever nonsense you want here. I'm calling you out. So understand, you are not getting a free ride.
I did forget how LeBron brings out the blowhard.
Wait, the laughs or what?
Just the, you're not going to get it here. It's like, you're not that important. I'm sorry. By the way, Spike Eskin's the future of this company. It's a stupid thing for me to say on record. He was just the program director, or brand manager at FAN.
Was the key there.
This is not smart to do. that is schlock jock, look at me Louie kind of thing that, quite frankly, LeBron is completely above in Cleveland and is above nowhere else.
He's above it?
Yeah. People don't do that with LeBron here. Yes, they do I know where LeBron's going. That's as bad as it gets. And by the way, we genuinely look at those people and go, you're full of crap. Like, no one's going to have that blowhard take that Spike Eskin had of like, there's one guy in Cleveland that's going to keep you honest, and it's me. And if he does, he works at like an AM station and nobody listens.
Yeah, okay.
That sounded very specific. I did not mean that.
Yeah.
No. That was not a specific shot. You know, I have no problem taking specific shots. I'm not going to get blowback for something I didn't intend
Why are you
as a specific
so
shot.
scared about this shot in particular?
I don't know. It's not what's going to happen to me. They're going to send me a
cares?
crappy text. But the point is, it's not specifically about anyone.
And if you think we're talking about you, we are.
And you know what? I'll be honest
How
with you.
about that?
The only guy in town who holds those AM guys accountable is me, because I'm not having it here. There's a specific hand motion.
Spike Eskin. How about that?
When I was listening, I'm not kidding.
I didn't take it the same way you took it. That's why I was fascinated by that.
I can't tell you the hand motion that I can't tell, and I can't do it because we're on YouTube here. There was a hand motion as I was listening to this video that I made in my car. There's this idea of we're bigger than LeBron.
Is it when I get Italian?
Nope.
Is it when I? It's not
no,
when it's
but
not
if
when
you
I get
turn it
Italian?
sideways.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hello, sports fan.
Yeah.
All right.
Getting back to those low-ends. We're not that kind of show, Jonathan.
I don't understand why basically anybody would think that Spike Eskin is going to be the one to hold him accountable. You heard the Philly fans last night. They were booing children in the outfield, okay? The Philly fans will love you until they turn on you.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they always work. They will love you until they don't, because look at Jalen Hurts. We had the guy yesterday on the air from Philadelphia who was like, basically send Jalen Hurts to anywhere but Philadelphia to play football.
And he won the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Won a Super Bowl 2 years ago. Exactly
not even
right.
like 5 years ago.
2
years ago.
And a good question. It's like, do you guys think Sirianni's basically, you said basically like an idiot, or do you think he's a genius? Which one is he closer to? He didn't say idiot, but he answered with the one that isn't a genius.
Yes.
Is my answer. And like this is how Philly sports works. They demand a lot. They ask a lot. I get it, but it is what it is.
But I think to illustrate the point, I think why it matters is anywhere LeBron, I listen, we can do to the what's the best ending to a story and whether that matters anymore. You can't tell me LeBron, after the last year and a half in LA, doesn't want to feel the love. He didn't feel the love from the fans. He didn't feel the love from the organization. Golden State, those fans aren't going to love you unconditionally. Miami, Philly, Minnesota, Denver.
It won't
no
be
one's going to live you
unconditional.
unconditionally.
That's the point.
Except Cleveland.
It won't be unconditional. Maybe Miami a little bit. I disagree with that sentiment. Maybe Miami.
That is just a dog bleep sports town, and I'm glad I caught myself there.
Well, they're not a great sports town.
Bunch of front running jamokes.
But LeBron won him 2 titles, took him to 4. He's got a place in their hearts.
And they
that's
still
just
like
the reality.
Dwayne Ward.
Yeah.
Dwayne Wade Moore.
And that is part of that story. That is not denying that. That is part of that story. But I think the idea that he goes to Philadelphia and rides off into the sunset. Listen, the part where Spike is right, though, and where all these other guys are right, if he wins a title for the first time in 43 years in Philadelphia, he will be looked at in another spot as one of the greats all time. And people act like it takes you a million years to become an all-time great. Kawhi Leonard, after 8 months in Toronto, is arguably the best player the Raptors have ever had. Like, you can do a lot really quickly in a short amount of time.
216-474-0092. We are on LeBron watch. What do you think about Spike Eskin's point there? He's going to hold him accountable. Finally, we got somebody. The great knight of Philadelphia. Spike Eskin's going to do it. Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Lay Watch rolls along. We've got John Fanta coming up at 4:20, Cleveland's own Albert Breer. Not Cleveland's own, but he's basically like another Clevelander at this point with how long he's been on this program. Going to be joining us at 5:20, 32 teams in 16 days at 6:20 as well. But there's so much going on. Let's go ahead and get to crickets.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Smooth broadcasting's there. Let's get to Cardinal slugger Jordan Walker. He eked past Kyle Schwarber of the Phillies last night in front of a Philadelphia crowd to win the home run derby. Did you enjoy the home run derby more, less, or the same as last year?
I loved it. I thought it was great. I like that Passan even afterwards was able to admit that his take was just categorically wrong. There was something about the time format that I never agreed with. The only thing I still like better when you get 20 swings than 15 and 15, right? I still like better when the swings, if you hit a home run, didn't count against your swings, but it is what it is. They kept it going. They moved it fast pace. I actually probably would have made it the first round just 15 instead of 20, and overall I had a really fun time watching it. A great ending.
What improvements can be made?
I don't know. I think this is really good. I love this format. I love this setup. Again, I think it really worked. In watching it, I wish they would have rigged it better so Schwarber would have gone second instead of Jordan Walker. I felt like that would have been like that. If you reverse that ending where Walker goes first, hits 11 home runs, and then Schwarber hits 6, it was the final ball to go ahead and have a walk-off win, that would have been about as great as you could possibly make it, all things considered, but they didn't rig it that way, and it was what it was.
So I think this is a tough thing to say because, it's like Judge is hurt, Ohtani's hurt, Giancarlo Stanton's hurt. So, like, some of the tried-and-true sluggers in baseball are just not healthy right now. Hosey's hurt. I would like it if it was like – if basically, like – I was thinking back to, like, 97, and it was like Jim Thome, Ken Griffey Jr., Mark McGwire, and the same biggest names were in it every single year. I think baseball has to stop. Like, I know Ben Rice is having a great year.
He is.
A nondescript player. Even Jordan Walker, and again, Jordan was a high-profile prospect. He's got a monster amount of power.
He's got like 22 home runs right now.
This is like the first year that he's been relevant. It's a little tough when Jordan Walker more often than not feel like the kind of guy that ended up winning the damn thing.
I know, but he felt like a real star last night, though, in many ways. Like, and his family was all there and everything, and it's like he's this guy that we've been talking about him for so long, and then the Cardinals, they debated whether or not he was going to make the roster this year. Like, there was a real consideration that they had. Like, it's a real come-up story, but I get it. I understand it. The 90s home run derbies were much better for a lot of reasons. I'll even take the early 2000s ones. I reference that Fenway one with McGwire all the time, because not only was it all the legends, it was the theatrics with everyone meeting Ted Williams at the mound before they did everything, and it's all these legends there and all these post legends, and they obviously there's things they can do, but honestly the biggest gripe I had with yesterday was not the format, not anything. It was how Netflix's producers did the event.
Yeah, that was a pretty common complaint.
That was a couple different reasons, and I did not see the complaints directly, so I'd be interested to see how off or close mine was. I thought the director actually doing it, I thought missed the idea. We want to see the ball hit the bat and then go. And he kept going towards their face when they were trying to actually make contact. And I thought that was a ridiculous way to format that. The other side of this, who is asking for some of these celebrities that are in on this?
Yeah, that was the bit with Will Ferrell doing the home run
maybe
call.
I just don't like Will
doing
Ferrell
a character
at this point because I've heard too many things about him being a nasty human and somebody I really used to like. Old School is one of my favorite movies of all time. I'll watch his stupid golf show that comes out in like 3 days. I will because I love golf. Maybe that's a part of it, but like him and Luke Wilson, I didn't know what was happening there.
Yeah, but the only thing, like Will Ferrell doing it in a character that isn't like the characters that he's done to like throw out the first pitch before, which has been like a baseball character. Even then, Like, it's a celebrity in a character that nobody's seen.
So how
yet.
much of it did you actually watch, though? Because I know we talked about it being like maybe
as
background
little
for
as
you.
possible.
Does that mean like none? Is that what that is?
It was on. No, it was on.
Okay.
On my phone.
Yeah.
But like I was reading a book half the time, and then even then, Vanessa was watching some Game of Thrones.
Did you
with
stay
dragons
up in time to see the finale between Schwarber?
Sure didn't. No.
That was riveting stuff. It really was.
I'm sure it was.
I don't want to make it seem like I'm just a baseball hunk over here advocating for it, because I'd tell you if it sucked. Walker hitting 6 or 7 home runs to end it and just erase the lead that Schwarber had was incredible. He was gassed by the end, though. He was taking pitches in between each. Like he was notably gassed.
I hate to see it.
All right, number 69 on the NFL Top 100 Players of 2026, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. Is that the right spot for Lamar Jackson? He has taken a big ding, I feel like, in any of these rankings that we have. A ding in any of these rankings that we have. Whether that is the NFL Top 100, whether that is the quarterback rankings from the ESPN executives that came out that had him 5th overall. Is Lamar Jackson's stock just down?
Yes, but it's weird that it's in this. I understand about all the other ways in which coaches or executives might ding him. I don't understand other players. That's the one, like the NFL Top 100, which is a jamoke of a thing. Like it's the least serious thing. It doesn't really matter. But it is a reflection of how players, to some degree, feel about you. And the idea that Lamar isn't top 25... Like, think about all the players that have, like, a good season and are overrated because their friends like them and voted for them.
Yeah.
I think this probably tells you that maybe Lamar has a likability problem around the NFL, which I just wasn't aware of.
Or maybe just the playoff problem is actually hitting him in ways it doesn't hit other guys.
But how? But that, again, with players?
Like, players care whether or not you win Super Bowls and go to the Super Bowl.
I feel like Lamar's the kind of guy other players would love because he's just a walking highlight. Even last year, even with the way last year went, like, the guy still... He's good for 3 or 4 clips you're going to see on Twitter and TikTok per game.
Also, there might be a segment of NFL players that like Harbaugh more than they like Lamar Jackson as well, and that might be a component to this because he did win that power battle.
Oh, that's interesting. It's just weird.
I would think the biggest part of this is players feel like as a whole, for a 2-time MVP winner, he has been vastly overrated in his NFL career.
I don't think players give a rat's booty about that.
I don't even know if the players are doing. I mean, you think how many players are actually sitting down and doing 1 to 100 and actually doing the whole list anyway?
No. That's definitely flawed. But the idea, I feel like Lamar has such name recognition and history, and the style of play is so fun. Like, that seems like the kind of guy that other players would stand for. The idea that they didn't and he's 69th tells you that literally they went out of their way to not vote for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's all of a sudden of like, oh, is he just not liked in the NFL? Like, is he a person that people just don't mess with at all? Because that's what that tells me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, one of the big things last night during the Home Run Derby, it happens anytime Junior Caminero does anything good in a regular season game and makes SportsCenter as well, was the throngs of Guardians fans crying, just over the top upset about, oh, Junior Caminero, he was ours. And I will ask you, will Guardians fans ever get over the Guardians trading Junior Caminero for Tobias Myers 6 years ago?
Probably not.
I don't get it.
Probably not.
He wasn't even he was 17. He had never played in America. Oh, by the way, he wasn't a heralded product of that class. I actually think Valera, if I'm remembering the classes, it was either Valera, Rocchio, or, oh my God, Aaron Bracco, I think. I'm trying to think of which class. But he signed for like $100,000 or $150,000, which is not nothing, but not something in that realm.
Yeah, he just goes in that category.
I just find it incredibly disingenuous. I think it's something to bitch about.
It's Junior Caminero. It's the 2 Diaz's. It's the thing people go to. That's how this is now.
But I understand they're bad moves. Like, they didn't work out. Rather, neither trade really worked out for you in the way you hoped, or even close to it. Because if either Miles Straw or Tobias Myers had worked out for you, I think the complaints would be less, but it's like, guys, why are we talking about Junior Caminero when you look at the success the organization has had outside of that? I understand there's some criticism, but to the level
I think it's because we could really use a Junior Caminero right now, but it's just
who was crying
what
about when Caminero got traded in 2021 or 2020?
Yeah, but that's not how this works, though. For a lot of people, that's not how this works.
I think it's low hanging fruit. I think it's trash.
I would argue I don't know that he develops the same way if he was staying with the Guardians the entire time.
I think that's fair. Also, again, these kind of deals happen all the time, and the players end up topping out at AA. The Guardians are unlucky in this. It's not like, oh, you didn't evaluate him right. That's why I got paid like $100,000 instead of like $1 million.
Yeah, I was. I saw this clip with Jordan Walker yesterday because obviously the home run derby, and then I got excited, and so I'm trying to find as much Jordan Walker content as I can. He came into the same problem that Yandy Diaz had when Yandy Diaz left here and went to Tampa Bay, and then all of a sudden started hitting home runs. And his big revelation was, I just got to swing up on the bat. And it's funny because Walker struggled in baseball for 2 years. 2 years, he top prospect, everything. In 2 years, he just sucked at the plate for the Cardinals. And they're like, so what turned it around? He's like, well, I stopped trying to hit ground balls and started to swing up on the bat. And it's like, oh, that's all it takes. I hate how stupid baseball is sometimes because the lack of instruction. It's so obvious. It's fifth grade stuff, guys. Some of these organizations just don't even consider it. It's just wild to me. All right, John Gruden wants to become a play-by-play announcer. He says he spent enough time in the booth, spent enough time around top broadcasters, feels like he could do it. Do you feel like John Gruden could actually become a top play-by-play announcer?
No. I think he could do the thing, but do I think he would be really good at it? No. No, because so much of that is focus, pacing, like the consistency of it. What made Gruden so great as a color analyst is how inconsistent he was. Not mean like he paid attention. I don't mean that. But his ability to kind of fire and just kind of say things that either nobody saw or make a funny comment. You can't really do that if you're driving the show.
I just don't think he's got the brain for it.
Yeah.
I just think his brain is all, you said scattered, and I think that's the right way to, I've just taken enough Gruden content. Like the things you got to do to keep it on the tracks and go. All these guys, they make it seem easy. That's part of the deal. That's why they're paid. That's why Joe Buck makes $25 million a year, because he makes it seem easy. It's not the easiest thing in the world, and you got to be incredibly focused.
I do wonder if we're going to get to a point where regular play-by-play guys are squeezed out as a way to give, basically save a spot and give more money to like color analysts who more often than not are the star of it.
And we've had a lot. It's not a. I'm not picking on Gruden. Or you're not picking on Gruden, I don't think, at least, because it's not that an athlete can't do it.
And I think he's a media superstar, by the way.
Well, and throughout the history of time, we've seen all sorts. This happens in baseball all the time. We saw all sorts of baseball players, play the game and actually be the lead guy. Hawk Harrelson, all sorts of guys that have been able to do that and really pull it off. And even guys at the national level for baseball to be able to pull off playing and then being the lead guy even after years of being a color analyst. And it can be done. It's just, I just don't know that Gruden's that guy.
A guy I'd be interested to hear is the one in that, if we use the radio, kind of terms on it, would be Ross Tucker. I don't know he has the energy, but I would be interested to hear Ross.
Oh, yeah, Ross would be interesting.
And honestly, Brady. But Brady in a one-man booth. I don't think he has the personality for it, but again, his problem might be that he has big thoughts trying to
his voice isn't big enough.
That might be fair as well, but I think that would be another guy. But I'll be honest with you, I'd go in thinking Brady couldn't do it.
I don't hate the thought though, that idea that as executives are going to pay more and more for the name brand, your lead play-by-play guy might actually have to be more than just a play-by-play guy.
All right, guys, that is Quick Hits as the show rolls on. A very nice honor for potentially the new face of the Browns defense in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's a 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. The watch rolls on. MLB All-Star Game tonight, as you heard in Matt Corrali's update there about 3 young players for the Gardos being represented tonight. But if you guys missed a moment in our show, you guys can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. But the ESPN rankings roll on here, the survey of league executive coaches and scouts to rank the top 10 players at 11 different positions. And we're on linebackers now, and specifically on off-ball linebackers. So on top of Carson Schlesinger being the Defensive Rookie of the Year last year, and clearly the most impressive Browns rookie last year, he came in at 3rd behind Fred Warner and Roquan Smith. And I will tell you, I knew he was going to be in the top 10. I was blown away that he was top 3 until I looked at the list and I thought, he could easily have been the number 1 off-ball linebacker in the NFL.
Well, you got 5 guys that are hitting the top 10 list for the first time. So it kind of speaks to the idea that off-ball linebackers having a nice little renaissance. It also seems like the 5 guys that are in there are also guys that are going to be around for a while. The Luke Kuechly comp is one I wanted to talk to you about because you spent time in Carolina, and obviously you'd have a close connection there. That being that, I mean, for any football fan, that's a major comp, obviously.
So it's pretty rare in the NFL that for off-ball linebackers, you have to watch their tape. Meaning, like, you'll sit there and then you watch a little bit of video and then watch a little bit more, and the whole time it becomes almost like a movie theater experience where, like, you're laughing, you're like, oh, he did not. What did he just do? Luke Kuechly was that kind of guy. Patrick Willis was another one of those guys. Bobby Wagner was one of, like, honestly, early in his career before the injuries got him, DeQuell Jackson used to be one of those guys, and I think people have kind of forgotten how good DeQuell Jackson was back in the day. But yeah, I mean, Carson Schlesinger, when you watch him, it is so obvious what a just all-around football player he is. He's everywhere. He's athletic. He hits hard. Like, I love the Kuechly thing because Kuechly, on let's say a emerging Panthers defense his rookie year, that means they weren't very good. The guy exploded off the tape. Carson Schlesinger with Myles Garrett, with Malik Collins, with Denzel Ward. He's not hiding. He's so obvious when you watch him.
It was obvious in preseason and training camp last year. You know, I think it was like 2 practices in. Everyone's like, oh, okay, so Schlesinger's not only awesome, like he's the real deal. This is easy.
But I think, like, Luke, I think he actually might be faster than Luke. And Luke, I don't know that Luke gets credit for how he can move, enough credit for how he could move. But maybe it's because I watched up close and personal the last couple years, where, again, he was still 27, 28, 29 years old. But, like, Carson Schlesinger is fast.
Yeah. I think one of the cool things about this and like the takeaways, and you know, Fred Warner, he played 6 games. He had the ankle injury, and so like he just kind of got the nod because he's Fred Warner.
And that's
like,
fine, by the way.
Perfectly fine.
That's a truly elite and maybe still somehow underrated player.
But it wasn't trying to stack up with Fred Warner and Roquan Smith necessarily. The idea was do it again. Like the takeaway is if you can do this again, you're going to climb up in these rankings even more. We can't put you any higher than those 2 because one season doesn't matter what you did. And he put together a season that's only been done 2 other times in NFL history, between the 2 sacks, 2 interceptions, 10 tackles for loss. We've only seen that 2 other times in NFL history. TJ Watt, by the way, having one of those seasons. But there's nothing more he could have done. I thought this was a great deal of respect for Schlesinger.
Yeah, here's the thing. I actually would have put him ahead of Roquan Smith. I think Roquan's still a very nice player.
Clearly, though, this is what the executives told you, though, is that they weren't going to do that because of his consistency, his elite instincts, everything that Smith has brought to the table.
I also think Roquan is being given a little bit of what Fred is. Like, Roquan's still a very, very nice football player. I'm not trying to say that. But I think Carson has the absolute claim to be the best off-ball linebacker in the NFL. which means I can't wait for a year from now. I've never said this, by the way. I've never said I can't wait for him a year from now when we're doing the off-ball linebacker rankings again, because I would just be shocked if he has another year, duplicates it. And oh, by the way, who's to say the kid can't be better in his second year?
Well, I mean, he's supposed to be.
Like, I think that's where it's like, you know, if he can be better than he was last year and take a step forward, I mean, that was the thing that always surprised me about Kuechly, is that guy was still getting better at like 28, 29 years old.
What's a successful year 2 for you for Schlesinger? Because his numbers, I mean, if you think about it, he already hit 150 tackles. You know what I mean? He already had we don't care necessarily about sacks with off-ball linebackers, but like he had enough tackles for loss at 11. He even got a couple interceptions on the year. Like he did basically as much as you can possibly do at the position.
If we go from the low end would be to be 90% of the player he was last year. The high end is to be 110%. And I think that's what's likely. I think he'll somewhere, if there's any drop-off in year 2, which I can't figure out why there would be outside of injuries, if there's any drop-off, it's going to be slight. And I think if it's going to be any improvement, it's going to have to be slight as well, because he was just that damn dominant.
Yeah.
Like, it's interesting. Like, I think the more people have talked about Carson Schlesinger, and maybe we haven't done it enough, but they like, I think there are people out there that think he's the guy that inherits the throne of the face of the Browns defense, and not Jared Verse, not Mason Graham, not Denzel, not any one of the safeties. And I think they're probably onto something. Like, I think he could be the best player in the NFL at his position, which is why it was never like, I had a couple years where Joe Hayden was the face of the Browns defense. I had a couple years where DeQuell was, or this guy, that Orpheus Roy was for a couple years as well. Like, the whole thing that Miles was the face of your defense for 9 years was so unheralded for what we had previously.
It was just unquestioned, yeah.
And just exactly, not even. I think if there's a guy that would be that can be that just for the next 8 years, 10 years, that's who it is. I think Carson Schlesinger's got a better chance than anyone.
Well, so what's interesting, so if we're doing the, who do you put up on the billboard? The Browns come down and they say, all right, we got a lot of offensive guys. Those guys sell the tickets. You know, we want to put those guys out front and center. Defense, you guys get one guy. You get one guy to put out on that billboard out there. I would think Denzel has earned it based off of history and everything attached to it all. I don't think Mason Graham has got it, which, by the way, I watched the PFF video finally about Mason Graham where they just trash him for 7 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe just acknowledge the idea that he played with a broken rib from week 13 on. Maybe just acknowledge that at some point. That's fine.
Also, your analytics guys, are you going to tell me about a half sack versus how many quarterback pressures he had?
I don't think Jared Verse is going to get that nod because he's brand new. I think he's got a chance to eventually down the line. But, yeah, if you're looking at it, Schlesinger probably gets the call on that. Maybe Denzel Ward's upset by that. Maybe he's pissed about that. Maybe he should be pissed about that. But Schlesinger's the future.
So to be the one person from the defense on the billboard, it's not enough just to be great at your position. You have to have the things that people pay attention to. And the same way in Cleveland that Denzel gets a little ignored because he doesn't have 10 interceptions a year or 7 interceptions a year, I think that costs him here too. Like, if you look at, you mentioned the stats. If you look at Carson Schlesinger's stats, they're gross.
Yeah, you got 156 tackles. You're constantly around the ball. You're constantly making plays. You're constantly involved.
Doing things that fans see.
Exactly,
right? Same thing with Miles. Like, one of the other reasons why it was unquestionable is it's like the most important position on the defensive side of the ball, and he was getting anywhere from 15 to 20 sacks a year. Like,
well, Miles was unique in the sense that not only was he obviously disrupting everything, that's not unique, but the idea that he almost had this LeBron quality to him where when I watch LeBron play basketball, I'm constantly just watching LeBron on the court. That's all. I just find myself even in plays he's not even really involved in. I'm just watching LeBron. That's what Miles was defensively. Yeah. You just kind of zeroed in on Miles, especially pre-snap. You're just kind of locked into Miles at a way that we're just usually not locked into just a pass rusher and seeing how that goes.
So what's interesting about what you're saying is I also think, like, I don't know. I don't think we have a good enough sense yet if Carson wants to be the guy on the billboard. I don't think Denzel cares if he's on the billboard. He's making his money. He's creating generational wealth from his family, and he's doing it for his hometown team. I think that's enough for Denzel. Just everybody else outside of Cleveland thinking he's a top 5 cornerback or top 10 cornerback for most of his career. I don't know Carson Schlesinger's going to want it the way I think Miles wanted it.
Well, Carson went 3 years playing college football without seeing the field because he didn't speak up.
Yeah, he just wanted to see the damn field.
You know what I mean? Like, I get a very shy vibe from Carson Schlesinger.
Well, the reason why I bring
Maybe
that
I'm
up
wrong
is,
about that, though. I don't know.
To what you're saying about Miles did some performative stuff while on the field to get your attention.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the crossover kind of deal.
Yeah.
Or
and the
even,
Joe Burrow play.
Like all of those little things. And again, I don't have a problem with it. He's an elite player. He should, if you want the spotlight, go get the spotlight. It's the NFL. It shouldn't just be wide receivers and quarterbacks, right? But like, I think that's what makes and even Jared Verse. I think Jared Verse wants to be the face of the defense in the defensive room.
I think he wants to be the leader. I think he wants to be the captain. I think he's going to be the rah-rah guy. I think he's going to.
the same guy as on the billboard.
I agree. Well, especially not at this point either.
Yeah.
Again, I've opened it up to the idea that Jared Verse one day should be the guy that's on the billboard because if he graduates to being a top 5 pass rusher in the sport and is getting 15 sacks a year, he's going to be up on that billboard. But for right now, Schlesinger deserves that.
Can I give you an all too early, definitely premature, but a guy I could see also fighting to be on the one person from the defense on the billboard?
I'm here till 7. Hit me.
Well, that's good because I was going to do it anyways. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. He's a box safety, but he plays all over the field, similar to Carson Schlesinger.
I think he's going to be a fan favorite.
Yeah, well, so I think that is part of it.
People already seem like they love him.
And I would be shocked if he doesn't put up, like, I'd be shocked if you look at sacks, interceptions, and forced fumbles, and for that position, he's not like top 5, top 10 in the NFL. Maybe not year one, because that's a lot to ask for, but in the first 3 years of his NFL career.
The safeties are interesting. Ask Coach Riz about the safeties at some point. When we have him on, we'll get in depth in how the safeties and what the Browns are trying to do is moving with NFL defenses right now and how they're being highlighted.
Safety looks?
Yeah, and how they're being highlighted across the league. And I'm interested to see how the league, if it stays with it or if it moves away from it once again.
I just think what's interesting is, the way Hickman, Delpit, and McNeil-Warren, and whether it still feels like the Browns need a guy that could play like single high safety, but now I'm getting incredibly in the weeds and I'm going to start to bore myself. But that would be the other guy that I could see coming from nowhere.
Yeah. And it really is all the guys we got in this, though, because it's Verse. Mason Graham is not going to be a better player than Schlesinger is as of right now, at least before the season when we're talking about that, right? I don't know. Is there a the growth for Mason Graham is going to happen, I would imagine. Are we going to be talking about Mason Graham cracking these lists a year from now, or is that more 2-3 years from now?
So what it's tough about Mason Graham is I never thought he was going to be a 10-sack-a-year guy.
Right.
And those are the guys for defensive tackles that make the noise. And he doesn't make up for it with, like, personality. He's a very low-key guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I think he'll be a 5-sack-a-year guy.
Well, and PFF hates him, so we might as well just call it a career. Am I right?
But with hurries, once you look at the other stats, you're going to go, oh, he's at top. It's Derek Brown. It's so funny we're making Panthers comparisons because I do think Carson Schlesinger is the next Luke Kuechly. I think Mason Graham is the next Derek Brown of a guy who it's like, if you just look at the sacks, you're missing the point because he does so many other things. He creates so much disruption. But again, the kind of evaluation of defensive tackles is, did you have 7.5 or more sacks last year, yes or no?
Did Schlesinger, did he shave off his Matt Corrali hair?
Oh, you mean the long flowing locks?
It's kind of like Corrali hair. I didn't know if he got rid of that yet this offseason.
He better not. That's he looks like Sunshine from Remember the Titans.
Is that going to be his trademark at some point?
Yeah, if he wants
that hair in particular.
He should. He's going to understand that those things don't last, young man.
Like the silhouette of that hair.
Like, I never had that good a hair anyways, but like there was nothing more defeating than when my hair was like my widow's peak was starting and I was like, I just wanted more time with it. If I had hair like that, I'd be doing the Farrah Fawcett every 5 freaking minutes.
Yeah.
That made me dizzy. That was not good.
God blessed me enough with a receding hairline before I even knew what a receding hairline was.
Yep.
Before I even knew, that's what that's called? I already had it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, didn't have a chance to miss anything you don't have. You know what I mean?
Test the ones that he loves the most, I've heard.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Well, I've never claimed to be God's favorite.
Love me a little less. 216-474-0092. I'll be one of the spoiled people over there. If one person from the defense makes the billboard, who is it? I think Carson Schlesinger certainly has a chance to be that. And is it teammates or is it competitors? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
ABC Equipment of Brunswick and Avon is your full-line Kubota
minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
John Fanta in 1 hour's time. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Latest on the All-Star break for the Gardos coming up as well. We got plenty to get to. We still are on LeBron watch. Real quick, has he announced, JP?
He has not announced. And oddly enough, it does feel like more and more people think this thing's going to drag on way longer than just, hey, we have an answer tomorrow, and he's going to speak at Fanatics Fest Thursday and Friday.
It's so funny. I understand I'm impatient with this, so I want to skip to the part where I predict when it. Like you want to know where the end map is, right? Mm-hmm. My kiddo and I were having this. She was like, my Izzy was like, why did the trip up to Lake Michigan feel like it took longer than the one home? And I was like, one, you were anticipating, you were excited to go. Two, you hadn't been there in a while. So your brain hadn't created those pathways of understanding your benchmarks that on the way home you knew the benchmarks.
Okay.
I feel that's the same thing with LeBron. Like, I think because we haven't done this in 8 years, I think people are impatient because it's like, come on, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And I think we're missing out that the journey is more fun than probably the end result will be for at least, 29 out of 30 teams.
Yeah, I just kind of want an answer, but I'm having fun with it, but I do want an answer.
That's because you're living in your fears.
Yeah, the anxiety part of this, or not even the anxiety part of it, just that feeling that's been just sitting there with me the entire time and has been really showcased itself today for myself is it's not great. It's not great.
All right, while we're on the watch here, Matt in Canton has been waiting patiently. Matt, do you also have anxiety like my cohort JP does?
No, I don't. I listened to you guys. I called in last Monday and said that he's going to sign. It would be Wednesday, and I believe I was told that's a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And we're 24 hours away, and I want to say it's like an Avengers movie. Like, we're in the end game now. And I'll give you 2 tea leaves. No one asked me why.
Okay.
No one asked me why. I said, why are you picking Wednesday?
Was this on with us, or was this on with somebody else?
What?
This was on with us, with Nick and I.
Yeah, it was on the afternoon drive.
Okay.
But it was last Monday, if you guys can pull it up.
It was last Monday, so it was 9 days ago, and we were very dismissive, it sounds like.
It sounds like something JP
you guys
would
said
do,
it was
not
going to
Nick
be a
Wilson.
long time, and I'm like, hey.
It did feel like a long time, and to be fair, it has been a long time, Matt.
I don't know if it's LeBron watch or LeBron fatigue at this point. It's been.
Could be both.
But it could be both.
All right, what are your tea
leaves?
leaves?
You guys 2 tea leaves.
All right.
LeBron's camp likes to give him a hard time. He surrounds himself with good people. So, but, the thing is Kobe Altman's their president. Brandon Weems their assistant general manager. So when people say he's going to the Cavs, they said, of course he is, because they have a general manager open. They're giving him a hard time. The second tea leaf is LeBron's a big fan of astronomy, huge fan of astronomy. You guys can take this for what it is. But he used to play basketball in Akron. Everybody loved him in Akron. Even the bad people stayed away from LeBron because they knew he was special. But he would always play basketball on a full moon. So the new moon starts tonight and ends tomorrow night.
All right.
And that's your site. Like, he's a big fan of astronomy. He didn't grow up with a lot of money, so you just look up to the sky when you don't have money. But he's a big fan of that, and he believes in those things.
Does he now? Is that why Nike had the Constellation sneakers? Is that what that is about, or what?
There might be a tea leaf.
I think you made that up.
All right, Matt.
I think you made it up. I've never heard of LeBron and astronomy being connected together.
So you got all these theories, Matt. I got to know, where's he signing?
Oh, well, they're right there. They're right there in front of anything.
Okay,
I'll be back to talk to you guys later after this happens.
No, sir. I want you to be definitive here.
You might stumble into it.
I'm going to need you to lock it in. You sound very knowledgeable. You got a good radio voice.
You remember everything.
Yeah, you remember. I don't remember half what you're saying, but that's me. I don't remember anything. I will ask you, where's he signing?
Where do you think he's coming home?
No, don't. No. Okay, so you're locking it, and he's coming to Cleveland.
You guys said earlier on the show, you said, "Oh, Golden State's 50 minutes away." Yeah, that's California traffic. You know, that's a 2-hour drive from Bath to the training facilities. 50 minutes in a snowstorm. Like,
I mean, I can't find anything online that suggests LeBron likes astronomy outside of the Space Jam connection, and then the and a couple pairs of shoes being named something close to something to deal with outer space.
Did LeBron just grow up with Miss Cleo on infomercials as well? Is it because we're the same age? Like,
call me now.
The two things I remember are Miss Cleo. I kind of had a thing for.
You did not have a thing for Miss Cleo.
She kind of could have gotten it.
Why? How?
Mostly because I was like 15.
How?
Just about anybody could have gotten it when I was 15.
Stop. Okay.
But
Miss Cleo, what are we doing?
Miss Cleo was not
Nobody
an ugly
had the
woman.
hots for Miss Cleo.
I didn't say I had the hots. I just didn't think she was not attractive.
Listen, you want to watch like the Food Network or something, and you're like, Giada, man, that really did something for me. Okay, I'll hear it, but no one ever like, hey,
do you remember what Miss Cleo looked like?
You catch Miss Cleo? What are you talking about?
Do you remember
what Miss Cleo
I'm
looked
talking
like?
about in her prime. Today.
Oh, yeah, okay.
God forbid she's been gone for a decade now.
When you were watching Miss Cleo, how old was Miss Cleo even at that point?
Oh, well, let's see. I can actually do this math here. So she passed away.
Died in 2016.
So she was 53 when she passed away in 2016.
That's too young.
So she was like 40? Oh, 40? Yeah, Miss Cleo.
She looks like the Chiquita Banana lady. What are we doing
By the way,
here?
have
an
you ever
older
noticed
version of the Chiquita Banana?
Yeah, the Chiquita Banana lady also could have gotten it. I'm just saying. She was not unattractive, the Chiquita Banana lady. You're pulling it. You're cherry picking some unfavorable.
Not cherry picking. Miss Cleo's got a great voice. Everyone talks about the voice. No one's ever been
the
like,
voice
I got the hots for Miss Cleo.
Yeah. Call me now, Nick. And I'd be like, I'm calling you right now. But you think that's it? You think LeBron also just might have like, Miss Cleo could get it?
I don't think so. I don't think that's a part of it. Maybe I'm underselling the astronomy part of all this, though. Maybe there's something written in the stars, Nick, that I'm not even aware of with LeBron. Oh, no, a new constellation. It says Golden State. Oh, no. What happens?
I will tell you.
It spells out Steph Curry's hairline. Oh, no.
You know, if LeBron is listening, and of course he is because he's in town because he's getting ready to announce his decision.
Is that a shooting star? No, that's the mouth guard that Steph Curry threw.
I actually was actually reading the stars the other day, and it said if LeBron doesn't come home, something unfortunate could happen. I don't want
Wouldn't that be the unfortunate thing?
Stuff. Yeah. No. There could be a tragedy. I'm trying to read the cards and the tarots and the whatnot.
Yeah, we could have a big problem with people eating produce and then having all sorts of gastrointestinal issues.
Could he have explosive diarrhea if he didn't come home to Cleveland? I think that's on the table.
Was this born from the gods already knowing what's going to happen?
All right, you're even more paranoid.
No.
You just continue to get more paranoid and more paranoid.
No. I thought we were having fun.
Oh,
you know I don't believe in basketball gods or gods in general when it comes to that stuff. There's one god.
Mm-hmm.
We don't believe in basketball gods.
I'm just
we
saying,
don't believe
Mama
in sports
Pat's
gods.
out there listening.
We don't believe in sports gods. We don't believe
just
in
go back in history and not
anything I say impacting anyone in any sort of decision making that happens.
Yeah. So invisible guy in the sky.
I thought that'd been established on the show.
That's a real thing, but sports gods too much of a jump.
Yeah, we can't have a million gods out there. We don't have a million gods. The one god we have does
Sumerians,
not.
dog.
The one god we have does not care about if the Red Sox win a game on a Tuesday night.
I think you're speaking for somebody who can speak for himself. Levon in Cleveland, welcome to the show.
Oh, you talk to God?
Hello,
Levon.
Yes. What's going on?
Levon, are you gonna tell us the stupid thing about the Slimans again?
No. I was at my family gathering over my cousin Sandra's house.
All right, that was clearly a voice. That was clearly not. That was.
What makes you think that? You listen to Miss Cleo speak for years on end, and you think that's where we draw the line with fake voices?
That was different. That was 20 years ago, and I was a young man. There was no way that was actually the Levon we talked to that did the Slimans thing 2 weeks ago because he doesn't sound like Miss Cleo.
Maybe we got multiple Levons.
That's true, but that Levon is not a real Levon. Oh, I think he's calling back in. Who cares? 216-474-0092. Do you think LeBron...
You did tell him to call me now.
And then she told us, what was I supposed to do? Do you think LeBron has to top his other announcements?
No. I think it's impossible to top the decision. Even though it's obviously the scrutiny was attached to that. You mean not necessarily a light decision, just more as far as the impact?
I'm sure that part of LeBron in thinking about how to put this information out there, how to generate interest with all this build. I think the build is part of it, by the way. I think, I'm sure he thinks I can't top the magnitude of LeBron leaving the first time or coming back home. Because certainly even 2018, I was trying to remember how he did it. I couldn't remember because it doesn't matter, right? But
you mean the SI cover?
2018?
Or 2014?
No. 2018, I don't remember the announcement of how he left.
Oh, that was just on Twitter, I think.
It was just a statement that got released.
Yeah, it was just because it was late on a Sunday night. Because I remember I came up, I was at the apartment downtown, and I came up and did the show. We kicked off programming.
Which is why I do think his approach on how he announces where he's going to go is going to be conditional. Because I do think he knows, meaning like if he's coming home to Cleveland, I think it's going to be made to be the biggest thing it can possibly be and try and top the Lee Jenkins things. If he's not coming home to Cleveland, I think he's going to try and make it even quieter than 2018.
Wouldn't just a tweet or something like what he did in 2018 satisfy that?
Yes. Yeah.
Like, I mean, I still maintain I think it's going to be involving that podcast with Rich Paul in some capacity. I don't think it's going to be this big grandiose thing, though. I think it's just going to end up dropped, and then everyone's going to realize that the Spotify page and the Ringer page refreshed, and then everyone's just going to dissect it from there.
I just think what's funny about this is you have everybody's attention. People can say they're not paying attention. People can say they're not enjoying this. And listen, contrarians say a lot of stupid stuff. But the point is, everybody's on LeBron watch. Whether they'll say they are or not. So if you're going to do it, you kind of have to pay it off. The tricky thing is, and I'll say it again, is if you go to Cleveland, you can do it and fly a Goodyear blimp over the city with a banner saying "Welcome home, LeBron." Love from LeBron. You can do whatever the heck you want.
That'd be kind of cool. Oh, replace the Sherwin-Williams sign right there, and it's just it's the old LeBron, the actual sign that was there. It just put up again.
I don't hate that.
That's a pretty fun idea. Tell me that wouldn't be awesome. That hit everyone in the feels. Just thought of that one. Take that one, LeBron.
Just not McAfee. McAfee's gotten enough big announcements and enough. I don't want it on McAfee.
The
That's the
program?
one.
Yeah.
And even the Rich Paul podcast feels a little.
Well, so LeBron can't do anything, I would imagine, without making sure that he capitalizes on it in some way. You would think, right?
I mean, he didn't capitalize on it in 2018. He just released a tweet.
Yeah, which is odd about it, though. That's what makes it odd, is that he didn't in the way that LeBron was in the entire time in Los Angeles. It was all about capitalizing and all about. I guess he didn't really capitalize too much with Sports Illustrated in that cover.
Mac.
He also didn't have his own platforms back then either. Like since he went to LA, he's gotten more podcasts where you have Mind the Game and The Shop. So he actually has his own platform now that he really can release it on his own.
It's tough because neither of those are good.
Well, I mean, The Shop has been going on for so long, and I don't think in the very beginning, people would actually reference some of the interviews he's done.
Oh, yeah, we'd play sound of it.
Yeah, no one's referenced anything from that show in 3 years easily.
Yeah. Well, maybe
like
this
easily. Like this might be the most attention The Shop has gotten in a long time. I didn't know the thing was still running, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and I didn't. Even Rich Paul's podcast, like when I remember first hearing about it again like 3 months ago, it's like, oh, Max Kellerman, huh? Okay, that's an interesting choice.
I like Max Kellerman.
I mean, he's been fired from every traditional outlet. Why not get fired from a podcast, too? I'm sure he's a great guy.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Denise in Cleveland Heights, welcome to the show.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
For me, it's make a decision already. I mean, because this is dragging out way too long. You know, I got laundry to do. I don't have time to just sit around and is he gonna, is he not, really wanna, I don't know. I mean, it's just shoot or dribble. This is not this complicated.
Please never tell James Harden or Donovan to dribble because they will always dribble.
Or shut up and dribble. They don't like that either.
And for the gentleman that said Miss Cleo wasn't hot, speaking as a black woman, because that's who I am, I thought Miss Cleo was beautiful.
Thank you.
Well, I didn't degrade her in calling her hot. It was the understood.
I said
the understood idea was that she was a very beautiful lady. I just didn't want to.
Well,
I didn't want to sexualize Miss Cleo,
crack.
Denise.
Yeah, but good black don't crack. She was awesome to look at.
All right, real quick, Denise. You can still do your laundry no matter whether LeBron chooses a play, sir. Like, don't let LeBron hold you up on the laundry, okay?
I was using that as the excuse. You stay out of my business.
Yeah, stay out of her business.
All right, thank you, Denise. Denise?
Hey, we're having fun.
You call from any time now in the future, and you were getting straight to the line. That was fun. I got to win. You got to win. You have to win at the very end there, the stat of the business.
Didn't think it was going to come, guys.
Yeah. I could feel you, and I was like, I can't really push this. I'm not trying to put this on JP.
We didn't think that was coming.
Yeah.
You get to sexualize Miss Cleo, and I'm the bad guy. I just what a world we live in.
I just said she was a beautiful woman, and I paid attention.
World we live in.
I just paid attention. And Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter haven't changed. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Leave the garage door open and turn up the fan. Spend the summer with your home for Cleveland Sports Talk. 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
John Fanta coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk a little Gardo's first half action. We'll also talk about LeBron watch, maybe a football question or two. All things Cleveland when it comes to John Fanta, but maybe get into a little bit of the All-Star break as well. I will tell you, one of the hardest parts of watching All-Star Week, beyond just is the event, does it come with the same cachet as it did 25 years ago? I do think that no sports gets their presenters, analysts more wrong than baseball.
Okay, I'm just trying to go through. Is it because the MLB Network doesn't do a good enough job, and they put out all sorts of guys that you think some are good, some are bad. Like Mark DeRosa, I like. Pedro Martinez is a legend, but Pedro's not very good at the whole breaking down games thing. I almost feel like they've just steered towards let's get the biggest name possible at this point.
So I think that's definitely where they are. And by the way, that's not just baseball. I think
it's taking the lead from the NBA.
I think it's becoming a problem in the NFL. I think the NFL were you one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL on a given point? Here's $200 million.
I mean, the NBA, though, going back to Bill Russell doing games and stuff like that, I mean, they always went for the biggest guy imaginable. I always felt like it was not always the case between baseball and football that way.
And in fairness, the amount of shows, national shows, presentation shows that I love inside the NBA like everybody else. I actually don't mind either pregame show in the NFL, CBS or Fox. But I find all the other kind of national kind of pre-stuff.
The Fox one has been. I mean, they've been hanging on to Terry Bradshaw for 35 years.
All right, easy.
How many years can we do Bradshaw, Howie Long, and the crew?
But I was watching, even as I was watching last night, or even as I'm watching some of the clips coming out from Alex Rodriguez and from Derek Jeter. I know Fox loves David Ortiz, and I'm like, David Ortiz might be the best baseball personality that they have, and I don't think he's very good at it. I don't think the mix of knowing the game and also being watchable.
He's the closest to Shaq that baseball has to offer.
But also, I don't know how good he is because he's playing with a bunch of jamokes, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And I have some evidence that I'd like to bring to the air.
Okay.
So the Fox guys were interviewing Justin Verlander. And obviously he's the commissioner's pick for the Major League Baseball legend for this All-Star because he's retiring at the end of the year. And it's kind of like a nice swan song for Justin. Well, A-Rod was interviewing or part of interviewing him, and this was the interaction that stood out to people, courtesy of Fox.
I also look at you as I look at Tom Brady, Jeter, Papi, Mariano as guys that played into their 40s and is doing it at a high level. But this is for the young ones that are out there watching. How do you explain being a late draft pick, being designated for assignment a couple times with two different teams, right?
Me?
Yeah, no?
That's wrong. You got the wrong notes.
I get it.
So the funny part about it is Verlander's right.
He just got it wrong.
Yeah, none of that was correct.
Right.
I actually didn't have as big a problem with this specific thing. I think it's just another bit of evidence of Alex Rodriguez not knowing who Justin Verlander is, which feels like kind of a miss if you're Alex Rodriguez.
I don't know how he doesn't. Verlander's legitimately one of the best pitchers of the past 25 years.
Yes.
That's a first ballot
Never
Hall of
been
Famer.
DFA'd.
That is, no. And also, I think he was a first-round pick. I don't know. I mean, that's insane. So what's interesting is I caught the clips of this stuff on Fox.
Mm-hmm.
The actual home run derby was on Netflix last night.
Yeah.
And so what I was not stuck watching, but I watched instead was Barry Bonds and it was Anthony Rizzo after the game. And I thought that presentation was actually pretty good. And maybe it's because I'm starved to hear from Barry Bonds because it's just been so long without hearing from Barry Bonds. But I wanted to hear what Barry Bonds had to say. I understand the idea of put big name people out there and we'll be interested. We've just been doing this A-Rod and Jeter thing for so long, and it feels so Yankee heavy. And even when you throw Ortiz in the mix, it doesn't make it any better because then it's Yankees Red Sox heavy. And I'm just kind of exhausted by that, I think, more than anything.
Even the kind of their interplay is about the Yankees and Red Sox. Here's the thing: if Alex Rodriguez doesn't know Shane Bieber, I think that's not great. But I would at least understand that on some level. One, Shane has had his downspin this last little bit, but Shane's run was like 3 or 4 years at his absolute peak, right? Justin Verlander's peak was 20 years.
I mean, you don't have to be a biographer of the guy. Clearly, he got some sort of information confused or something happened.
That felt like an inside job, by the way.
It did. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, somebody got pissed at A-Rod. They fed him some bad information, and then A-Rod looked like an idiot.
Now, do you remember, I think it was like a year ago, Derek Jeter joined Colin Cowherd's show on Fox Sports 1 and just jammed him up?
Yeah, I've seen the clips.
And nobody could really figure out why. Well, he joined Colin Cowherd again on FS1 and again jammed him up.
But hold on a minute. Before we get started, I just want to remind you, well, first of all, you just said smart people make mistakes. Last time I was on your show, you asked me about facing Nolan Ryan. So let's just hope you got your facts straight this time.
So I think he's trying to go for. I think he's trying to be fun with Colin Cowherd. The problem is Derek Jeter doesn't have a personality.
But it almost sounds like when Draymond on Inside the NBA with TNT tried to make that jab at Charles, and then it just fell so utterly flat because the delivery was awful. They don't have that relationship, and no one really knows what's happening there.
But I just think, like, when these are the two guys, the faces of Fox's baseball coverage, and again, Fox is the big name in baseball coverage, even as everybody else tries to get in on kind of the rights for baseball and national platforms, like Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter are just dog butt at this. And I don't know anybody who watches any of these pregame shows to watch these two guys.
I don't know anyone that watches baseball pregame shows in general anyway, though.
But I think there's a cause and effect there that's going on. I think the reason nobody watches them, beyond the way that baseball's presented, which is a whole nother conversation, like, I don't know of a sport that needs their own Inside the NBA more than, like, the Major League Baseball. I want that kind of content. I am so bored with baseball content. There are scant few baseball podcasts that are actually listenable.
And the ones that are take, like, 3 hours to get to a 20-minute point.
And, again, it's like, well, I'm going to tell you 15 stats to give you 1 point. It's like, just talk like a human being, for the love of God. But I say that to say it rolls all the way up. Like the stories that I read about baseball players, it's either complete puff piece or, hey, this guy might be traded. And then you get all the way up to the national level, and it's like these guys clearly aren't paying attention to the game and are doing this for a paycheck. And there's no vibe. There's no interaction that is interesting.
I can't defend it, but that's why I just watch the MLB Network, though, and that kind of works as my quasi pregame.
That's also bad.
And the NFL MLB Network has good. They have good personalities. They have good people. I think there's a good construct there. I like the MLB Network. I'll go to bat for it, but it's not a bunch of Jeters and A-Rods. It's instead, like I mentioned, like Mark DeRosa. It's guys like that instead that is peppered with a lot of guys that we care about in the baseball world that have been doing it for a long time. That is, Brian Kenny, for instance. That's Greg Amsinger. It's guys like that are mixed in between.
Now that I've said it, I remember we got penalized for having an opinion about MLB Network a year ago, so I think it's great. I think it's some of the best content ever. They got the best analysts.
That's not why I'm saying it. I've always liked the MLB Network.
No, I'm doing this because I want the folks at MLB Network to say, I don't watch anything but. When I'm getting ready to lay with my wife, I don't know what
to tell you, because if you don't like MLB Network and you don't like the pregame shows, then it just sounds like you just like the sport as the sport, and that's it.
Well, but that's
okay. But
so here's the point. Like, the NBA has been very frustrating to me as a fan the last couple of years because the players don't care. I have something I can tune into to help
I
me,
know, but
part of Inside
the NBA and the shtick on it is that they don't really break down basketball or do anything with basketball.
Exactly. They have
fun. It is more of an entertainment show than it is anything.
Yes, and that's exactly what baseball needs.
Well, they tried that with the wrong cast of characters, clearly. But if everything's going to turn into a ripoff or a knockoff of Inside the NBA, I think we're all going to end up being sorely disappointed. Because I think what happened with Inside the NBA, Charles Barkley could legitimately be, if he never played basketball ever, would be like, some people are just naturally really, really funny. That's Charles Barkley. He just there's an it factor to Charles that exists that carries a lot of Inside the NBA, that if you try to replicate it, you just end up with what baseball tried to do with David Ortiz. Like, it just doesn't work.
You don't have to make a one-for-one replica, but you have to find your version of that.
I think they've been trying. It just hasn't worked because for 20 years, it's hard to replicate that or come close to it, or even your own version of it.
I don't think I think entertaining's pretty easy to find. I think you know it when you turn it on. And I think that's the problem, is baseball saying, well, eventually we'll continue to hire A-Rod, Derek Jeter, and David Ortiz, and eventually it'll get interesting.
I agree they need a shakeup. They clearly need a shakeup from that perspective. But if you don't like the MLB Network and you don't like the pregame shows, what do you take in that isn't just the games itself?
Nothing. Because none of it's any good. None of it's entertaining.
And so I'm worried that it's going to be really hard for you to find your entertaining then. If in this vast world of constant coverage and people trying to put out as many podcasts and as many things. I mean, like MLB Network gives you 12 different ideas and 12 different thoughts on all sorts of things. They have the Shredder. They have their MLB Top 10. They have all these different things.
They have different game shows, but they don't have actual talent that's interesting that needs to be watched. Not the MLB Network.
I just disagree with you. I think Brian Kenny's very interesting. I think Greg Amsinger's very interesting. I think they have all sorts of people that I'll tune in and listen to. Their big inning idea, I watch it every night. I think it's great when it's on. It's basically the NFL Red Zone version of baseball, and then you have the commentary attached to it. I like it, but if it's not for you, it's not for you. But I'm worried here. I'm just telling you this because I don't think anything's going to ever satisfy that for you. If what is currently in the space isn't going to be enough, I'm telling you right now, you're probably not going to find it in the next 25 years.
Yeah, and I think the problem is that that's the way I think people in baseball think about this, is they don't think they need to change to become more accessible.
I also will tell you,
accessible with the times.
You're probably going to get really upset with what happens once Charles decides to leave Inside the NBA, and that thing comes to an end too, because I think the NBA is going to have the same problem baseball's having.
216-474-0092. Does baseball need a relatable former superstar? Does baseball need their own Inside the NBA? And when we come back, honeymoon time with LeBron in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's
on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
That was some therapy I didn't know I was going to have to pay for.
My understanding is right now, as we speak, LeBron James has the information that's needed to make a decision. It's decision time right now for LeBron James. Team presidents, GMs, they're all talking to Rich Paul here again this week. They've made all their pitches. LeBron James has listened to multiple voice notes delivered to him by Rich Paul from other owners and presidents from teams that are trying to give him their best pitch. And the feel is that those 5 teams remain in the mix, but a focus on Cleveland, Miami, and Philadelphia. The reason that this is taking so long and why he's able to take his time is this is not a money-driven decision. So you have teams that are offering him minimum deals, exceptions, some salary cap space as well. So he's able to take his time and sift through this decision. But this could be really any day, any week now.
Shams Charania with the latest, I guess, on ESPN. A lot of the same, except at the end, he says Philly, Miami, and Cleveland are the focus, which means I guess people haven't been, completely eliminated. Does that you've been very anxious about the Golden State stuff?
No, Shams doesn't quell my fears at all. I don't think Shams knows anything. I told it to you yesterday. I just don't think listen, that would be a good piece of audio if you're going to talk me off the ledge of something's just not right. I can't explain it. There's no basis for this outside of they just let me live with my own thoughts for too long, but something isn't right. We've been the lead dog in this for too many days and everything signals Cleveland and it's just making me second guess it all. That's all.
216-474-0092. You heard what Shams is saying is the latest there. I tend to agree with you, by the way. It felt like Shams was maybe hearing what our good buddy Chris Haynes had, and then paired that with 3 final landing spots. I don't know. The fact that Cleveland's been the only consistent in this is where my confidence comes from. Like the fact that Miami has come and gone, the fact that Philly has come and gone, and Golden State has come and gone, and even Denver at one point was, to some people, ruled out. I think the fact that Cleveland's been the consistent is where my actual, calmness comes from.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those things where we can look up and he could say, Cavs and LeBron, this is it, and it'd be like, of course. Yes, it was always going to be this. The whole 3-week nonsense was exactly that. It was Rich Paul, congratulations. All you did was get people all hot and bothered, and you took people on an emotional roller coaster, but it was always going to end up being that, and I hope that ends up being the case. I really do. But it is interesting. Now, honestly, I feel like it's better to be in our position than it is some of these other teams' position where you do keep feeling like you're in and then you're out and then you're in and then you're out. And that's got to be, you want to talk about emotional roller coaster, that's got to be the extremes.
Well, I don't know because, again, I'll call back to Dan Day of WQAM in Miami last night. He was with us. And Miami, by last night, felt like they were out again. And Dan Day's like 60% he's coming back.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, all right. And again, that was because the streets were talking in Miami. Although those streets are on cocaine.
Yeah, that's part of your welcome.
They talk really, really fast and nonsensically.
Yeah, when you show up in Miami, that they give you a little baggie, and they also palm trees, little tequila, and a little baggie, and send you on your way.
And an alligator.
And then Dan Lebitard pops out for some reason.
Yep. And then he lectures you for something he doesn't agree with. Yeah. It didn't even have to be probably politics, but. All right, so Lima today said it would be devastating if LeBron doesn't come home.
Yeah.
Am I fair?
No, that's accurate. That's accurate.
Oh, I disagree. I think it will be tough for the Cavs to get interest this year, but the Cavs are kind of right where they've been. Like they're.
I thought you were asking if Lima's statement was if he actually said that.
Oh, okay. No.
That
I
part
meant,
is
do
accurate.
You agree with it?
That part is accurate. I don't think it's to the extreme of being devastating. But when I think about what this Cavs team will be without LeBron James, we talked earlier in the show. How do you get people interested in this upcoming season without LeBron James? What's the selling point? So from that perspective, if you want to say devastating, all right, Lima, I agree with you there. I just think a lot of people have built up the championship window existing with LeBron now.
216-474-0092. Is it devastating if LeBron doesn't come home? I just think that's interesting from the guy that's the ultimate James Harden honk, from the guy that's been so pro-Cavalier.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know anybody.
Well, the Donovan Mitchell part of this change and the Evan Mobley part of this change.
But not for him. Well, maybe the Evan Mobley thing has changed.
For me, it did. What do you mean?
But for Lima to say it's devastating, like Lima has been, we only had half a season with James Harden. They're still, I feel like Lima has been more pro-Cavs and more positive of the Cavs than anyone. And the only thing that's changed to make this devastating is the idea that we started believing LeBron could come home.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe I was playing with the assumption that Lima had adjusted his Donovan Mitchell calculator and had figured out that the calculus and had at least figured out what I figured out, which is something that obviously shaped all of this. Because, I mean, the idea that you're going to need some growth or something from somewhere that it doesn't exist right now on this team. There's nowhere else for Donovan to go. Mobley could take an offensive step forward, and we could be speaking about this team very differently in March, even without LeBron. It would take an offensive leap from Evan Mobley to exist, though. But yeah, like having LeBron here is a big part of whether or not we're talking about a deep playoff run. The other part of this too, Nick, is that the Eastern Conference is going to be a lot better than it was this last year. You're getting all sorts of guys back, whether that's Halliburton, for instance. Obviously, Kawhi's now in Toronto if that deal ever goes through eventually. But there's so many different parts. Giannis with Miami is going to be actually formidable. You see what's happening with Jaylen Brown and the 76ers. Like, this is a harder Eastern Conference than what it was last year.
I guess my thing is, unless LeBron comes home, I don't see a pathway for the Cavs to win an NBA championship. I don't.
I agree with you, and I think that's why we'd call it devastating. Because with LeBron here, you do see that path, or does it not matter to you?
No, I mean, I see a path with LeBron. I still don't think it's the most likely thing. Like, I'm cool to sign up with a team that's really, really good, wins a lot of regular season games, probably doesn't win a championship with LeBron. And if the Cavs are content building this around Donovan Mitchell, all right, well, that is to some degree a dead-end road as well. Like, maybe you continue to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Maybe that's just the ceiling of this now. So instead of getting pissed at them for not seeing what is obvious to anyone who's watched the playoffs the last 4 years with Donovan, I don't want to turn into looking at Donovan and thinking what a disappointment. So I'll just instead enjoy Donovan and hope that I'm wrong. Like that's where we are. And if LeBron doesn't come home, all right, then they're who I thought they were this whole time, which again is good enough to be really good, but probably never good enough to be what I want, which is the second NBA champion in history.
Well, I won't speak for Lima on this, but I think where I'm at with this then is the idea that the difference between LeBron on this team and LeBron not on this team is that fine line. I think you can be a competitive basketball team. I think you have a real chance of making it not only to the Eastern Conference Finals, but sky's the limit there if you have LeBron here. If LeBron's not here, I think I know what this team is. Sans an Evan Mobley development that all of a sudden happens in year 6, I think I know what this team is.
But isn't it time just to accept that?
No, you should never just accept it. You should want to go down with a little bit of a fight here, right? Like the fight part of this is that there's still plans that exist out there in LeBron coming here that shapes that narrative that you have a chance to be something in the East.
And that's why I'm excited about the idea
that's why
for LeBron.
That's why if he doesn't come, that is a kick to the stones of
because you're going to be a
second that would have to happen.
You're going to be at worst maybe the 6th best team in the East next year.
Yeah, that's not anywhere close to Eastern Conference a title appearance and potentially an NBA champion.
You could, top 6 seeds, meaning like if you're the 6th seed, that is in a loaded East, you can make it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Of course you can, but your roadmap there is a lot easier when it comes to having LeBron. And the idea that you can with Donovan and the way this team is currently constructed, I think takes a big hit after what we saw last year.
Listen, the Cavs and Kobe have told you forward momentum or linear growth, they don't really factor that in much. And the second that they said they're pot committed to Donovan, unless LeBron comes back, they cap themselves. And so my options are get really pissed if they don't go ahead and blow this team up in some way that obviously makes sense to anyone that isn't in cahoots with Donovan, and they're not going to do that. So I'm not going to get upset and just hate the next 3 years of Cavs basketball. Like I like if the worst thing I can say is they're consistently going to be in the mix to be in the divisional round and Eastern Conference Finals. They've said that's what they care about. So I can't hold them to a championship standard if they're not serious about winning an NBA championship.
But I'm telling you is the difference is that as of right now, at least I haven't accepted that fact yet. It will become that fact if LeBron doesn't join the Cavs. And that's where the devastating part of this comes in. That's where that line of thinking comes in. There's an acceptance that we have to have if they don't land LeBron, that this Donovan Mitchell team that they pushed all the chips in the middle with and are really trying with, aren't going to accomplish things that we thought they would when you have two max players the way they do and the amount of money allocated to this team.
Let's go with Doug in North Canton. Doug, welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. How are you doing today, Jonathan and Nick? It's Doug again.
Hi, Doug.
Hey, Doug again.
Hey, Doug again.
Hey, I agree with you guys on that, but I think they should land LeBron to come home because I've been reading the news articles and the news apps and everything, and they say they want LeBron to come home. So I think they should bring LeBron home because it's 60 to 65%, 50 to 60% agreeable that LeBron should come home.
All right, Doug. We appreciate you, buddy. Good stuff there. Steve in Lakewood, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Doing all right. What you got for us?
All right. So ironically, I'm leaving the Akron area. I live in the Lakewood area, but nobody's ever really mentioned the whole idea of. I mean, obviously at this point we can't offer LeBron a max contract, or heck, we're scratching the barrel for just a minimum veterans contract. But what do you think? Behind the scenes, Dan Gilbert's pitching him, potential ownership or minority ownership as a backdoor agreement.
So. Those things aren't off the table in the NBA. If we've paid any attention to the Kawhi thing, I think the future of the Cavs and who's going to own them is really interesting, Steve. I think it would be if I'm LeBron, the last team I ever want to own is the Cavs because it will impact my legacy as a figure in town and a player if I'm not good at it.
I think that's you watching Jordan a lot with the Hornets.
That's fair.
I will say, yeah, I was going to just say, hey, it's better than Jordan owning, was it the Hornets or the Wizards?
It's the Bobcats and then the Hornets.
Oh, that's correct. That's correct. But, just the ties between, Akron, Cleveland, it being the team that drafted him. And, let's be honest, Gilbert's a mastermind. I don't know who our, marketing director for the Cavs are, but if LeBron were, a partial owner, that just adds value, let alone.
Steve, we appreciate you, buddy. Good stuff. And I actually think, I was shooting down, I would kind of say to LeBron, go own one of the other 29 teams just because I think it'll help you separate your legacies. But could I see Dan saying, I don't know any of my kids want to own this team.
Sure.
I don't know anyone are going to be prepared to own this team. So, yeah, why don't we make this as part of the deal?
I do wonder if that would have to be with that group that he's already invested so much in that owns the soccer team and the Fenway group. Yeah, that owns all that stuff. And so, maybe it'd be a part of that. So LeBron isn't holding all the bag attached to this, but it's part of his investment group and the people that he's already kind of gotten in bed with. There's still a part of me that wonders if he was going to ever just get in the expansion teams too, but we're kind of moving faster than LeBron is on that.
216-474-0092. Is it devastating if LeBron doesn't come home? We'll ask that question to John Fanta in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. The lead coming up in about 40 minutes here. Albert Breer, as he does every Thursday at 5:20, joins us to talk the latest in the NFL. I actually think we should ask him about the Lamar thing in the player rankings. I know the NFL's top 100, given that it's voted on by the players, has to be taken to some degree of, it is what it is. But I think when Lamar, who should just be perennial top 20 for the rest of his career, no matter how good he actually is, I think that's something Albert might be able to kind of get us a perspective on.
I think it's wildly fascinating, especially even with like these executives and the rankings that come out there. Because I don't know. I know where Lamar is. I don't know where everyone else is on this top 100 yet. But like the idea that Joe Burrow hasn't won a playoff game in 3 years is above Lamar in that. And then the same conversation, he's 2 spots away from Justin Herbert, who's never won a playoff game.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott's 1 spot in back of him. Prescott's won 2 playoff games.
Yep.
It's just there's something happening here. You're right. We got to ask Albert about that.
But it is that time. We're just talking about whether LeBron chooses anywhere but Cleveland, whether that be devastating. And this is a man that's going to be able to talk all things Cleveland, as he does every single Tuesday with us here at 420. John Fant is going to join us in a moment here, but the nation's premier sports broadcasting camp is coming to Cleveland from July 20th to the 24th for boys and girls age 10 to 19. This camp will be held at John Carroll University, featuring Cleveland and national media teaching the skills of play-by-play, broadcasting, hosting sports talk, interviewing, and more. The camp also includes a trip to the Guardians Twins game on Thursday, July 23rd, with a tour of Progressive Field and more. For more information, head to sportsbroadcastingcamp.com/Cleveland or call the number on the website to talk to the man, the myth, the legend. On the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. John Fanta of NBC Sports. What's up, John?
Hello, fellas. Good to be with you. What's happening?
Just a little LeBron watch. Are you all the way glued in on LeBron watch, or are you kind of in a state of zen like myself?
I'm in a state of I'm not looking every single minute and hitting refresh on my phone and laptop. I mean, I think we're all interested in it, but I think because we've done multiple LeBron watches, we've become conditioned to understanding that this is what it is. I mean, what I do laugh at is, every 90 minutes or 2 hours when someone in the NBA world puts out an update. And I'm not trying to disparage those people for doing their jobs, but I don't think anybody truly knows. I mean, we all know who the horses are in this race: Cleveland, Golden State, Philadelphia. Only LeBron James knows what he's going to do. And, the biggest twist of them all is he says, I don't have my mind made up, and I'm gonna figure this out, and I'm probably going to do something in the middle of the NBA season. That's when I'll make a decision on where I'm going to go, because the first couple months in my mind, I want to watch some teams play. I want to see what happens, and then I'll make my mind up. I mean, do I think that he's going to do that? No. But I think that's where my mind is at. It's like, obviously I want it to happen. I think you guys do too. But I'm also sitting here like, let's just wait and see what LeBron James says. Because every day a different quote-unquote insider has a different story about what LeBron James and he might be thinking. Well, I could be thinking about having a sandwich in an hour. But I guess what? I might not have one. So it's like, to me, that's where I'm at with this.
Yeah, what sandwich would you have if you could have a sandwich in an hour, John?
Ooh. Well, if I could be teleported to, sorry for the free advertising, to Joe's Deli in Rocky River.
I like Joe's.
That corned beef sandwich is right up my alley.
Agreed with you. Very slept on corned beef sandwich in the city, 100%. All right, so but you did in the commentary though. You'd mentioned, John, the idea about how only LeBron knows. Only LeBron knows. All right. Well, so do you think LeBron actually knows though at this point?
I think he knows. I think he knows, but I think that he probably likes the show. He likes the show. He likes to eventize things. Shocker. He's always been that way. I don't blame him for doing that. He's LeBron James, and he understands the drama of this. And maybe he's seeking one or two things, but I think he's got to have a gut feeling for what he wants to do. But he might be waiting for a certain time, waiting for a certain a certain window to come out with this big news and make his decision known. But guys, here's my thing. At this point, what is it that you're waiting for? I mean, okay, so let's just say it's the Cavs, and it's the Cavs if they do something. What if they make some sort of a trade? Well, it's not like they've got a ton of moves that you feasibly look at and say, yeah, that's what they've got to do. I mean, Jaylen Brown is off the market, so if it was a Jaylen Brown influence thing, you would have said, all right, he's got his mind made up now, and he's heading to Philadelphia. Golden State, what is it that they're going to do in the next week or two that's going to significantly change his mind on their status? We all have gone through that route, and that route begins and ends with Steph Curry. What's the Draymond Green component to this? I mean, I guess that is part of the reality of this equation with the amount that's been rumored about them potentially teaming up. But to me, Nick and JP, LeBron James, he's smart, and he knows he can be on his time and that we all can wait for it. And I suppose that's why I'm treating this decision. It's not like I dislike it. I mean, I think we all would like to know what he's going to do, and we're all waiting. But we've become conditioned to this show, and that's what it is. And to me, I don't think that there's some NBA move that's going to be dependent on whether or not he lands where he wants to land. I think deep down he knows where he's going, but he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind stealing the headlines for weeks on end.
All right, John, I can't believe I've forgotten this to this point. Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
How are we feeling?
It's great to be spending it with you.
I see.
Wow.
So I actually am going to give you a birthday present. This is it's going to be a little clunky, though. I'm going to re-gift you the burger that you owe me. I'm going to give you for your birthday. So I think you should go buy yourself a burger on me from yourself.
Was it half eaten?
No.
Full burger. Yeah.
So since you've never delivered on your burger bet, which is fine, I'm not mad about it at all.
It is.
I'm now giving you. I'm giving you your burger your burger back, so that you can buy yourself a burger as a birthday present for me.
It's real expensive.
I'm getting weird. This is a backhanded compliment in a way.
No, it's not a compliment. It's an acknowledgement of your lack of payment of a burger.
Yep.
Guy makes NBC money. Can't pay off a burger bet.
You're regifting the thing that I never gifted to you.
Yep. Yeah. But by the way, it saves me money from getting you an actual present, and it saves you money because you don't have to buy me a burger.
And now your hands are washed clean of a burger bet that you never were going to pay off anyway.
Yeah, that you welched on, and a lot of people said a lot of mean things about you. Not me and JP, but a lot of people had opinions on.
Really?
Yeah,
Who are those people?
We talked to some of the priests around town, and turns out...
Oh, the Archdiocese was pissed.
Oh, my gosh.
They were pissed.
That father, this father, our father, all the fathers.
I hear Christ didn't die for those sins.
Yeah, and they called you a real mother, John.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not us, though. We love you, John.
Nick talking to priests, I assume that there was a lot of confession time for many of the things that you've gotten wrong over the last year.
Not really. No. No, I didn't. I don't really feel guilty at all.
What's your favorite birthday gift you've ever gotten, John?
Oh, boy. Let's see.
The one you can talk about on air, kid.
Yeah. I would say...
That laugh tells you there's some things.
Yeah. I'll say this. Let's see. July 14th, 2002, my dad, Jerry... had purchased 2 tickets to the Indians-Yankees series, okay? We get to the center field gate, and the person's checking us into the game, and he goes, well, it's good to see you guys, but these tickets were for last night. So here we go. Now, this is in an era where like scalping was still pretty heavy outside and the Yankees were in town. So my dad turns around, and he was a local business owner in Cleveland. He turns around and he just sees a scalper. Who knows if this guy's tickets are legit. And he's like, hey, I'll take the 2 off you. You got 2? He's like, I got 2. And the guy's like, $200. My dad has no cash on him. Now we're driving this guy and myself at 7 years of age down to KeyBank to get the money out of the ATM. We go back to Jacobs Field, okay? We get there like in the 3rd or 4th inning. And this is a famous win in Indians history because the Tribe was down 7-0. And this is the game that there's video on social today. This is the game Bill Selby, little-known Bill Selby, hits a walk-off grand slam off Mariano Rivera. And Mariano, that was prime. He just didn't ever blink, and the Indians walked it off. After they intentionally walked Jim Thome, little-known Bill Selby comes up, hits a walk-off grand slam. That is the best Cleveland sports birthday gift I've ever got.
Who took the blame for getting the date wrong?
Oh, my dad. All the way.
Okay.
He just blew it. this was a classic. This was a classic Jerry Fanta. He got the tickets. They were totally wrong. We've all been there, or at least he's been there. And that was just it was a total cluster. You know what? That was an hour plus driving up and down Carnegie, Ontario, finding an ATM. Didn't even know if this guy was legit. God bless my father. I didn't know if the scalper was actually going to give us legitimate tickets. A lot of faith, but you know what? Charlie Manuel's Tribe came through that afternoon, and it's a moment like that on my 7th birthday, because next year will be 25 years since that happened. It's a moment like that inspired my love for Cleveland sports. So there's my birthday story.
We like that birthday story, John. And again, happy birthday. We've had some debates about the final 65 games and what we're expecting from the Guardians. I expect a run. They haven't really played great ball in almost any way all at the same time. I expect that to happen in the second half. What are your second half expectations for the Gardos?
I expect this team to win the American League Central Division, just like I did in the first week of the season. Part of that is the division they're in. Part of that is I don't think the White Sox have enough pitching to keep this up. Here's what I will say. Keep an eye on Detroit. They play the second easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way. They've got some really critical decisions to make over the next 2 weeks. Tarek Skubal, what will they do? Will they deal him? That obviously carries major weight in the AL Central Division, but if they don't, and if they stay the course, that team's got enough to make a good run. And again, this division is open, but I expect the Guardians to win the division, and I expect them to win the division because their starting pitching has really turned a corner and has shifted things into a different gear. Joey Cantillo is pitching his tail off right now. And when you combine that with the job that Messick's done, Tanner Bybee is stepping up for this club time and again this season when they really needed a quality start from. I know his win-loss count is what it is, guys. That you can't look too into that. I think the last month plus he's been really good, and I hope that Gavin can keep it together. But the fact is, this bullpen is starting, and I say starting to show some signs that they can hold it together. I'd still like to see this club, because I think they can win the division. I don't know why, if you're Chris Antonetti and company, you wouldn't try as much as possible to go and get another relief arm to shore up your bullpen. It'll be a competitive marketplace. I get that. But I think the Guardians would really benefit from that. But in terms of the lineup, Chase DeLauder has figured something out here. And Stephen Kwan the last 2+ weeks has looked much better. That's a huge encouraging sign. And what did we say when Jose Ramirez went down? Can they stay afloat? Can they find a way to stay afloat? Well, they're 12-13 since he went down, And the way that they finished up that series in Miami, that was Guardians baseball. They've been known to kind of have a June swoon and lead into then off the break, look the part of a club that can make a run. They have the easiest remaining schedule in baseball. They're going to get Jose Ramirez, Angel Martinez back. The Cleveland Guardians should win the AL Central Division. That is my expectation. And at the very least, if the AL Central gets that heated and that competitive, this is a Cleveland team in a wide-open AL that should be a playoff team. And, I hope that the front office recognizes that. I think that they can, especially ahead of a lockout. This is an important trade deadline for a variety of reasons across the league where you can still get some contracts to your advantage. They need to be strategic, and I think they should, because the AL, no time like the present, guys. Nobody scares me in the American League.
John, great stuff, buddy. Happy birthday. Enjoy that birthday burger from your old pal, Nick Wilson.
I love you guys. Thanks so much for having me. Appreciate you.
Love you too, buddy. Now, you didn't love Dick from Dayton last week. You going to give John a little love?
Oh, I love John Fanta.
We do love some John
I love
Fanta
John
there.
Fanta.
On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Not only is he a generous with his time and a great guest, he's also a very, very good dude, even if he welches on his burger bets. When we come back, we'll react to what Fanta had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When there's news that affects the Cleveland sports fan, Daryl Ryder is on top of every headline. Listen to his reports on the station with the most local sports talk in town. 92.3 The Fan, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
When I got a new car, I thought my insurance premium would increase and empty my bank account. Like if a tween won the lottery.
I've invested most of my winnings in chicken tenders because they're bomb. But bro,
he knows. At this point, what is it that you're waiting for? I mean, okay, so let's just say it's the Cavs. And it's the Cavs if they do something. What, if they make some sort of a trade? Well, it's not like they've got a ton of moves that you feasibly look at and say, yeah, that's what they've got to do. I mean, Jaylen Brown is off the market. So if it was a Jaylen Brown influence thing, you would have said, all right, he's got his mind made up now, and he's heading to Philadelphia. Golden State, what is it that they're going to do in the next week or two that's going to significantly change his mind on their status? We all have gone through that route, and that route begins and ends with Steph Curry. You know, what's the Draymond Green component to this? I mean, I guess that is part of the reality of this equation with the amount that's been rumored about them potentially teaming up. But LeBron James, he's smart, and he knows he can be on his time.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, Cleveland's very own. Talking about LeBron James in the waiting game. It's interesting. I know you've gotten more anxious as time has gone on.
Yeah.
I know other people have just gotten flat out impatient and wondering what's taking so long. I don't think people realize, like, there's a lot to this decision. Like, it is the last chapter. LeBron, like, I think even in previous iterations, which took forever, LeBron, it was the next 4 years or the next this or the next that. This is the end of his career, and you only get one swing at it. I have no problem with LeBron being extra cautious, especially if he's getting into business with somebody that has the history he has with Dan Gilbert, or especially if he's getting into business with somebody he has no history with, like Philadelphia or Golden State.
I know he's got to think a lot of this through. It's just every time you turn around, like again, I get another half hour ago update. It's LeBron golfing with Kevin Hart today, and it's like I'm not agitated by it. He's earned the right to take as much time as he wants. Take as much time as you want. You've given me and you enough content now. Like I'm good. I'm happy that we got a bunch of things to talk about, everything that comes with it. But it is interesting that it feels like I've talked more about this. You've talked more about this than LeBron seems to have talked about this.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, like, I mean, the amount of hours we spend daily talking about LeBron and this decision, and the idea that, like, Rich Paul has to come out and tell him, hey, I've given LeBron all the information. He's got it all at length. He's done all this. It's like it's sometimes like when we watch a 3-hour football game and we talk about it for 20 hours the following week, and we're like, we spend 6 times the amount talking about that football game than the game actually took place. That's kind of where I'm at with this LeBron thing. I feel like we're doing more work in this than LeBron is, which is maybe why at times I myself am overthinking it.
I would actually be surprised if that was true, though. And so I think what you're pointing to is, I think the framing of this from Rich Paul and the LeBron camp certainly paints a kind of a devil may care approach. You know, LeBron was, the zero dark 23 of LeBron just enjoying his personal life was, that kind of unplugging from basketball for a couple of weeks so he can plug back in.
Yeah.
I would just be shocked if, like, I never bought zero dark 23. I never bought that he fully unplugged from social media, and I don't really buy that LeBron, like, didn't pay attention to the NBA draft or the first week of free agency or the Kawhi trade or the Jaylen Brown trade. Like, I think some of that is kind of really intelligent positioning by his group. I would be shocked if LeBron hasn't thought about this twice as much as you and I have thought about this, and we've talked about it for 25 hours a week.
We've done it for 5 hours a day. Like there's not much more thought that you can put into it than me and you have put into it in this stretch. Like I'm not trying to say that we care anymore. It's his life. He cares way more than we do, obviously. I just, you get hit with another LeBron, and LeBron's earned the right to golf. He's done it. I get that, but it's just one of those things. It's just maybe the joke's on us. I have long said I didn't think LeBron knew what his decision was. Imagine how different this is, LeBron golfing and doing all this stuff every day. If he's known for 4 weeks where exactly he's going already.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the weight is LeBron letting everybody know he still matters in the NBA. I don't think we can sleep on how upsetting it has to be for LeBron to be treated the way he has been the last 18 months by Lakers fans and the Lakers organization. And I think that, I guess maybe the optics of him being the forgotten man in LA, I don't think it's too much of a leap that maybe he felt that way about the rest of the NBA as well.
Sure.
And this is his last reminder of, no, the sun still, rises and sets around me.
Yeah, but at some point, though, obviously he's got to make that decision, and we got to get on the hop with this. And I think I don't know, why do I still think it's going to happen in the next, 24, 48 hours? There's a lot of people that really don't seem like they're convinced of that.
It is funny, even that. Probably the funniest thing to me about this, from just if I take a step back and don't consider our roles, is how just nobody can agree on what the best fit is. Nobody can agree on why it's taking so long. Nobody can agree on what's the best fit, not the best fit, and ultimately what avenue he's going to choose to unveil his information either.
Well, yeah,
nobody can agree on anything with this.
We can't get inside his brain. But the funny part is, can you do the Thursday, Friday podcast and shows? Can you do that without having made a decision?
Yeah, you just find a way to not bring it up, right? Since he controls the editing of those things.
I'm sure he could. Well, the one is straight up live on the set panel thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
both of them are live. Both of them are live.
Both of them are live?
I thought somebody had said one of...
I thought the shop was already taped. It was going to be taped ahead of time.
I thought that they had said, because in the poster it had said live, so I'll double check on that, but I thought it was live.
I thought I heard the shop was going to be taped ahead of time, but the other one isn't. The other one I thought was live panel.
So we did play Kenny Atkinson comments yesterday from the Summer League about him saying we're in the hunt for one of the greatest players, the greatest player of all time. We played Bob Myers from the Rich Paul podcast. I'm assuming that these are applying to LeBron as well. Timberwolves president of basketball operations, Tim Connolly, talked about rounding out the roster, saying, quote, we're down to 2 great power forwards. There's a couple free agents still available. We're working on 1 or 2 of them right now. We'll see if that comes to fruition. That's LeBron, right?
Yeah. And that's at LaMelo Ball's introduction press conference, right?
Yeah. So you can't be like, you can't go full Kenny Atkinson. We're in play for one of the greatest players of all time. You can't do that. You really can't. I do think that's something LaMelo wouldn't like.
I think it should have been on LaMelo in this to make the introductory press conference all about LeBron. LeBron would have really appreciated that, Nick.
I think LeBron
doesn't care.
I think LeBron would kill LaMelo. I think he would. LaMelo's too goofy. Yeah. He's too unserious. He's a legitimately elite basketball player, but just a goober of a human being. I think LeBron...
He's not a serious enough human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go with Sean. Sean, welcome to the show, Sean.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Sean. Let's play. What you got for us?
So earlier, that word devastating, I wouldn't quite say devastating, but disappointing, absolutely. I mean, it would just be such a Cleveland thing to get all hyped up over this and him not come. I just would feel so Cleveland. But I do have a theory, and you guys might have already talked about it. Hope not. But how do we know he's not filming this documentary right now? This is opening credits. He's playing the voice memos from the GMs and, just playing this all out, trying to get a good documentary done.
It might be it at the end of the day, Sean. I mean,
Sean, I appreciate you.
Listen, if he's gonna play for the league minimum, he's got to recoup $50 million somehow. You can't take trash to Amazon and say pay $50 million for it. You got to give some substance.
Here's the thing. I just want to make sure that Nick and Jonathan are in that doc. They're trying to set the scene of the anxiety around this decision.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And maybe a little bit of you, maybe it's not your fault kind of thing from earlier today. I'm just saying, LeBron will gladly be in your documentary. Thank you very much. That's about you and your retirement. Mac?
So after doing a little bit of research on it, they are recording it live in front of a crowd on Friday at noon. Is when they're doing the shop, and then they are recording the Mind the Game podcast again live in front of an audience at 1:15 on Thursday.
All right. Well, if they're live in front of an audience, I don't know.
So then if they're just dodging and avoiding the questions, shouldn't somebody from the audience just shout out, "Where you going, LeBron?"
Sounds like
Stop dodging the questions, LeBron.
Sounds like something certain Jonathan Peterlin could do.
Oh man, if I was in New York. You got
time to get there. It's about an 8-hour drive from here, I think.
I got 2 kids. It's got a lot of...
Well,
who's watching the kids?
Tell Elise it's time Daddy makes his money.
Is that
Say
right?
it just like that. Just like that and see how it goes.
Just walk out as if nothing ever happened.
Yep. And,
I'm going to Don Draper this situation, family.
When you come back like nothing happened.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Like everybody can do the George Costanza comeback like it doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's done the leave like it's never happened and come back like nobody's done both. You can pull off both. You are Don Draper.
I mean, Mac, you're trying to make a name in this business.
It's true.
Here's your opportunity. Here's your chance.
I'm already going out of town.
To New York?
No, other direction.
Oh yeah,
Indiana.
you're gonna like a chicken restaurant or something, right?
No. Well, they're going to go to Buc-ee's, and they're going to go to Roosters, and it's a boys' trip to Indiana to watch some WNBA.
It's another boys' trip to watch a
No,
WNBA
we're going to see the
game?
Odyssey.
Yeah, but aren't you also going to go see the WNBA?
Yeah, Matt bought tickets for that.
Okay. All right.
It's a repeat trip.
Oh, no, but it's not to see the WNBA. That's on me, dog. It's to see the movie, and then the sidecar is the WNBA.
That's how the WNBA shifted in popularity. You know, it was the WNBA boys' trip, and now it's to see the movie, and the WNBA is just a side. It's a side piece.
If their commission had just simply gone on the Dan Patrick show, it would have been the WNBA trip.
That's right. That's
Look
right.
what happened.
Yeah,
That's the
Mac
Dan
was
Patrick pull.
Really upset by that development.
When we come back, the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck should be at the top of your list. I knew it too, guys. So many years ago when I went to buy my first new truck ever. But I wanted to make sure. So I did the Ram side-by-side with the alleged competition. And truthfully, you go to your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer, but the second I started up, that beautiful
anniversary of the one championship that I know you'll win and probably will only win if you don't get me back because you didn't think it was worthy of having to come make a pitch to my agent, one of the three most powerful men in sports. You're crazy.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick and JP with you. We got La Watch going on, the MLB All-Star Game tonight, round baseball, and then the long wait for the return of Major League Baseball and Guardians Baseball later this week begins. Hey, if anybody wants to talk about Spain beating whoever Spain played, I didn't see it coming.
France.
2-0. I was like, listen, France has croissants, big town that smells like pee-pee.
Yeah.
And they got soccer, and it didn't happen.
Oh, you know me. Any chance I get to root against France, we take it.
It's the ennui.
We take that opportunity.
You can't handle the ennui.
boredom and the ennui.
The ennui, I think, is what got him.
At least in this game. At least that's the impression that I got.
They got so hot, and they were like, we are so filled with ennui.
How about them doing baseball a favor and playing their game at, 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
You think that has anything to do with it, or you think it's just, okay.
No. They were going for the international viewers. That's how you know it hasn't made in America when these matches are configured around other countries' timetables.
Good point. Yeah. Chris Haynes on Prime provided an update on LeBron Watch, and as he said that he's now entered the deliberation phase of making his decision.
I talked to LeBron James' agent, Rich Paul, and he said LeBron James has all the information needed. So now it's all up to LeBron James to make his decision. So as of right now, he is in deliberation phase. And so we can expect, we hope to expect, I should say, that he will make a decision at some point soon. But definitely the Miami Heat, Cleveland Cavaliers, they're in the mix, along with the Golden State Warriors, Denver Nuggets, Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Philadelphia 76ers.
All right, Chris Haynes. Now we got LeBron golfing today with Kevin Hart, and so we know he's at least on the golf course, which means...
Isn't Kevin Hart a Philly guy?
Kevin Hart is a Philly guy.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
Born and bred Philly guy. Maybe this is the pitch for Kevin Hart to be able to make... He's got more of a chance of pitching a real case than, I don't know, Bob Myers does.
Where do we stand on Kevin Hart?
I like Kevin Hart.
I do too. I think people have been unfair to Kevin Hart. He's got his limitations, but there's a reason.
He's got his height limitations.
No, but I mean, he's not like
the Dylan Gabriel of stand-up comedy.
Like he's not like
he's a tiny little guy,
like a 360 talent. He's not a five-tool player, but for what he is, he's awesome.
For what he is, he's awesome.
I like my voice did that.
Awesome. I think he's really funny. I think his old golf foray is interesting too, because he, like LeBron, are obsessed with the game now. This has only been like a year, and no one's good at golf in a year, so I understand that. But they have unlimited access to everything and resources and all this, and both of their swings could not look worse.
You know why Kevin Hart committed to golf?
Why?
He had to stop cheating. Remember I kept getting caught cheating by his wife?
You told me this. I didn't know this part of Kevin Hart. You told me this.
So I think what happened is he realized he had to shape up or ship out, and he's like, I got to do something with that energy, and I think he went to golf.
Good for him. That is an easy way.
Still swinging a club.
That's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
It's an accurate way to look at it, but that's one way to look at it.
Also, when it comes to deliberation,
I
always thought deliberation was like two people deliberating. I think of like the jury.
No, the jury deliberates.
Yeah.
And the jury's obviously filled with more than two people.
But you can. Oh, well, what I meant is it's people deliberate. Not a single person deliberates, but I guess you can.
You can.
Yeah.
John Fanta, NBC Sports, joined us last hour. We asked him if he believes that LeBron already knows where he wants to play next season.
I think he knows. At this point, what is it that you're waiting for? I mean, okay, so let's just say it's the Cavs. And it's the Cavs if they do something. What, if they make some sort of a trade? Well, it's not like they've got a ton of moves that you feasibly look at and say, yeah, that's what they've got to do. I mean, Jaylen Brown is off the market. So if it was a Jaylen Brown influence thing, you would have said, all right, he's got his mind made up now, and he's heading to Philadelphia. Golden State, what is it that they're going to do in the next week or two that's going to significantly change his mind on their status? We all have gone through that route, and that route begins and ends with Steph Curry. You know, what's the Draymond Green component to this? I mean, I guess that is part of the reality of this equation with the amount that's been rumored about them potentially teaming up. But LeBron James, he's smart, and he knows he can be on his time.
So here's the thing. I think part of the reason why LeBron is waiting as long is I think he's reestablishing his power. I do think LeBron his power was mitigated when LA just said, we don't care what you do, and we're probably not going to have you back after a year and a half. Like, I think the optics of how much LeBron had power he had at one point were taken away. And I think him holding court and holding up free agency is a way of him showing his power and proving that to wherever he kind of goes.
Oh, it's definitely working. And, I mean, it helps when you do it this time of the year as well. So it's taken over everything. Dan Patrick had this poll yesterday about how many people still care about where LeBron goes at this point. And 68% of the poll said they don't care. Now, it's obviously not Cleveland people. It's just, general people. And I found that to be really interesting. Like, does the general person outside of Cleveland, do they care where LeBron, a top 15, top 20 player, ultimately plays?
Yeah, I think the problem with that is it's on Twitter. And Twitter has taken a turn one way politically over the last 5 years. And then two, nobody's happy on Twitter. Like, Twitter is the medium of the contrarian, as it were. I don't know how much stock I put into Dan's poll with respect to Dan personally, who I think is awesome.
Well, are we dismissive of every poll on Twitter? Because we do a lot of polls.
Just our polls.
Of that basis, should we dismiss all polls on Twitter?
No, but I think LeBron polls are going to naturally have a massive bias. It's like putting up a Shador poll right now. Like there's going to be a massive bias. Now, on that, at least there's the other side. Pros versus cons and
whatnot.
Mike Sielski of the Philadelphia Inquirer joined the Morning Boys today, and he made the case for LeBron to join the Sixers this offseason.
If he goes to Philadelphia, he will be a god forever if he helps the Sixers win their first championship since 1983. That's really what this comes down to. The kind of reassertion of Bob Myers as a major factor within the organization. Now, look, that's not really a shot at Morey as much as I'm making it sound, but the bottom line is Bob Myers is one of the few people in and around the NBA, because of his time with the Warriors, who can look someone like a LeBron or a Joel Embiid in the eye and say, hey, man, I got 4 rings. Here's what we're going to do, and here's how we're going to do it. The Sixers have kind of realigned their philosophy and their front office that way. And the second thing is now that the Sixers have made some moves in this offseason.
I mean, it is a good selling point, all things considered, even though, Bob Myers is not the one directly in charge. He oversees the Harris Blitzer group, and so he's going to have some say. And we know that LeBron did have a lot of respect for how Golden State operates, and Bob Myers did build a lot of that culture and how they ended up winning as much as they did.
Yeah, LeBron goes anywhere and wins a 5th title, and he'll be a god. LeBron going anywhere and not winning, it's going to be pretty okay. I think maybe we're inflating the importance of winning a championship in Philadelphia.
Yeah, maybe. 43 years, is that considered long enough at this point?
Yeah, I mean, that is. I mean,
I'm trying to figure out how long does it take before you get to do the whole, hey, we're the Cubs, the lovable losers thing, or even what the Guardians have in their own respect.
I don't know. It's weird because the Guardians, their drought has not been talked about the way the Red Sox or the Cubs has.
I know, and we're approaching 80 years.
Yeah. So,
that's a really long time.
Get on it, baseball. Give us our sympathy, you bastards.
I don't know that we'll ever get it.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But, at what point do you get it? If in a major city then in Philadelphia, 43 years is the, oh my gosh, whoa, has it been a long time?
I mean, it's funny you say that. The Phillies going, I think it was 30 years without winning a World Series was a big talking point for them. Right? Because it was like 80,
sure.
I think. And then they won again in 08, 09, somewhere in there.
Yeah, okay.
So you just have to be in a big market and not win in 10 years, and they'll talk about...
Is it just a decade? Is that all it takes?
It really is.
Well, how many times
the
have we
pain
mentioned...
and suffering of those towns.
Yeah, the Yankees haven't won since 09, and people acted like it was the end of the world. It's been 17 years. That's been 17 big ones.
When Giannotti and Boomer, I would just go
the Knicks was
Boomer.
A real one, though. 73, that was a real... That's 50 years.
But,
is that the cutoff? I don't know.
New Yorkers talked about not winning a championship since 2012. And I was like, I want to punch all of you in the face. Like, the entire town hadn't won one in 2012, and it was
half
like
the town
the
is
great...
split between the Giants and the Jets anyway.
Well, but not just football. Like, every sport hadn't won one in 12 years, and Boomer and Gio acted like that was the great... Like, given that there are towns that have never won.
They do have 8 sports teams, because they include 3 hockey teams in that mix.
I just... Thoughts and prayers to those fellas.
Yeah. I think 43 years is a long enough time, though. You erased 43 years. You did something. All right, back to John Fanta. He talked about his expectations for the Guardians after the All-Star break.
I expect this team to win the American League Central Division, just like I did in the first week of the season. Part of that is the division they're in. Part of that is I don't think the White Sox have enough pitching to keep this up. Here's what I will say. Keep an eye on Detroit. They play the second easiest schedule in baseball the rest of the way. They've got some really critical decisions to make over the next 2 weeks. And again, this division is open, but I expect the Guardians to win the division. I don't know why, if you're Chris Antonetti and company, you wouldn't try as much as possible to go and get another relief arm to shore up your bullpen. It'll be a competitive marketplace. I get that. But I think the Guardians would really benefit from that. They need to be strategic, and I think they should, because the AL, no time like the present, guys. Nobody scares me in the American League.
I think... Listen, all right, so I do think that the unknown beyond 2026 is going to put the fear into a lot of owners. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the Guardians. If the Guardians fell into that category. That said, if you just think you can win the AL, I don't know how in I am on chips in the center of the table. I think if you think DeLauder, Bazzana, Hosey, Rocchio, Kwan, and one other player that you already have, plus another right-handed power hitter, if you think that's enough to even push the Dodgers into a 7-game series, then I think you make the big move. But otherwise, I still expect them to make some move.
I think Dodgers, Brewers, Braves are living in a different world than everybody else at the moment. The one you can put into that mix, potentially the Yankees, potentially the Rays, what they've been doing. But the top three in the NL they're just leaps and bounds better than everybody.
I hear you. I think that's what the final 65 games and certainly the rest of this month is about for the Gardos. I almost said quick hits. Good Lord, it's been a day. That is the lead. When we come back, Albert Breer of the MMQB talks the big news of the NFL and what are we going to do with these Browns at 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
joins the show next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes. Right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
On the road this summer? Get the most live sports talk in Ohio on 92.3 The Fan. Or binge our podcasts on the Odyssey app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We do have 32 teams in 16 days coming up in just about 1 hour's time. Matt Brino of Syracuse.com talking Bills. Tiki Barber, remember him, of The Fan in New York, talking Giants. We'll get to that in, again, about 1 hour's time. But Albert Breer joins us on the Wise Heart Ride. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. What's up, buddy? Welcome back.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, we're living the dream over here. So it's funny. Usually we lead Browns with you, but I'm kind of fascinated. I don't pay much attention to the NFL's top 100 because the players don't take it seriously unless there's like an obvious anomaly that makes you scratch your head. Lamar Jackson being voted as the 69th best player in the NFL, that feels more of like an indictment on his popularity with other players than it does him as a player. Am I off on that?
I mean, I don't know. I was there at NFL Network when that launched. And if you guys remember, the reason it launched, it was actually because we had no content. Because it was me on a street corner with Rich Eisen on Total Access talking about legal stuff. And then they needed something to fill the rest of the day, so they came up with the top 100 list. And, I don't know, how seriously the players take the voting. We've seen anomalies with it before. This seems like an obvious one that I gotta make sure that the voting works the same way. But I think, guys, you can look this up. I think the players only vote their top 20, and then it gets pulled together, and you're voting, and the top 100 comes out of lists of top 20, which tells me that Lamar Jackson a year ago was in probably almost everybody's top 20 and got left off of a lot of lists this year, which doesn't mean those players don't think he is top 30 or top 40 or top 50. It's just that, with the injury, with some of the things that happened last year, maybe more players knocked him out of that top 20. So that's the best explanation I could come up with. Because I've never felt like there was – I put it this way. I'd say, there were probably more coaches and front office people who weren't as high on Lamar Jackson than players because he doesn't fit every scheme, but he's always been really hard to play against.
So I guess, Albert, that we couple that with that ESPN executives poll that came out, and you have him as fifth, and it's one of those things where, Joe Burrow hasn't won a playoff game in 3 years. The guy in back of him is Dak Prescott. He's got 2 playoff wins. Guy in back of him there is Justin Herbert, who's got 1 playoff win. And they're putting up a lot of these guys, maybe with not the most postseason success in the past couple years, and that's the one knock Lamar has as well, it feels like. But it does feel like he's taking a little bit of a ding.
Well, I mean, I think Burrow, you can tie a lot of it to injury, right? Which durability is part of the equation, but I do think that there's that piece of it. It wasn't that he failed in the playoffs. It's that he failed to make the playoffs. Why did he fail to make the playoffs? Well, he wasn't on the field for good chunks of those years, So, that's definitely part of it. But he didn't fail in the playoffs. And when we've seen Joe Burrow in the playoffs, the first year he was in the playoffs, he made the Super Bowl. The second year he was in the playoffs, he made the AFC Championship game, and I think he's always been seen, at least, as somebody who is at his best when it matters most. And I do think that goes a long way with the voters. I think the other thing with Joe Burrow is I think he, you look at a lot of the freak athletes today that play the game that way. Joe Burrow is probably the closest thing to a descendant to Tom Brady and Peyton Manning as there is in the game right now. So, just his ability to play the game from the neck up, I think has always been really impressive to people who coach the game, to people who scout the game. And here's the other thing I would say is just when I did my poll last year, and my poll's a little different. We can get into that if you want, but it was very, very clear to me that there were 4 quarterbacks at that time, a year ago or last September, that were head and shoulders above everybody else. And it was 2 years in a row that it was this way. And those 4 quarterbacks were Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, and Burrow. And I think part of that is that those guys have all sustained success now over an extended period of time. So, you know what? Does Burrow eventually have to stay healthy to maintain his place on these lists? Yes, he does. But, I think when he's been out there, he's been pretty damn good, which is, I think what the voters are recognizing.
Albert, it's interesting. When the Browns traded for Deshaun Watson, it was under the thought of you can't win a Super Bowl with a guy like Baker Mayfield. That's why you go to Deshaun. Now, 5 years later, the last 2 Super Bowl winners are Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts, not seen as franchise-level guys. Are the days of needing a top 5 quarterback to win a title completely over, or do you think the last 2 years are more of an anomaly?
Well, I think part of it has to do with the environment you're in, too. I mean, what conference were the 4 quarterbacks that I named in? They're all in the AFC, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what conference are Sam Darnold and
Jalen Hurts?
Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts in? They're in the NFC, right? So I think the Browns' premise was a little bit more on, the price of admission in the AFC. And last year was different. I think last year created an opportunity and an opening. I think Drake May's got a chance to crack that group. But, part of him getting there was, all right, so Patrick Mahomes is hurt. Lamar Jackson was hurt for part of the year. Joe Burrow was hurt for part of the year. And Josh Allen and the Bills had a funky year, and they lost in the divisional round and they scored 33 points in the game. So the door, I think, in the AFC last year was open more than it probably will be for a while for somebody to step through and step up and do what New England did, So, I still think the premise that the Browns were working with was, I think, relatively logical and relatively clean, which was, this is the environment we're competing in now, and if we're going to pay a quarterback at the top of the market, he needs to be in that group. And they saw Baker Mayfield as being cut below that. Whether they were right or wrong, I don't know. But, Baker has obviously acquitted himself pretty well in Tampa, too.
Albert, staying with some of these rankings, we talked about Carson Schlesinger he was the 3rd-ranked off-ball linebacker in the sport, which is obviously a really high honor after 1 year. And part of the description was he is basically Luke Kuechly. Do you see any similarities between Luke Kuechly and Carson Schlesinger?
Yeah, I like that. I think it's interesting. I would say one thing that's very similar about the two of them is just how fast they see it and how they seem to be in on every play, right? And I remember somebody saying this to me about Schlesinger in April of 2025. So this would be leading up to him being drafted. And I remember hearing his name, and his name kind of came across my desk late. I was a little bit behind on that, but a couple people had said to me late in the process, yeah, he's got a chance to sneak in the bottom of the 1st round. And I had one scout say to me, it's almost hard to evaluate anyone else on UCLA's defense because he is making literally every play, And it's because of how fast he sees it, how fast he plays. And then, you combine that with, really good athleticism, and you have kind of an old-school middle linebacker who can do new-school things. And that's what Pete Kuechly was. I think that's what Schlesinger is. And I'd say this, too, guys. He got I can't remember if I voted. I think I voted him 2nd team All-Pro. I think. I have to go back and look at my ballot. I don't have it in front of me, but I may have put him 1st team. But when you are getting serious All-Pro mention, I mean that is. I think there are only 2 linebackers for each of the All-Pro teams. So if you're on those All-Pro lists, that means people view you as one of the top 4 linebackers in all football. And I certainly think the feedback I was getting from other teams who faced him, who scouted him, when I was putting together my All-Pro team, because I talked to a lot of people in advance of doing that. I think it was really clear that Schlesinger already after his rookie year was being seen as one of the top players in the coordinator's position.
Albert, obviously, we're trying to replace Myles Garrett on the billboard, right? When it comes to the defense, there's one guy, and they've had a lot of good defensive players around him, but if you're putting one defensive player on the billboard to get people excited about the Browns, it was Myles Garrett. There doesn't seem to be the definitive this guy. If you had to choose somebody on that defense to replace Myles, one defensive player on that billboard, who would it be?
Well, I guess you're hoping it's Jared Verse, right? I think, I mean, look, like, I know a lot of people looked at it and saw that as a serious downgrade, and it is a downgrade. Myles Garrett is, I think, as good at his position as anyone is in football at theirs, right? Like, he's a supernova, no question. I would say, like, Verse, though, got, I mean, again, I'm going back to kind of these past conversations with Rams people. Like, they think he's got a chance to be Terrell Suggs. And, I mean, Terrell Suggs was, like, right there, maybe the best player on a Super Bowl champion defense. You know, now, I think at the time he was better than Ray Lewis. Haloti Ngata, you probably could argue that, but like I think he was right there as maybe the best, most impactful player on a championship defense, and so like I think Verse has got the chance to be a top 5 player at a premium position. So I'd say Verse would be number 1 on my list, and you know you're hoping that Mason Graham and Carson Schlesinger kind of keep moving along. You know, Denzel Ward, I think everybody's got respect for him, but obviously he's getting a little up there in years. I think this is going to be his 9th year, right? So I'd say Verse would be at the top of my list.
Albert, Aaron Rodgers had the Instagram photo, and it said last rodeo, and you see Mason Rudolph there, and people noticing, like, you know, Will Howard isn't there, right? And I was thinking about that and thinking about Mary Kay Cabot on the station earlier today, and she said she believed that Deshaun was hosting a passing camp in South Florida coming up sometime soon. Do you have any insight into, like, what that process is like, and, like, who gets invited, who doesn't, and what that role needs to be? Like between Deshaun and Shedeur, I'm assuming they both want to do camps. I'm assuming they both want to work out with wide receivers. Is there like an etiquette attached to that where Deshaun goes first and then Shedeur goes second? Do the receivers have to like choose which ones they want to go to if it's at the same time? Like, how does that work?
Well, I would say if you have 2 quarterbacks with competing camps and the receivers and the running backs and the tight ends have to pick which to go to, you got bigger problems than scheduling. Like if that's allowed to happen, and you've got drama over that, that's probably not great, you know. So I think like in a case like this, if one quarterback is going to put it together, then you would hope that he would let the other quarterbacks know what the plan was and invite them to be part of it. And I think generally it would be the guy who's the most veteran guy. The presumed starter obviously would be the preference. And when there isn't one, I would think it would be the older guy, you know? So, yeah, I mean, look, a lot of these guys do this sort of thing. You know, I know a few of the young quarterbacks, like, for example, like, you know, Drake May is having his receivers down or had his receivers down at his lake house like last week. So you see younger guys doing it. Mahomes has done it in Texas for a while with his guys. Josh Allen's brought his guys out to California for a long time now. So this stuff is, you know, it's good for getting work in. It's usually really good for bonding too. Like it's generally something where like teammates get together and get a lot of that out of it from that perspective. Jaden Daniels did it in April with the Commanders guys in California. I believe he's bringing those guys out there again this month. So I think there's a level of communication that has to happen where, like, you're inviting, you're kind of leaving it open so the guys who need to be there can be there. And I would think, like, you know, for a Deshaun Watson, you know, you'd be cognizant of, like, yeah, I should probably invite the other quarterbacks down here with me. And if that didn't happen, then I certainly think, you know, you probably have a problem you don't want to have.
Albert, one before we go. The Seahawks were sold for a record high. I think it was you that had a great tweet about just the jump in franchise valuations over the last decade, from even back to the Panthers selling for just over $2 billion a couple years ago. In 2018. Yeah. Have we reached peak of franchise valuations, or do NFL owners expect it to continue to just grow and grow and grow?
Yeah, it's crazy because I think, there's the rule in the NFL is that you have to designate somebody the primary controlling owner. And that controlling owner, I actually like this part of it because it holds someone accountable for each of the teams, right? And that person has to own at least 30%. So, we're starting to get to a point now where it's how are you going to find people that have that much cash? You know what I mean? To buy these teams. And it's going to get more challenging. We've seen in baseball where I think the Dodgers have a consortium, right? Of different guys. The NFL has to do more of that. Obviously, private equity's gotten involved. This is all great news for the owners. I don't know how good it is for fans, guys. I think the franchises being this valuable and the franchises being these great investments has attracted a type of businessman that, and I think it's happening in all sports. It's not just for the NFL, but my opinion of it is that you have too many people in sports now who are viewing these teams almost as real estate holdings and are more competitive about being great businessmen than they are about winning games. And, you start to see some of these rules going in, the second apron in basketball, where it's they're creating red herrings so, they can kind of cheap out on players. It's just, there's a part of it that I'm not wild about. So it's great for the sport that it's that popular, and it's great for the owners that they're getting these valuations, right? I do think it's fair for all fan bases to be suspicious now, and more suspicious than ever about why some of the owners are getting into this, and keep an eye on that thing, because the minute you start to introduce private equity, the minute you get the valuations where they are, the minute you get that many hands in the pot, priorities can certainly change.
Albert, great stuff as always, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Good man, Albert Breer, there on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for QC Kinetics, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's
Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I would say if you have two quarterbacks with competing camps and the receivers and the running backs and the tight ends have to pick which to go to, you got bigger problems in scheduling. And you've got drama over that. That's probably not great, So I think in a case like this, if one quarterback is going to put it together, then you would hope that he would let the other quarterbacks know what the plan was and invite them to be part of it. And I think generally it would be the guy who's the most veteran guy. The presumed starter obviously would be the preference. And when there isn't one, I would think it would be the older guy. And I would think for Deshaun Watson, you'd be cognizant of I should probably invite the other quarterbacks down here with me. And if that didn't happen, then I certainly think, you probably have a problem you don't want to have.
Albert Breer talking about dueling quarterback camps. 1 week it's Shedeur with guys. The next week it's Deshaun Watson's guys. Now, I do want to know, because you asked the question.
Yeah.
Was that what you were looking for from Albert?
Yeah, but it does then highlight the idea that the Browns might have a problem on their hand. If all we know right now is that Deshaun Watson, according to Mary Kay, is going to have a passing camp or a passing whatever that is in whatever time he decides in South Florida. He's going to get all the receivers together, everyone else. And I wanted to know this info, and Albert's great for that, because he's able to tell me specifically it's the responsibility of Deshaun to then ask Shedeur, hey, do you want to come? This is happening. Do you want to come? Do you want to be a part of this? Because I did wonder, if you're Cedric Tillman, if you're Isaiah Bond, let's say, you have to choose between which camps you go to. Are you obligated to go to both camps? Does it say something if you go to one camp but not the other camp, assuming that Shedeur has his own camp? There's a lot here that could cause some problems.
I think it's funny that people have said, I don't know, I actually think it's in people in the Cleveland media. I don't know, he can be a backup. That Shedeur, if he doesn't win the job, he could be too much, so you might have to cut him, which I think is asinine and insulting to Shedeur, who's a football player, for the love of God. I know he's a lot of things. I know he's a social media superstar and all that, influencer, all that stuff. He's a football player. His dad was a football player. He knows how football works. I actually think the bigger question on whether they're going to feel like they can be the backup, I actually think the bigger question is whether Deshaun can. Deshaun pretty much started right away at Clemson. Deshaun pretty much started right away at Houston.
Yeah.
The only time Deshaun's been, quote-unquote, the backup or the second quarterback to play in a season is when he got suspended for, being accused of vile things. If Shedeur beats out Deshaun, I have a fair amount of doubt that Deshaun's just going to be like, cool, I'll back you up, kid.
Well, so is Deshaun operating as if he's the starter right now, or is Deshaun operating as in I have to do everything I possibly can to make sure I become the starter?
Oh, I think he's operating as a starter. And in fairness, I think Shedeur is too.
Because
Shedeur was the most recent starter.
If that was the case, then wouldn't Shedeur should he have his own camp or whatever this is in Dallas or somewhere? Are we going to have...
No, I don't think we have to do dueling camps. I think that would be bad.
I do wonder, and that's what Albert says. Albert's like, that'd be miserable if that's your result, is that it ends up with multiple camps. I'm fascinated by how this all works. Deshaun is the veteran, so does it default to Deshaun? And then also, is Shedeur even going to feel comfortable being at this camp that Deshaun has organized and put together? Because usually when they organize these things, they're footing a lot of the stuff that comes with it. They're putting the guys up in the hotels. They're taking care of them. They're doing a lot of bonding and everything. It's a little awkward if Shedeur is just kind of there and hoping to get as many reps as Deshaun. It's in the best interest of the team that everyone gets along, but I don't know that that's reality necessarily.
I would like to point out, and this is the appropriate point to kind of address the idea that last year, and again, this could be organizational spin, but Deshaun was supposed to be the mentor to Shedeur. Like all throughout Shedeur's starting time, and even when Deshaun kind of came back to the team trying to figure out whether he was going to come back, all we heard is that Deshaun was mentoring him.
Well, he was helping him.
So
yeah.
I do think that
they're supposed to have a great relationship and a great bond.
I think that's where I was going to go.
There's great respect from Deshaun to the Sanders family.
I think I would be really surprised if, in the way that this is being set up, if they went from they went from teammates to competitors simply because both guys have a chance at this job.
Well, that's how Baskin and Phelps had labeled it. It was more Phelps than anything. Are you a teammate or are you a competitor?
Mm-hmm.
In this instance, are you a teammate or are you a competitor?
Why don't we go ahead and play? Here's Baskin and Phelps teeing off on the idea of teammate versus competitor with the quarterbacks.
I would think they'd all be there together, but you never know.
If you're Deshaun, are you asking another one? Are you asking your competition?
Your competitor?
Yeah, I don't know. Or is he your teammate?
Is he your teammate or is he your competitor?
That's a great
Andy,
question.
I would think you'd want to have him down there myself.
If I was Deshaun, I would want to be confident enough in my skills to bring another guy down. That's if you're going to be like, if you believe you're the champion and you want to be the champion, then you better act like the champion. And so I would think that would be a way to prove that you will put your skills up against anybody else, and you're thinking about the team first. And so you would probably have him with you.
I hope that's the case.
I was not prepared.
For them to say it as many times as they did.
And the way that was cut, and the way that they both just sound like applesauce. Like, that is just...
They sound like applesauce?
Yeah, they sound like we're in the home. Someone's feeding them applesauce because they can't do it themselves. Sorry. I mean that in the nicest way.
Is it a power move by Deshaun if you are like, I'm organizing this camp, Shedeur, you can tag along? Feels a little bit like a power move to me.
I don't think so. I think there's so much ambiguity about what's actually happening with the quarterback spot. I would be really surprised if these guys can't separate the competition from their pre-existing relationship. Like and it is precarious and in the wrong hands. Looking at you, Freddie Kitchens, in the wrong hands. Do I think it could go horribly wrong? Yes. I think if there's a guy to kind of guide this scenario, it's somebody who's been in football for 40 years like Monken. There's just something about you don't get to where he is without knowing how players tick and how they operate.
This is the off time, though. It's not as if Monken has a say in where they go or what they do from that perspective.
No, but I just think if he sensed that this was at play, I think Todd Monken would head this off at the pass.
I'd be incredibly annoyed if I was these wide receivers, though, and if it was like, only Deshaun's going to be in South Florida, and that's it, and Shedeur is doing something else over here. It's like, wait, I got to get multiple flights. I got to go all the way across that would be incredibly annoying.
You get paid. I mean, you get paid.
You don't get paid for this.
I mean by get paid, like they take care of you. Like in the instance of like Josh Allen flying his teammates out to California, shut up, enjoy your free trip. You got to work out a couple days. Okay. Most of the day, you're just going to be in Florida, and there's a lot of really pretty things down in Florida. Just cool your jets.
All right. I'd be annoyed.
Yeah, but you and I are homebodies.
Yeah, for the most part.
Like,
I like
you
being
gotta
home.
understand how much I must like working with you guys and like working in this business for me to leave my house for as much as I have to be gone for this beautiful show. Like, it takes a lot. Yeah, I want to work from home.
It takes a lot to come into work for 5 hours?
No, get me out of my house.
The radio dream is that one day you could do it from your house.
Yep.
That is the radio dream is you could do it in your underwear in a Comrex and never have to leave.
While being paid billions of dollars. That's also part of the dream.
For people that are like 20 years older than you. Nope. Like, you don't get to achieve that
early.
At 40 years old. You don't get to achieve that.
You know me. I'm a dreamer.
No,
JP.
40 years old, you got to come into the office.
Now, maybe you, because you're thinking small. Me? No. I'll see you in Medina County, friend.
Not how it works, man. You got 20 more years you can pull that treatment.
I'm calling BS on you calling the show beautiful, though. Out of anything, that's what you say that is the beautiful thing? I would have thought that you said, I don't want to leave my beautiful house. I've seen your house. House is beautiful. House is great.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't get it really either.
You in the last bit, you were saying that, for you to come in and come onto this beautiful show.
Yeah, it is a beautiful show. My home is more beautiful. My wife is more beautiful. You're all quite purty. She's purtier. So is Mongo. Just for the record, Mongo's purtier than all of you.
Mongo starts barking during our segments, so I'm gonna have to close the door on Mongo.
Oh man, the stress!
I'm gonna have
stress of that.
I'm gonna pay Mac to go by the house and just throw dog treats out the window to get him distracted to make sure he doesn't interrupt the show.
I actually like the idea of we have your kids over too, just so your kids are yelling in the background. Mongo's barking. Yeah. Neither of us are having any fun.
Who's louder, my kids or your dog?
Mongo. He's also quieter, but when that dude decides to be loud, he won't shut the hell up. Mac knows because Mac gets the stranger treatment. He's watched him like 4 straight times. Poor Mac. 216-474-0092. Dueling camps, is it an issue? And top 5 quarterbacks and intriguing coach pairings with players. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, Hey, it's Nick Wilson here for Northeast Factory Direct. If upgrading your outdoor space is on your to-do list this season, Northeast Factory Direct has you covered. Right now, they've got the best prices.
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
32 teams in 16 days rolls on. Bills reporter Matt Perino, Syracuse.com, joins us in just about 20 minutes. And then after that, we talk to Tiki Barber, host of the midday show Tiki and Evan, or Evan and Tiki, rather, on WFAN in New York City, coming up in just about 25 minutes. So excited to have that segment roll along there. Excited to have Tiki on. I think that's the first time I've interviewed him since Charlotte. But all this being said, are you seeing Matt Verderam and the guys from WGR are going back and forth?
No, I was stuck watching the tape of Matt Miller and his car crash in between the break. What happened with...
Wait, the actual video of the
actual
car
video,
crash?
yeah.
Why do we put these things
It
out?
was honestly, it was not very... obviously, the crash is substantial, and you can see the cars obviously both have the damage afterwards, but the wreck itself didn't seem... You didn't think like, whoa, obviously a lot happened there. It was very unimpressive, all things considered.
It's just weird to me how that stuff always is out there. And what I hate about social media now is you don't have a choice. It just somehow ends up in your algorithm.
Yeah.
Like anytime that there's a shooting or anything like that, and it's like, I don't mean this is in a disrespectful way to the victims of this. It's just I have a bandwidth of what I can see of human suffering. The story's enough for me. I don't need the video to know exactly how it looks.
Yeah.
That makes it harder to be a human being.
I guess there were certain things, obviously not what you're talking about there, more the Matt Miller side of things, though, that I was interested by to see like whether or not, you can see in the video, you can see clearly what happens as his car just starts fading. That means he's just not paying attention. And then you can see both vehicles kind of jerk the car to try to get it the right way before it hits. And, so there's an attempt there to make sure the accident doesn't happen, which at first people wondered if there was an attempt there.
I will tell you, I think that's the second part of this, the whole thing that I'm not really crazy about, is then how people then inform their opinions based off of video that they watch, which again, everybody becomes an expert on car accidents.
No, I mean, it's just how, I'm not going to spend more time on it than that. It's just it's just how I saw it.
No, not you. No. I don't mean you. I think I just mean like the general perception and the fangs that come out, especially because right now there are fangs at Matt anyway because of the Missouri investigation into his fantasy leagues. It's like, don't know, wasn't there, wasn't involved, doesn't really. I don't say it doesn't matter to me, but yeah, it doesn't.
So you're right in that it did get forced on me, and then I watched a couple times. But now that you know that's out there, will you actively try to avoid it?
Yeah.
I
don't like this.
What about you, Mac? Are you going to actively avoid it, or are you going to go seek it out?
I already watched it.
Yeah.
I feel like
after you said it,
After I said it, you went immediately to watch it. Yeah. Okay.
I do think that as a society, we're really getting into like tragedy porn at some point. Like, and again, I'm not trying to be saying it's literal pornography, but I do think we chase this stuff, and I just think mental nutritional value is nil. I think we're divorcing it. I think every time we watch those kind of stuff, or like again, even the more very serious tragedies, like where people lose their lives and you see the violence on camera, I think the more you watch of that, and I'm not judging anyone here for watching it. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying collectively, I think at some point that's what's starting to strip away at our humanity. I do. Like, I think there's a lack of empathy in the world now, and I think there is a lack of humanity, and I think it's 100% because we watch a lot of stuff online that just the stuff online becomes like a video game. It doesn't seem real to people. You become desensitized to it.
Yeah, no, I see that. I mean, Faces of Death was so popular for so many years forever, though. You know what I mean? Like, there's always been an odd appetite for this type of content within people.
But you had to look for it.
Yeah, I've never. Yeah, well, that's the difference now. Is like, so I always avoided that stuff. Like, I never sought it out or anything, but now it just gets, you don't even have that choice. It just gets thrown in your face.
Like my niecey.
You're like, all right, here we are.
One of my nieces, I don't want to specify which one, when she was in high school, I think she was in high school or maybe 8th grade, she was on TikTok, and there was a video of a guy in self-harm. And she did not sign up for that. It just got thrown in there. Now we're going to have the conversation about should that kid be on TikTok. And I do understand that, but I think the point is that was really hard for her. Like that was the next couple months, and I think we should all have that reaction. I think that should be the appropriate reaction, not that car crash video. Give me 2 more. You know what I mean? But social media is such a suckhole of, just completely devalues humanity and empathy and the human experience and the value of life, that's the way it feels now. As somebody who, again, actively avoids this stuff and gets furious if it gets thrown into my timeline. If it's in the algorithm,
I'd avoid Twitter for a little bit then, because you're probably going to see it, because it covers a lot of things that we share a lot of interest in the sports world, and that story in particular.
The second I see it, it's probably the second I'm off Twitter for the evening.
I'm telling you, though, it really wasn't that bad of a crash, though. Like, when you look at it, you're not going to be like, oh, my gosh, this was the worst thing I've ever seen. If anything, you look at it and say, that kind of seemed like a fender bender more than it was anything else. So you're not going to have this reaction you're having right now. I don't think you probably won't think anything of it, to be honest.
But again, we do have 32 teams in 16 days. I almost said 16 days and 32 teams because that's the way my brain's working today. But no, apparently, so Matt Verderame is, I guess, fighting. Matt's a Chiefs guy, is fighting the idea that Josh Allen should be listed ahead of Pat Mahomes. And so the guys in Buffalo, Jeremy White, who's part of their morning show, he's now taking umbrage to this. And it's like, I get it's July.
Yeah.
And those are not 2 markets. Like, Kansas City's not going to do 4 hours a day on LeBron, nor is Buffalo. Those are NFL markets, no NBA teams.
Right.
That being said, it's a little first-worldy problem, really haggling over who's better, Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, and getting, incredibly upset about that.
Oh, come on. If we were hosting Kansas City or Buffalo, we'd be wrapping our arms around this.
Oh, I think the problem is with Verderame taking, Verderame, again, Chiefs guy, Pat was bad last year. Statistically, he was bad. He's been bad statistically for 2 years now.
Been 3 years where he hasn't thrown 30 touchdowns in a season.
But, then the Chiefs weren't winning. Well,
at least 2 years ago they were in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. So, I do think there's a part of this of Mahomes was going to get the number 1 quarterback etched in stone for as long as he was doing one of those 2 things. When you don't win, and you get hurt, and you weren't very good statistically, I don't know Chiefs fans can really be that upset by this. I tend to think Buffalo tends to be in the right in this. And again, the margins in this are so
here'd be the argument if I was trying to make it on the Chiefs' behalf, and I've not seen this conversation, but I hope Matt went down this road. How I would explain the idea that Mahomes should still be number 1. And I in my own rankings of it all, I've acknowledged Josh Allen's a better quarterback at this point. I need to put that at the front. But if I was trying to argue for Matt, I would ask what happened in that Denver playoff game. Mm-hmm. How are you, as the best player on planet Earth, Josh Allen, committing 5 turnovers in a game that you must win in order to try to make yourself into an AFC title game where realistically Josh Allen versus Drake May should not have been that big of a deal for him?
Well, that's so I think that is, and then the response should be, well, Pat Mahomes wasn't in the playoffs, right? That would be the response I think Buffalo gets to give on this.
Yeah, and I'd be like, for the first time, but 2 years ago he was in the Super Bowl. He's won 3 of them. He's been to 4. There's we could do that list. You're never gonna out playoff record Mahomes in that conversation. You know what I mean?
It almost becomes the 6 for 6 with Jordan's rings.
It kind of does, but with at least merit attached to this one in a strong way on the Mahomes behalf. It's like I can afford one off season. Josh, why is it in these big, important playoff games? It used to just be the excuse was you couldn't get past Mahomes. Now you're losing to Denver in the second round while fumbling the ball 3 times with 2 interceptions in that game?
I do think that the top 5 is not as interesting as the maybe 5 after it. And a lot of that is because I do think there's a chance we're at a changing of the guard. Look at how old Mahomes is, Allen is, Lamar is, obviously Matt Stafford is. When these guys were coming up is when Brady was at the top, maybe for some of these guys, Peyton was at the top, and it was kind of this impenetrable ceiling to break through. I think if all 4 of the top quarterbacks in the NFL have repeats of who they were last year, and I'm saying Burrow, Lamar, Mahomes, and Allen. I'm not throwing Stafford in there because I think Stafford's going to be fine. But if those 4 guys have letdown seasons again, and Drake May's got his team in the Super Bowl again, or Caleb Williams has the team in the conference title game, I do think we're at a point where this year was the gimme. All right, Joe didn't do this again. All right, Lamar didn't do this again. All right, Josh Allen didn't make it to the Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl when he had his path.
We've been doing it for a while, is your point.
But I think this is the final year of passes for those 4 quarterbacks, and that's not because of those quarterbacks necessarily. It's because the guys behind them are really making this next generation is making a very compelling case, or at least they did last year.
Well, we're ready to go ahead and just kind of usher in that new generation as well. Like when Albert in his big take was like, all right, the 4 quarterbacks you're discussing a lot on all reside in the AFC. So Sam Darnold and Jalen Hurts can advance out of the NFC and make it to and win the Super Bowl in the past 2 years. But how great are they if they're making it out of the NFC? And at some point, we're kind of having an Eastern-Western Conference NBA discussion here, right? Where at some point you can rip and say the Eastern Conference with the Cavs and the Knicks and all these teams weren't that good last year, all things considered, but then you look up and who's actually winning the title at the end of the day.
So I think that's what's going to be. There is just to tie it back to the Browns and the Deshaun trade and the Baker stuff. And again, none of this is provable. None of this is knowable. All right, it's all. It's the thing that people tend to get bothered about in July, that there's some conjecture to this.
I would totally do it if I was a Buffalo host or a Kansas City host.
Well, no, I was talking about from the Browns side of things.
Yeah.
It would be funny to somebody who wasn't here to know whether if you had just stayed the course with Baker, whether the Browns missed the 2 years that they might have been able to actually contend for a title by making the Deshaun trade and having that blow up in their faces with Sam Darnold winning last year and Jalen Hurts winning the year before.
Well, and again, and that's because when you fast forward and you look at who in the AFC title game competitors were, and that was with an injured Bo Nix then, so you got backup to Bo Nix versus Drake May as your AFC, guys that represented the conference, and it's like, well, hold on, wait a second. This could have been God. This could have been had.
Yeah, and it's ironic that you traded for Deshaun because you needed a top 5 quarterback to be able to compete with Mahomes, with Allen, with Lamar and those guys, and then he's not it, and the guy that you had would have been enough, at least for those 2 years, and that conceivably that window can close now if Mahomes comes back to par, or if Allen finally breaks through, or if Williams or May or any of these guys kind of break through.
Mahomes was struggling before the injury, and I'm going to remind people of that a lot this year if he starts to struggle again, because he was struggling before the injury happened, and so it is interesting to think about if there is a true passing of the guard here, because Lamar and Josh Allen can't win in the postseason. Joe Burrow can't even make it to the postseason at this point, and Mahomes, we saw what happened last year.
Tiki Barber and Matt Perino coming up on 32 teams in 16 days in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new
edition of 32 teams in 16 days. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to...
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive, but it is time to continue our series, 32 teams in 16 days. We've got Tiki Barber coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes here talking the Giants, but Matt Perino, Bills reporter for Syracuse.com, joins us now on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline to preview the Buffalo Bills. Matt, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
I got to ask you, we're just talking about how I saw a couple guys from Kansas City and Buffalo radio going back and forth at each other about who really deserves to be the number one quarterback by around the NFL, Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. I know you're a beat reporter, but how much of that conversation have you been a part of, and do you really care that much?
I personally don't care that much, only because, I mean, from the outside looking in, I admittedly grew up in Buffalo, grew up a Bills fan. I've been on the beat for almost a decade now, so I think that changes a little bit of things. But Patrick Mahomes has the rings, right? Like, he's won when it's mattered the most. So I think any argument back and forth, like, I could sit here and tell you, forwards, backwards, and sideways how I think Josh Allen has kind of outplayed him in some big moments, in some big games over the last couple of years. Doesn't really matter much, right? Like, because Patrick Mahomes has all the titles. So I get kind of both sides of it. I've kind of seen some of it in between rides at Disney World. I just got back last night. So it's always, I mean, listen, that's what this time of year is for. When we get to this part of the summer, I think everybody's ready for the football to start again.
What was your favorite ride?
Oh, Guardians of the Galaxy. We got it 3 times. The last time my son got a new song, so he's pretty pumped about that.
All right, that sounds nice. You guys went through a head coaching search as well. Were you surprised that this was the offseason that it finally went down with Sean McDermott?
With time to look back on it, I probably was more shocked in the moment that the Bills actually pulled the trigger on it, because he had been, the figurehead of rebuilding what was a long-term laughingstock in the league. And it almost got to the point where you're like, do you think Terry Pegula is going to have the stones, for lack of a better term, to make a move like that? And I think now with some time to digest it, I don't know how they could have ran that back, knowing year after year what continues to kind of hold them back. And listen, I could sit here and talk about the 4 turnovers from Josh Allen early in the game, but it's another playoff game where a defensive-minded head coach, his defense gave up more than 30 points in a playoff game against a young quarterback. I mean, that was really what Sean McDermott's strength was early on in his tenure, was when he played against young quarterbacks in their first or second season, there was just little to no success. And I think over the course of time, that kind of faded away a little bit. And that defensive effort last year against a Broncos team that, yes, they didn't have Bo Nix the next week. They had Jarrett Stidham, and that's all well and good. But it was an offense that looked not nearly as competitive as it did the week before.
I guess I felt like last year was kind of on a silver platter for Josh Allen and the Bills, given how things went with Mahomes missing the playoffs and everything else. He is 30. He plays his style of football conducive to a lot of big hits, being more of a physical big running back. Like, where are we on the concern that it just might never happen for the Bills with Josh Allen the way it never happened for the Bills with Jim Kelly?
I'm very, very concerned. I mean, the level is, it's reached a point where they were willing to move off of McDermott, and I think a lot more of this now is on Josh Allen's shoulders to carry them to what they ultimately want to be, because they hired Joe Brady, who is very close with Josh Allen and has played a major role in what's been probably the best stretch of football of his career. I mean, he has an MVP under Joe Brady. The way that this offense has become this balanced attack that averages close to 30 points per game, where they have the NFL's defending leading rusher in James Cook. I mean, there's a lot to like about what this outfit has been over the last couple of years. But yeah, in the big moments, you need your superstar quarterback to bring you to the next level. And he's done it a lot of the times, but last year in particular, in a game like, he's the one that harped on limiting the turnovers all season long, and he just played reckless. In a game where you knew the shortcomings on the other side of the ball, and that there was a very small window of error, and they just couldn't come back and hold on to things in the end, and they ended up. There's some roster construction issues as well. I mean, that they were leaning on Dane Jackson in a big spot in the playoffs once again was something that you thought that they had moved on from, and so. Yeah, there's a lot of concern. There's a lot of fear because, I mean, this fan base, you want to talk about just bonding with a star athlete. I don't know if there's a more connected fan base with a superstar than Bills Mafia is with Josh Allen. So that fear that he could maybe go through his whole career and not win a Super Bowl, it's very, very real.
Does the fan base feel like the Bills have done enough for Josh Allen? You acquired DJ Moore, but Brandon Beanes take a lot of heat for not getting enough good wide receivers. Have they done enough now to maybe correct that?
That's a good question. I think they built him one of the best offensive lines in football, which I think that Beane deserves credit for, and something that they've spent resources on. They've paid guys and made sure that they don't lose them. They go out and, they did move on from Stephon Diggs, but I mean, the last memory of Stephon Diggs in a Bills uniform was that drop, what would have probably been a touchdown catch down the right sideline against the Chiefs. And, he's a guy that for all of his success in Buffalo, I'd argue that his lack of elite performances in the playoffs are just as much a reason why the Bills didn't win a Super Bowl in that era of football. So, yeah, I think that DJ Moore's an upgrade. He's a number one wide receiver. They still have a lot of pieces. They need some of their draft picks over the last 5 seasons to really pop in a big way. And you can even maybe go back even beyond that to Ed Oliver, who's a top 10 pick, who's never had more than 9.5 sacks in a season. And that was only once. You go through his stat line over the course of his career, and that's another reason that Sean McDermott was kind of, I think, on the hot seat, is that they haven't really developed some of these assets that they've spent on the defensive line, and that's something that has to change. They have 3 guys that are in competition for meaningful snaps this year that were top 90 picks over the last couple of seasons. Landon Jackson, TJ Sanders, Dwayne Carter. They're all guys that your listeners are probably sitting there saying, like, who are those guys? Well, they're top 90 picks that you need at least one of those guys to hit. And they went out and they signed Jim Leonard to be the new defensive coordinator. There's a lot of excitement about what he could potentially bring specifically to the defensive line and developing these guys. But it's got to happen. They got to develop these guys.
All right, Matt, we got about 30 seconds here. We're going to ask you a Cleveland-specific question here as we get ready for Browns training camp as well. Shedeur versus Deshaun, who do you think wins, and what do you think is the more interesting outcome of which guy winning?
I think Deshaun wins based on everything that I've read this offseason about that situation, which is kind of mind-blowing to me from the outside looking in. But, there's also, like, the contract. I don't think that anything Shedeur did last season necessarily locked anything up, but I do think it should be some type of open competition. I just don't think that it will be because, that guy's under contract. What you could tell me better. I don't have the specifics of it for at least this season. So I think the ceiling is probably higher with him than it would be even with Shedeur, but I'd like to see a competition. I don't know if we will see that.
Matt, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right, take care.
Matt Perino there, Bills reporter for Syracuse.com on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Good things. That's not difficult to say. But we will continue the conversation now. 32 teams, 16 days, talking the New York Giants. New coach, Jackson Dart, year 2. And to talk about it, the host of Evan and Tiki weekdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on 101.9 FM, WFAN in New York, and streaming live on WFN's YouTube channel. I'll get there. Former Giants running back Tiki Barber joins us now. Tiki, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, man. How are you guys? Thanks for having me.
Other than my current inability to speak, which is an occupational hazard, we're doing good here. I do want to know. I guess
love those reads that are so long that you, you can't see them before you talk them.
Yeah, well, and we also put everything halfway across the studio, and I am legally blind these days, so getting old isn't easy, buddy.
Yeah, age sucks. I know it. I'm 51.
Oh, well, you got me beat by a couple years, so I won't complain then. How much better does John Harbaugh make the New York Giants in year one?
Well, I think there's two things to look at. One is the philosophy, right? The idea that you're going to run the football, that you're going to be physical, that you're all about aggression and being tough. I think the second side of it is the physical side of it. And the thing that I take away from this offseason free agency and really the draft is that the Giants got physically bigger, right? You look at some of the players from the draft in the first round with Francis Mauigoa to Arvell Reese getting drafted, and then free agent bringing in Tremaine Edmonds, who was cut by the Chicago Bears, and we picked him up right at the start of free agency. The team just feels sizable. It's not good athletes that are maybe undersized. It's big, physical, imposing players. And just from being around John Harbaugh a couple times doing games for him when I was at CBS, that's the kind of style he wants to impart on this team. And to me, it feels old school. It feels like when I was playing and we had big offensive linemen and big linebackers. And I hope it makes a difference. Obviously, it's all going to depend on the quarterback and how Jackson Dart evolves. It's going to depend on the health of the wide receivers and all that gelling, good stuff that we talk about. But from a snapshot from 30,000 feet, the team just feels and looks different than it was.
What do you see when you see Jackson Dart?
I think the first thing that I see is that he's so relatable. And certain players, and I'm sure you just had the Bills on, right? Mm-hmm. I'm sure you have this conversation about Josh Allen when you talk about the non-football stuff. Josh relates to everybody, right? He is boys with, doesn't matter your position, doesn't matter your background, your race, any of that stuff. He is that kind of leader for that Bills team, and I think it's why they've had such success. I think Jackson Dart has the potential to be that because he's loquacious and he wants to be in the group, and it doesn't matter what group it is. Even though he's the quarterback and the future face of this New York Giant team, you don't feel him being standoffish, like I'm the star, let me have my own little space. He wants to be amongst the guys, and I think from a leadership standpoint, it's paramount that you have that innate trait. I think secondly, talent-wise, he's got all the physical skills that you would want. Now, he can throw any pass. Like, he doesn't have a cannon of an arm, but he can throw any pass. He's smart, has that high football IQ where he sees things happening before they happen. Now, he needs to get better at getting those balls out on time and just taking his risk at some of these throws. But I think that comes with age and experience. And so from a quarterback standpoint, he has everything you want except for the availability thing. You know, the cliche that we all use, availability is the best ability. He's got to learn to not be as aggressive as a runner. I know it's easy to feel like I can do this, and I'm successful. I can run like I did in college, and he doesn't have the body to do that in the NFL. Interestingly, Josh Allen does. He can play like a running back in the NFL. Jackson Dart can't.
Tiki, who wins more games in 2026, the Browns or the Giants?
I mean, well, you just took the biggest and best part of your defensive dominance, because it has been pretty good over the last couple of years, and shipped them off. So I'm going to say the Giants, only because I think the NFC is coming more to par than the NFC East, I should say, is coming more to par than the North. And so I feel like the question mark at quarterback in Cleveland, and I don't know who's winning that battle. You guys are following closer than I am. But from afar, as we talk about it just tertiarily at times, it feels like Deshaun Watson's going to win that job. And that's just bizarre to think about, having not played in 3 years. The defense got a little bit weaker. Obviously, you bring in some other good talent, but I worry about the continuity down there more than anything.
Do you guys like the Gronk comps for Cam Skattebo, or is that something that you guys kind of cringe at and like, no, please, no?
It's funny because it's it's a massive contradiction because we love it. Like, who doesn't love what Cam Skattebo does? He's crazy as hell. He does backflips when he scores touchdowns. He'll run through a brick wall. But then you also, like, take a beat and think about all of that, and you say, he's going to play for 2 years. So it's like great because he's going to be so many kids and like old school Giant fans, from young kids to old school Giant fans. He's going to be your favorite player. But the thing you worry about is, man, how long can he do that? I remember having that conversation with Brandon Jacobs. Remember when he first came in the league? He was massive, and like he could stand taking all those shots. And as his teammate, I would look at him and my future successor and say, dude, you're not going to play if you treat every potential tackle, as if it's a raging bull head on head, or actually more like ram. You know, like the Rams when they butt heads. Right? He wanted to do that every time he touched the ball. And I was like, bro, you're not going to play long. You can't do that. You got to pick your spots when it gives you a real advantage. Otherwise, the next play is more important. And so that's the thing I worry about with Cam Skattebo. But in the previous breath, I'll say, dude, I love this kid. That's how football is supposed to be played. It's a violent, gridiron, gladiator sport. More of that. We need guys like that. I just don't know if he's going to last.
Tiki, one final one before we go. What will make or break the Giants as a competitive team in 2026?
I think the biggest thing that we are waiting to know is what Matt Nagy as the offensive coordinator looks like. There's something interesting about how John Harbaugh crafts teams. Like, if you have a deficiency, when we lost Dexter Lawrence, they just loaded up on D tackles. Like, every D tackle who was free, from Shelby Harris to DJ Reader, Lakey Fotu, like all those guys we loaded up on, and we drafted. We put a ton of talent around them. On offense, because Malik Neighbors is banged up with a knee injury that he's still kind of recovering for and had a second procedure, we don't know about the wide receiver position, the skill position. And so we have 14 wide receivers in camp, and some of their names from Braxton Berrios to Juju Smith-Schuster, Odell Beckham Jr. is back. Like, there's big names here, and half of them aren't going to be here. And so what is Matt Nagy's vision of this offense going to be like? We know that he's had a ton of success as the offensive coordinator at the Kansas City Chiefs, but we also know that it was Andy Reid who was calling the plays. And so who he is as a coordinator and how he can utilize all of this talent that we feel like is there on the offensive side of the ball is going to be the key to this team. Defensively, they're going to be fine. Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau and Abdul Carter and the linebackers who I mentioned a little bit earlier, I think the defense will be okay. It's what is the offense going to look like?
Tiki, great stuff, man. Really do appreciate you, and good luck in year one of Harbaugh.
I appreciate you. Anytime, guys.
Tiki Barber there of WFAN, Evan and Tiki, middays there on the Odyssey app, by the way, our sister station, the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline in case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA. What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. In the big soccer tournament semifinal today, France against Spain. France plus 135 in the 90. The draw plus 210. Spain plus 210. I think France win this game, and I think
Morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
And football talk coverage on The Fan presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Final segment of the show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest today, John Fanta, the birthday boy at 420. Very happy for John. John's life is coming together really well. He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Got a beautiful son, beautiful wife. They have to live in New Jersey, which is unfortunate.
Why is it he just refused to pay up on the burger bet?
I don't know.
Like,
I think is it a pride thing? He's a very prideful Catholic man.
There's something attached to it, and I cannot figure it out because he laughed along and acknowledged the fact that he obviously hadn't paid.
Yep.
Is he doing it on protest for some reason? Did he think that he was jobbed out of the bet? What was the bet initially? I don't remember.
I could see if John welched on the bet because he wanted to wait till he was in Cleveland in person to pay it off.
Oh, so did you give him this birthday present as a way for him not to be in Cleveland to pay it off?
No. I did it to be a sarcastic D and remind him that he welched on a burger bet.
Because we are a week away from him coming into Cleveland and potentially coming into the studios where he may have offered up said burger.
Not a chance in hell. No.
Why not? What do you mean?
I was never getting that burger.
You might have next week gotten that burger.
There was
2
no
weeks from
chance
now,
in hell I was getting that burger.
2 weeks from now, you were never getting that burger. But maybe next week you were. I know there's some block in his head that he did not want to pay off that bet.
I'd say he's a prideful man, and I get it. He's a pillar of the New Jersey and NBC community as well. And
maybe you lost the bet.
Did.
That's not how bets
lost
work.
His ass.
That's not how bets work.
Didn't come close to winning the bet.
I mean, he knew you weren't going to come with some of your henchmen and like break his legs or something over the bet.
I wouldn't have welched on the bet.
Well, no, you wouldn't have.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't have.
But I'm a man of honor, and that's okay. A big thanks as well to Albert Breer at 520. Good stuff on the Browns quarterback spot there. Good stuff on franchise valuations and the quarterback stuff, the Lamar stuff with Lamar only coming in 69th on the top 100 list from NFL players, voted on by NFL players. And then big thanks to Matt Perino, Syracuse.com, and Tiki Barber. I don't know why I said it like that, like Tiki. Tiki Barber of WFAN in New York as well. Strong guest day. Let's applaud Jake Murray.
Yeah, very nice. Very nicely done. Nicely done all the way around.
Well done, Jake Murray.
Very good.
Let's go ahead and get to In Case You Missed It.
All right. QAM has popped up a ton, but WQAM in Miami, they had Ira Winderman on, and this was him discussing Tyler Hero and the fight with Bam Adebayo. Here we go.
Doesn't Tyler Hero have the kind of face that makes you want to punch him in the face? Doesn't he just have that kind of look? He's that kind of guy. He's the instigator in high school who was always doing the little digs until it becomes too much. But this time, he put it out worldwide on social media instead. I don't want to say he had, what was coming to him, but it sort of was. You do something like that, there's going to be pushback. But you know what? You play the wise ass. You play that kind of character. That's what's going to happen. Hey, you want to have your personality, God bless you. You want to be boy wonder, God bless you. You want to wear all kinds of outfits even after you lose, God bless you. But eventually that kind of stuff catches up to you. I think Tyler Hero could be screwed now when it comes to the Bucks and comes to his extension. If you're the Bucks right now and Tyler Hero is due a 4-year, $160 million extension, after what happened on Friday, what would you do now?
Headline on Awful Announcing is Miami Heat reporter claims Tyler Hero has punchable face. Is it out of bounds as a reporter of a team to say somebody's got a punchable face?
That's definitely more of a sports talk thing you can say. Like, if McMenamin ever said, like, Draymond's got a punchable face, I think McMenamin would get fired. But where this is different is, well, Tyler Hero's not a member of the Heat anymore.
No, he's not anymore.
But I think you can say this about other players. You can't say it about your own players.
So if the guy leaves the team, then it's like if Dylan Gabriel left the Browns, then it would be on board for Daryl to make as many Dylan Gabriel jokes as he wants?
No, that's a tough one because I think it also depends which outlet you work on, right? Like, if you're a newspaper man, you've got more restrictions than if you're a radio guy because radio guys, we're crazy.
Well, he's a radio guy. Wacky radio guy.
I didn't know he worked on QAM. I thought he was like the Sun Sentinel or something like that. Also, with a name like Ira, I thought he
does. He does, but he's on that afternoon show, I think, on a weekly basis. Like, he's there enough. It's not you're right. He's not Daryl. He's not the QAM beat reporter. He's always been Sun Sentinel, but he's there enough.
There's a lot of nuance to it. Also, with a name like Ira, I could have swore.
Is that a punchable name?
I could have swore it'd be like 75 years old. I've yet to meet an Ira that is below 50 years old.
I've never met a single Ira in my life.
Ira Newble?
I mean, Ira's like...
I haven't met Ira Newble.
Yeah, I also haven't met... by the way, Ira Newble, not under 50. I think Ira is about 54 right now, 53 right now. I think he was born in 1973. I'm going to make that my prediction for Ira Newble.
Is that right? I'm trying to find out who the most famous Ira is.
Everybody's Googling it right now.
He's 51.
Oh!
I was not Googling that. Oddly enough, my bird brain typed in IRA into the Google search, and you can be very surprised to learn that I did not get anything related to the name Ira.
Mine is, are we sleeping on Malik Thomas? The Cavs... was the 34th pick overall. He's getting a lot of love in the Summer League for scoring a lot of points.
Yeah.
I feel like we went so hard in the paint, talked so much Imani Bates.
Yeah.
And we've talked no Malik Thomas.
That's on you, man. I don't know what to tell you. You drive the show whether or not we give Malik Thomas Summer League love, and I think the accurate call there is to acknowledge it right now, and that's it.
I feel like if I was like, hey guys, I got a killer Malik Thomas topic in the pre-show meeting, I'm pretty sure the two of you would have me like hospitalized and make sure I didn't have a stroke.
I would have laughed. I feel like I think it's the most Summer League points in 3 games in NBA history.
I believe so.
That's the number right there. Like, congrats. All right.
Yeah,
it also helps that he's doing the duty of Summer League basketball, which is every time you get a shot, you take it.
Moblin also
Doesn't
had
hurt.
this. Moblin said Anthony Simons, but being able to play defense, and I was like, well, I would take that for the 34th pick in the draft, like a walking bucket who can actually defend. With respect to Anthony Simons, who cannot defend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get high in the Summer League. Unless you want me to, Nick, then I will go. I'll be Whammer out here for Summer League basketball.
A little Dan Day action.
Let's get Dan Day on here and see what he thinks about the Heat. I bet he's got some Heat Summer League takes.
My favorite thing about having the 32 teams in 16 days is we're going to have some people on, like Tiki Barber, right? That's an awesome get for a segment like that. And then we're going to have like a Dan Day. Very nice guy. Beloved in Miami.
I like Matt Perino.
I did too, yeah.
Never heard him before. I liked him.
Jack Fritz, also very good.
He did a really nice
we're
job.
really putting it all on Dan Day for just being
Dan
bad.
Day,
Yeah.
a lot of heavy lifting for Dan Day.
Yeah, a little too much of a homer.
I guess you could say it wasn't his day. That was a you joke. That was a you joke. Whoa! Oh!
It's all in the delivery.
Only one of us can make a dad joke. Okay, all right.
It's all in the delivery. That's why I'm so good at that. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks. He's off to the WNBA game and the IMAX thing with the Odysseus.
Odysseus?
The Odyssey.
I was just being really condescending. That's on me, Bob.
He's back Friday, though.
He is.
He's doing the rare
get
Wednesday, Thursday day off to come back Friday.
We're going to get the full recap on the Odyssey. If he shot a shot with Sophie Cunningham, the answer is no. Wait. You just made a face like you're better than Sophie Cunningham.
You're not interested in Sophie Cunningham?
I'm good.
Oh, that is rich.
Absolutely full of crap.
I got shouted down for not thinking Miss Cleo was sexy earlier today. Okay, like you got. I mean, come on.
There's no way.
You can't say Sophie Cunningham.
I'm gonna tell you right
and expect to have nothing happen.
If Sophie Cunningham walks off the court, sees you, eyes locked, she walks up to you and goes, "Take me to your hotel room." There's not a shot in hell you're not going there with her. Not a shot in hell, Mac. And you're going to give her the most underwhelming 3 minutes of her life. But damn it, you're going and you're going to try.
She knew what she was signing up for.
Yeah, she knew.
Yeah, she knows. I mean, that might be what the appeal for yourself for her.
Yeah.
She's got to get on with her day.
Yeah. That's right. Efficiency.
She's not about hanging out all day, making a big production out of it. She's got things to do.
Yeah. Those other things are overrated.
Wham,
big thanks.
bam, thank you, ma'am.
No, thank you, ma'am. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Matt Corrali. Good stuff, JP.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
No, I don't like Sophie Cunningham. She's not attractive. Okay. Okay, Mac. See you on Friday, Mac. See you guys tomorrow at 2.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.